There
And
it is.
Team Tonberry, go! Team Tonberry time. Fantastic run by Muchia for Team Tonberry, bringing them from the last all the way to the first.
That's incredible. It's so exciting. I'm losing my mind over here.
It's crazy.
Artists just a few floors back, but real close as well. Has to keep hitting those quick saves.
Oh, he's getting really unfortunate with these coils.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate.
Oh. No. Yeah. Preemptive strike. Okay.
Okay, it's 6 of them. He just needs to get. He's out. Okay, good. Hope you guys are enjoying the wonderful music of Pandemonium. It is phenomenal music. I believe they're all running on the 8-bit OG sound, but phenomenal. Cap coming up to the top of his Castle Palamisia, where the Emperor will reappear very soon.
Yeah, and he'll race up
lose
passage.
Ricard. He will lose Ricard.
Sacrifices himself. Another hero. Gone too soon. I saw somebody earlier say, hey, do not meet these kids. You will die. And that's so true.
It really is.
Meet these kids. And then it's such a, we'll keep on artists for a while, but it is fun to just see Final Fantasy 16 happening in the bottom left, and we're just switching between art styles so dramatically.
It's so funny. We went remake 2 16.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for D-Make 16, aren't we?
Yeah, you may be right.
Oh, another unrunnable dragon.
I think Artis has had 4 or 5 dragons.
He's collecting them all. Okay, and then this is the...
Just need a small bit of fortune for Cap through the end of his run. He deserves it after that Emperor.
Yeah, Artist 90 has about 5 minutes, 3 minutes left.
Oh,
so
he's last screen. He's got 2 minutes.
Team Mog, get ready.
He's on the final screen of the boss. He'll have this encounter, and then he should only have that encounter. There you go. He's going to quick save, and in he goes. So fingers crossed, because I didn't see if he bought the haste tome. If he bought the haste tome, it's 2 hits. If he didn't, it's up to 4 hits. He did buy the haste tome. The haste tome goes first. He'll hit for about 7,000 potentially. Oh, he low rolled. Okay, you can hit anywhere up to about 7,000. There you go, 6,500.
And
time, Team Mog. Go,
Didn't
Team
use
Mog.
the Ultima Tome, I noticed.
He did not. Okay, now that we have 2 runners down and we're on to more 16, whilst Cap finishes up his run, for the time being, we'll let Final Fantasy 16 take over.
Welcome, guys.
Yeah, sounds good to us. Unfortunately, 16's a bit slow in the beginning, so we'll just introduce ourselves real quick. I'm the Sid. I've run this game in the past. I didn't have a chance to grind in on this, so we're doing commentary instead. Everybody else, you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'll go next. I'm moonblazewolf. I have also run this game in the past. It's really cool, and I'm looking forward to watching 3 fantastic runners show it off tonight.
Too true.
Yeah, I'm Akintunde. It's all good. I run this game as well, not on story mode. I run New Game Plus, hard mode, and stage replay is kind of my expertise now. But, you know, we've got 3 fantastic runners. We have the record holder, who kind of came out of nowhere to me. So I'm really excited to watch all of them play. I'm really excited to see the new strats. I was promised the Diamond Dust glitch. So let's see it here on the stage.
Oh, I've heard tell of that, but I haven't gotten to see it personally. I'm excited for that too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird thinking about this game, how it has just still continued to evolve since it came out. So this is the 3rd Final Fantasy relay that it's been in. It came out in 2023, and I think the times have just come down consistently every year as the runners get a little bit better, maybe a little bit more experienced, and new tech is found. So we'll definitely be seeing some of that tonight.
Yeah, I did see one of the runners specifically stating that they were learning the new strats, and I was like, "There's new strats? What? All right, I thought we were at the end of our rope, but you guys never cease to amaze me."
Got like a new ability route and everything.
As long as it doesn't have to do with Rook's Gambit, I'm fine with it. I'll do anything but Rook's Gambit counters.
So, funny story. That is exactly what it has to do with.
I'm not taking the new route. I'm going the old way. I'm taking the long way home.
Angel told me that they kind of dropped Scarlet Cyclone earlier, which is, I mean, for the most of the game, that was the big AoE, you know, until like the halfway mark. So I'm very interested in how they do this.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if some of the improvements are stuff that I've kind of, when I was running this game, just kind of been like, oh, this isn't great, but I don't know if there's anything better than this, and maybe somebody's found a better way. So
I had a feeling Rook's Gambit would claw its way to the top eventually. The problem with Rook's Gambit is it's a very strong skill. It staggers enemies really quickly, but it requires you to time it properly before you're hit. And the Scarlet Cyclone's a nice AoE that actually quickens cooldown if you're hit during using it. So you have to kind of like use it in a really weird way to time both of them. They're just kind of like counterintuitive in different ways.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to talk about some of the different abilities. We haven't even done a combat really yet. So although Angel's kind of coming up on the first combat sequence, I did see one question in chat that asked, poor Yorick asked, who is the record holder? It is actually the runner who has not started yet, which is really exciting for the relay potentially. It is Team Choco's runner, Kanayami. So very excited again to see him. So.
The teams tend to be extremely well balanced by the runners of the event. So you'll usually see the world record holder starting last and then making up some time for their team. And then it just kind of flip flops with every single run like that. Unfortunately, some are a little bit fraught with heavy RNG like Final Fantasy II. It's pretty notorious for it, but it's a really cool game.
Yep. So Angel is in the first combat sequence here in the village of Stillwind. Thank you. Had to remind myself. It's the one with all the goblins in it. So we get to see some of the combat here. Our current character is young Clive Rossfield, not to be confused with normal Clive Rossfield. And young Clive has some unique mechanics. Does anybody want to talk about young Clive specifically?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Sure. I can briefly talk about his movement. So you're seeing a lot of Phoenix Shift, this little fire teleport. Young Clive, older Clive, and oldest Clive all have that. But an interesting thing is that young Clive, for some reason, has no out-of-combat cooldown on his lunge, unlike Clive, like adult Clive. This is specifically, if you do this as adult Clive, you will sit on the ground for like 8 seconds before you can move again. So that's one really interesting thing about young Clive.
Yeah, the ending lag is pretty brutal. My headcanon is he developed arthritis at some point, so he can't keep just jamming that sword like that. It's
to be young and not have a cooldown timer.
Yeah. Isn't that how we all learned to speedrun? Back in our 20s, had all day and nothing else to do. And now we're like, dude, I don't have enough time to get 5 minutes together. You want me to get 5 hours? Not happening.
All right, so Angel is in the first boss fight now, so this is the ogre, Gygus, excuse me. And this is our first fight where the enemy has a stagger bar. So you'll see the health bar in red, and then the stagger is in yellow, and you'll see that get depleted. The normal attacks will deplete it, and then the special abilities actually they have kind of like a normal damage number, and then they have a stagger damage number.
Yeah, everything kind of deals a little bit of both, depending on where it is. You'll see that we're jumping quite a bit here. It's actually the DPS on sword swings while in the air ends up being a little bit faster than grounded. So optimal combat always goes into the air, but it does put us in a bit of a disadvantage because you'll notice that we're landing to dodge the axe or mallet, whatever you want to call it here. So we have to kind of balance between jumping in the air to get high DPS and then balancing out for either counters, dodges, or other forms of reacting. Right now, we really only have our base sword, so timing the dodges and then countering is going to be our go-to.
After him, before he summons the rest.
Yeah, and we did see a number of parries in that fight. We'll probably come back to that when Shiraishi's there, just so we can... that's a very important mechanic that affects a ton of fights in this game. So I'll talk about it then.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why I really loved it. Casually, I was really bad at it, and I'm still really bad at it. But when you hit a good parry, you're just you feel so good. And then you get smacked in the face, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not that good at this game.
I'm not him anymore. We're coming up into the second boss, the Morble. Oh, right, there is a parry in this fight.
Yep.
So the nice thing about parries, they triple the rate at which your cooldowns recover. They increase your HP damage by 25% and increase your will damage, your stagger damage, by 50%. So you could see we got this boss staggered lightning fast. And because of that parry, Angel already has a 20-second cooldown ability back, and it only took 10 seconds due to the tripling. It triples it for 3 seconds-ish.
Yeah, it's luckily with this first boss, if I remember right, the first one is pretty much free due to a setup. Some of them are a little bit harder to fish for, and you just got to get good, but some of these fights actually have setups, which is really nice. Makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Getting our first cinematic strike here on Angel's fight as well. There's a couple different... they're kind of like QTE elements, I suppose. They happen at specific times. They're kind of like, a lot of times they'll be at phase changes or things like that. One interesting thing about the cooldowns in this game is you will get cooldown during QTEs and little in-battle cutscenes and things like that. So a lot of the fight optimization is about kind of like managing your cooldowns so that you can maybe squeeze one extra special attack in before, like a QTE or something like that would happen, and you kind of get like free time to have it recover during that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The devs really expected you to kind of be hard limited in certain cases, and the runners of this game have found ways to squeeze out every little bit of damage before the hard lock HP on the HP bar. Because there are some bosses that we'll run into with that later. So sometimes when you see somebody back off, it's just, this is just not worth it because I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, there's a concept that you will get pretty familiar with if you run this game or if you watch speedruns of this game called a dummy stagger. And I'm sure we'll get an opportunity or two to talk about that throughout the run. So,
we're gonna jump back in for the end of Final Fantasy II because Team Choco, you've got less than 5 minutes until you start. Cap is running through such a scary location and has had middle of the row RNG through it, which is not terrible. He will be saving every other encounter because all it takes is one poor encounter and you are in a lot of danger because there's confuse and poison and stun and death touch and everything in there.
I just think it's so fun to have a run that you get to the end of and one of your characters has double-digit health.
So low. I've been at the end of a run and had 42 health on Maria.
Because you need to be hit to level up your HP, but you also need to be alive at the end of the fight. So, just wasn't working out that way.
No, but his health that he's got on Guy is pretty decent. Furions is pretty decent. Ultimately, this game didn't give him a bad hand when it came to health. What he's at is actually fairly high-ish for what you can be looking at. But I would probably put it closer to the average health you're looking at through most runs. He's down to the final few screens left before the final boss. And so far, I'm not seeing certain things, but I'm not going to voice them because I've already cursed enough runs today.
You were racing towards a jinx.
Hey, I've cursed enough things this day, okay?
Hey, you know, that's just the way that the relay works. Sometimes you put things into the universe, but it's our job. You know, we got to tell you what can go wrong, and you know what's Occam's razor. What can go wrong will go wrong.
All I'm saying is I'm very grateful for the runners that proved what I was trying to say just seconds after I said it. It was very supportive of them.
Very demonstrative, yeah. You know, really great examples given. Murphy's Law. Sorry. Which one's Occam's razor? Is that
I think that's the most likely solution. Solution is Occam's razor. You know. I mean, I'll say the wrong thing all the time, and chat's got my back too. So don't worry about it, guys. I got like another 7 hours of that coming up.
Okay.
We're not even going to bother correcting you, Sid.
Final screen.
Final screen. Behemoth. I know I shouldn't jinx it, but I wanted him to get the King Behemoth because it looks cool. Okay, so you see he's just taken off one of his weapons off of Leon. Leon wants the Blood Sword. That's it. And he's going to do his Haste Tome, defend, attack. Nice chunky hits.
Ooh, high rolled the basic hit.
Yep. Now, Starfall once is not scary. Starfall twice is.
I'm fine. It's my father and Joshua I'm worried about.
Oh.
We should head back.
And time for Team Choco.
Go, Choco.
Okay,
right,
I just want to say
this has been awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being with me again here, Lukey.
Yeah, I mean, hey, same time next year?
Yeah, same time next year. I got you. Guys, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for the runners for putting on a phenomenal show, and thank you to everyone for taking part. It's been a wonderful time. Lukey, I bid you farewell.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, that was really fun, and yeah, just like the contrast again between, you know, maybe a little bit of whiplash for folks who've been watching all day, like I have. You know, going from FF7 remake to pixel art. Now we're on Final Fantasy 16, which is just a beautiful, beautiful game. So we have all of our runners now. We should probably give them a little more love and introduction here. So we've got Angel_Cal for Team Tonberry, Shiraishi from Team Mog, and Kanayami is just getting underway here for Team Choco. So those are our three Final Fantasy 16 runners for you all tonight.
Yeah, and we've got Shiraishi going through a little Joshua section leading up to where Angel is fighting the first instance of a Dragoon in this game, with, you know, one of 5,000 different names. This is also a fun little fight with plenty of parries you can do to save time. Hopefully we'll be able to see the other runners take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit easier to explain the Dragoon once we get into the fight rather than being a little bit into it. Though it's not the most complicated fight, but it does require a little bit of knowledge. Early games kind of like that. It's a little bit of this and that, nothing really too complicated. And a couple hours in, once you have like 2 or 3 abilities, then it starts becoming pretty convoluted.
Yeah, they really kind of ease you into the game's combat systems before really kind of pushing you into the deep end about halfway in. So at this point, we've got a very limited sort of toolkit, and there's really only one or two opportunities during most of these early boss fights for you to do something that's going to significantly swing it one way or the other. It seemed like Angel missed a parry or something there at the end. I don't think usually that double jump comes out, so I'll be curious when Shiraishi gets there if the fight's maybe a little bit quicker. But I mean, that's just one thing. 5 to 10 seconds here. You do something right in the next boss fight, and you get that time back right away. So
yeah, I'd say the biggest struggle with this game is like the length and time in between. Actions you can take to save or lose time. So you have a very long time to think about your mistakes in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's also just like not a lot of downtime in this run. It is, for a long RPG run, it is by far the most intense speedrun I've ever done. I think that if I recall correctly, there's really only like 2 good opportunities to take a break. And the first one's like a little over 3 hours in, and then the second one's probably like 5.5 hours in. And that's not even like a 10-minute break. That's like you get 90 seconds to go, maybe run and, take care of something.
The breaks that you get are like, oh, there's a cutscene in the middle of a boss fight. Better go refill my water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last one you get, thankfully, is a little long.
Significant.
Like
that one's like
6-ish minutes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the first one is not, but
Yeah.
My mind is a little bit more melded because I just specialize in overly long BS, so it's kind of just par for the course. Like Breath of Fire 2, 7 hours? Don't worry about it.
I do want to mention as well, for anyone who watches this and may be interested in running this game, the community does allow for a break during the run. So you can take an extended break at any point during the run if you want to, and still have it be considered an official run. So
yeah, I've never ever taken advantage of it personally, but I very vehemently fought for things like that. I do that in like every community. I'm like, no. I want as many accessibility tools, as many things like this for people that don't have the dedicated 8 hours, and maybe live alone, so you can actually like take care of your pets, go to the restroom, get a reasonable meal.
Yeah.
One other, because I can't make it more than 2.5 hours without taking a quick moment.
Yeah.
One other thing that I will just call out as like if you're interested in running this game, probably good to know. So Angel is running the PC version currently, and Shiraishi and Kanayami are both running on console, PS5. There is not a significant difference between those. I think PC, if done well, I think is a few minutes faster, but there's also, load remover. There's a load remover, different things like that as well to equalize. So that's another thing. If you're interested in getting into this game, it is very much like a level playing field as well.
Yeah, and if you're running this on console, I hope you're running it on PS5 Pro. It's so much better of an experience.
I was very mad when I upgraded from my PS5 to my PS5 Pro, and my time didn't immediately go down by like 15 minutes. But that's probably just me.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the price point, and I'm like, look, man, I speedrun PS5 games, but also I ain't got it. My wallet's crying. I can't. There's so many other things I got to get first. And then the price went up, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm losing time in all my speed runs from here on out. Too bad.
It is what it is.
I mean, this is like a somewhat addable upgrade, but it's like it's not as significant as like PS4 to PS4 Pro with like or PS4 to PS5 on like Remake and Rebirth, where it's like dozens of minutes, if not like 30. You're like, okay, I'm saving a half hour real time. This is worth. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For here, it's mostly frame rate.
I just wanted it to look prettier. Exactly.
Understandable. This is a very pretty game, and I can only imagine what it looks like when it's prettier. So the Ifrit fight here is pretty much on rails. You can actually mash the button to shoot a little bit faster, so it does speed up these phases a bit. Not really. the phases are pretty much like hard-coded. You just have like a damage cap. So there's really no reason to mash. We just hold here, actually.
At the very end, if you've like played the sequence perfectly, you save like maybe a second and a half because the Phoenix's or the Ifrit's life bar is just a little bit lower.
Yeah, you only ever have to mash, I think, in normal, whatever that's called, or like I would imagine hard. Maybe you have to mash.
Action, yeah.
Action, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in Final Fantasy mode, you don't have to play this section of the game. So
oh wow, I forgore. It's been years since I played that. I lied so often, said I'd play hard, and it just never happened. I really do want to, though. It seems like a great category. I mean, considering I already do New Game Plus hard on like Remake Rebirth, which is my bread and butter. Mm-hmm. One day I'll get back to it.
And
there's also
go ahead. Hard categories. Sorry, there's 2 New Game Plus hard categories. There's Silver and Gold Chalice. You know, hard mode starting at level 60 and hard mode after you've already beaten hard mode and you come back at level 110. And they're both very unique to each other.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The stat inflation between the two and like having access to does the 120 allow access to the DLC items, or is it
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the DLC is just like an add-on to it. They just, on the leaderboard, it's like, did you run with the DLC or not? But yeah, you get all the DLC items, the DLC icons.
Okay, so Titan, or not Titan, but
Leviathan
Brain.
and Ultima.
Yeah, Ultima.
Which both significantly reduce the length of the run. They are so powerful.
Ultima is not an icon I ever expected, but it happened.
That was a nice surprise.
Yeah, actually. I'm like, okay, the story reason, gameplay-wise, yeah, I can do this. Speaking of DLC, we're also getting back to the actual like main gameplay loop here in a second. We can actually pick up our first round of DLC. There's actually some nice little sword upgrades that will carry us, if I remember right, for the first 2-ish hours before we get an actual upgrade. So our DPS is going to be bumped and speed up this early game and make it a lot simpler. It's one of the reasons I always like, hey, you should give this run a try. And if the first couple hours ain't doing it for you, then fair enough, but you got the biggest stat stick you're gonna ever get in this game. If you don't like it, then you'll never like it.
Yeah, you kind of skip through some of the early game grindiness of it by just having a superior weapon. So, one other thing I will also just mention, we were kind of doing a little bit of like the lay of the land for this game. I do also want to call out that the 2 DLCs, the Echoes of the Fallen and the Rising Tide, those actually have their own leaderboards as well. So if you don't want to run the full game because it's very long, but you do want to run this game, you can do one of the DLCs, and those runs are both under an hour. I will shout out the Rising Tide in particular because I love that speed run. I think it is just a perfect encapsulation of everything about this game that makes it a really cool speed game. So.
Kanayami made short work of the intro boss here too. Got tagged once, but I'm gonna be honest, like dodging the mace is not as easy as everybody's been making it look. It's very easy to get slapped and just be like, I've got words and I can't say them on stream, but I have words.
Trails are gone. It'll be hell finding a way out.
All right, and on Angel's feed now, we're seeing normal Clive, who we're going to be playing as for the rest of the run. And we haven't really talked about movement tech in this game. And oh my gosh, this game has just the coolest movement tech. You're seeing some of it right here with Angel. You get the Phoenix shift, but you have to only use it on certain terrain, because if you go uphill, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
But you just get to do so much cool movement tech in this game.
Yeah, the lunge locking you in place, same thing with the Phoenix shift. So what we do is we hop slightly off the ground in Phoenix Shift. You want to do it as close to the ground as possible, but you also want to make sure you don't land because you have that massive landing lag, same as with the lunges. We're picking up some power-up potion here, as well as adjusting our potions so that it's optimal. Every runner kind of has their own preference in order, and we also can pick up the DLC weapon. Most of the years, everybody's kind of been running with their own. I believe this is the Final Fantasy II DLC weapon. Luckily, they're all the same strength, so it's more or less pick your cosmetic, which is super cool.
Yeah, because we get the Buster Sword, the Cortana, and the Blood Sword? Or Onion.
Onion Sword. Yep.
Yeah, the Blood Sword is banned because it's a pre-order thing only, I think.
Yeah, I think it even has less stats too anyway. I want to say the Onion Sword is the pre-order because, gosh, I remember playing it, using it on release, and then putting it back because it's just, personally, I found it incredibly ugly. But there's like 3 or 4 DLC swords that are all free that were added to the game just to promote certain other games, obviously Buster Swords. Very hard to understand why it got in there. I think that was like a Rebirth thing, but it was super nice. We also got another tech here, the one you were talking about earlier. Gosh, I cannot remember.
Scarlet's, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That's one that can actually recover a bit quicker if hit while doing it, if I remember correctly. And the cooldown
if you do it as a reaction.
Yeah.
Basically, yep.
You get hit and then use it, and it gets 33% of its regular cooldown, which is funny because the game kind of writes it in a way where you think it like gets a 33% reduction. No, it's just 33% of its normal cooldown, which is really, there's a lot of weird way that the stuff's written in the game. In the Discord, people will tell you this information. It took me a while to learn it. But once you
they don't tell you in the game like what the mechanics of the abilities are, which is a choice.
Yeah.
That's probably like the one thing that is like I find the most cursed about this game is that like some of them very vaguely explain, like Rook's Gambit is like, oh, use it to counter an attack, but doesn't really kind of indicate the timing. But you can see right here on Shiraishi's where he just gets rid of the entire group of enemies. It's kind of a dice roll whether they're going to all close in on you, but being able to clear that many is exactly what you're looking for, but not something you get to see every time.
Yeah,
Shiraishi's having a really good run so far too. Like he is just starting the boss fight that Angel just finished as well.
Yeah, and you'll see what Moon mentioned earlier when this battle starts back up again for Shiraishi. They just used both their abilities, and they're going to have access to both of them already because the cooldowns have been ticking.
Yeah, it's certainly a choice that your cooldowns recover during cutscenes, but as a runner, I can't complain when I get to just immediately unleash. I'm gonna take it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The other option would be let me skip the cutscene, but they don't give me that option, so I guess I'll sort of take that as a consolation prize, right?
Yeah, it is definitely a consolation prize. The devs very much wanted you to immerse yourself in this story. And the cutscene skips, when they do exist, are few and far in between. It is what it is. That's part of the reason why the run's so long. But it also does give you plenty of time to take a sip of water, kind of chill out, or shake your hands, or kind of catch yourself. Because some of these later bosses will be incredibly difficult, and you may mess up because the cooldowns are incredibly important to doing a specific combo line. If you mess one up, you may need a couple of seconds to like recompose yourself. And they can be very nice when you're having a bad run, honestly.
I suppose I should thank Goods.
One of the other things you may have noticed too is with Kanayami here, we're using the younger brother and he's just shooting out the fire guy here. You'll notice that he's charging in one hand and attacking with the other. You can actually charge your fire attack the entire time. And I don't know about other players, but personally I have like an edge controller, so I can hold the magic fire button and charge it underneath the controller and then release it as needed. The only downside with that is it does interfere with like using potions and other certain attacks. So you always want to charge it because it's free damage, but you also need to be cognizant of it too, because it can stop you from doing your iconic feats, which is the wing slashes that we've been using, and can very much mess up a fight if you're not being cognizant of it. So it's a nice extra source of DPS, but it requires a lot of paying attention to what's going on. And I've thrown a lot of fights just, haha, I'm going to charge my fire spell. And then, oh yeah, I need that button. Release, press.
Yeah. If that doesn't sound fun, play on hard mode. You almost never use it.
Yeah. I mean, when you can just... Because I guess that's what the nice thing with hard mode. You get to start with 6 iconic feats or 6 icons, and then you can also like have the presets too, so you can swap real quick. Versus us, where we're like we have to change everything every time we stub our toe.
Yeah, and you have Leviathan, so there's no reason to shoot off a charged magic anyways.
Yeah, some of the icons late game are very nice for like just combat ability. I do enjoy that we use most every icon to some extent. Not a lot, but at the very least we use most everything. There was a point where a lot of these abilities were just garbage, and they did end up buffing them, I think, a year or 2 ago. So most of them are usable. Unfortunately, some of them are still like the ultimates for each icon. Some of them are just still bad in terms of a speedrun, but they're okay casually, like Titan's iconic feat. It just underperforms, unfortunately, for its cost. But there's quite a few that are really good, like Phoenix's ultimate is huge AoE. And even just level 1 is massive. Oh, these dodges Kanayama's performing on the dives is really nice. That's usually what you want to do with that to get extra damage, but it can be a bit risky in this setting. So you just kind of take it a little bit easier and let him do the dives, but that's the optimal strat for any Dragoon you're fighting, is getting parries, or parry counters rather.
So we're in a new area, and we have some new mechanics to talk about for both Angel and Shiraishi now. So we have gone to the Hideaway, which is kind of like our little I wouldn't call it like a hub world, but it's sort of like our base camp where we'll go back to between areas. Yeah, it's the town. But we're on our next phase of the story here, and we're joined by Sid, Final Fantasy 16 Sid, not to be confused with the _ Sid.
The cooler of the two, I will admit. If this game had come out before I made my name, I would have still made it. But I'd added a 16 at the end because this is one of the coolest Sids, just flat out.
Definitely a good Sid. And then we also have Torgal, who is our companion in combat pretty much for the entire run. Torgal has some really unique mechanics, and you'll see if you look in the lower left of the screen and the HUD, you'll see Torgal there, and there's different things that Torgal can do. And you kind of want to use Torgal as like a timing thing to add extra damage. But there's certain things that allow you to sort of use Torgal optimally throughout the run.
You're either just mashing Torgal for the free damage, which isn't massive, but it ends up adding up, or you're timing Torgal's hits with the end of your combo as kind of a pseudo finisher. And you'll notice that when Torgal lights up, that you're activating it properly. There's a lot of great visual cues in this game that you're doing something right or you're doing something wrong. So it's very easy to learn all of the kind of gimmicks here. There's very good indicators for most everything in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also have another ability now called Heat Wave that you'll see a little bit of. It's more of a directional attack as opposed to the Scarlet Cyclone, which is a straight AoE. So what you'll see the runners trying to do in some of these fights with the... we'll just call these random encounters because they're not, necessarily like important to the story, but you can't really skip them at all. Almost like herding the enemies together so that you can hit as many as possible with a single heat wave, because it kind of goes out from you in an arc.
Yeah, it's basically like a... No, it doesn't. For somebody that ran Mega Man X, it's kind of like a buster shot. It's 2 slashes in certain scenarios when it's leveled up, but it's very good at taking out like enemies in a line, and it also allows us to move to the exit and then hit enemies that are very far away. We're headed into the Fafnir first boss fight here. Ideally, if we set this up properly, we can just maul Fafnir here. If this fight's done inappropriately, Fafnir will roll up on the wall and kind of come at us. We can knock him out of that roll. That's let me see, actually. Nope, never mind.
That's yeah.
That was
if you can
good
get
enough.
that parry, it's really cool, and then usually the fight just ends.
Yeah, ideally, I think we're trying to completely avoid that, but there's 2 opportunities to hit that parry. On the very first one, it's not too difficult. You just want to back up and hold a charge slash. You can also stop it with an ability, but by that point, we've usually burned our abilities. So a nice little jumped charge slash is more than enough to stop it. Let's see if Shiraishi has a equally good Fafnir. It's kind of a rough boss because he does kind of flash and just wail around quite a bit here. So it can be very difficult to avoid getting knocked across the arena. You will notice one thing, too, that we can't... Oh, Shiraishi did do it properly. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to stagger in this scenario, but if you do the fight properly, you'll be able to stagger before that roll and just kind of shred the boss before he starts spinning around the arena. So despite taking a small hit, that was a very good Fafnir.
Oh, yeah. And that spin cycle is also one of those fun HP gates. If he starts that, it's impossible to kill him until it's done, or if you parry him out of it.
There was a point where I thought we were just going to have to deal with it, and then people were like, oh yeah, you can kill him faster when I was doing runs, and I'm like, what? And I saw the strat, and I'm like, oh yes, please teach me. Teach me the way. I don't want to see this guy spinning. It's so boring.
Yeah. It's not the easiest thing to do. There's a pretty tight timing window on it.
Oh yeah, I've probably got like a 70% success rate on it. Luckily, the game is like long enough. You don't just hit the reset button when you fail it, because the end game has way bigger opportunities for throws. These early game ones are like, yeah, well, whatever. You'd have to have a really good end game to even consider resetting.
Oh yeah.
But we got the assassin here, which is another really interesting one. We're trying to maintain just enough stagger here so that we stagger as soon as the second phase goes in. But we also want to make sure that we use our abilities in such a way that we can just like follow up the stagger again. This fight is like extremely simple, but pretty complex at the same time. It's super weird. One of the things, like, we want to make sure we get poked while we're doing the spin attack. So there's a lot of like moving parts in these early fights that are blink and you miss it.
Yeah, the stakes for this fight, if you do it right versus do it wrong, are much higher as well, because if you don't skip that phase, it does save, or you're going to lose probably like 20 to 25 seconds.
Yeah, because you get
if I recall.
Another cutscene, I think, pretty much something like that, rather than going straight into the ending cutscene here.
Yeah, he jumps around for a while you actually stagger him again, so...
It's another one of those, like, well, this feels bad, but I could do worse. This is probably like the worst one, though, because it's actually pretty simple, and the way that you throw it is by just throwing out your attack kind of absent-mindedly.
Yeah, well, and you were pointing out too, like the most important thing is you have to do the Scarlet Cyclone right at the beginning, or you won't have it refreshed in time to use it again when you need it. So,
yeah, this game is like, at least the run is like 90% managing these cooldowns and making sure that we use the ability in the optimal order, or trigger a special secondary effect optimally.
And I think because of that, one of the things that I found when I played this game is I found the combat to be incredibly rhythmic, because you just sort of develop that internal sense for when your cooldowns are going to come available again, and you just sort of know, I'm going through the fight, and I'm in the part where I dump all my abilities. And then I'm at the part where I stagger it, and then you're just kind of like managing these cycles, kind of like you were saying, and there's a very like satisfying quality to that.
The runners, the only downside is some of them like involve parries, which the timing window can be a bit scuffed for. but a lot of these at least when I was running it, a lot of the fights didn't require parries, which almost felt like RNG sometimes. But some of these earlier fights are very straightforward. You'll see Shiva going down fairly quick here. And then we notice that the HP locks here, so we go to take care of the rest of the soldiers during the stagger because we're just not going to be doing anything. We just want to wait for this get up so that we can actually finish this fight off. It's one of the few fights.
Playing out of his mind, by the way. This is crazy how fast Shiraishi is right now.
Oh yeah, this is a very.
Well, I wanted. And this is another really cool movement sequence coming up here. And we will sort of have our, I would say the equivalent of fleeing from certain battles here, which is very odd and weird to look at, but it's kind of like one of those don't laugh, it works sort of things. So,
oh yeah.
Do you want to talk about fleeing, Akintunde?
Sure. So, predominantly in overworld counters, you can run away from them and just continue on. Shiraishi right there did a very clever thing, which was to use lunge and the burst to push the enemy and keep going with them. And you could see around his screen, there's a little radial of indicators for where these enemies are. And, we told you, hey, if you lunge and you don't, you're not in combat, you get stuck. But in combat, when you're far away enough, those indicators will shrink. And when that happens, you're both still in combat, but your lunge and your other movement abilities no longer have cooldowns, and they don't auto-target because you're far away enough. So that's like a very big piece of movement tech. And by pushing that enemy really far and letting the other enemies come close, he could go even further. Then, it's possible there that you get a little too far and they fall out, but Shiraishi did that perfectly.
Yeah, I am honestly staggered. That chaining enemies like that and dragging them like that is very difficult. Extremely so. That was very good movement.
It's like juggling. If you miss a juggle, you basically ruin the whole thing.
Yeah, and you have to know the enemy's like little tether distance too, because eventually they'll like automatically fall out of combat, and if you keep going, they'll just not move.
Yeah, so Angel beat the this fight just a second ago and opted to start with a charge slash for parry. The problem is that this boss will open up with different moves, so it does require some working around it, but you really do need to keep her in place, and you need to wait for a hit so that you can use the Cyclone and get that quick cooldown. Otherwise, you're going to be playing with one ability for 20 seconds versus two abilities in 20 seconds. It looks very uninteresting, but a lot of these boss fights and mini boss fights require just a little bit of waiting for the boss and baiting their attacks out to take full advantage of Cyclone's reduction.
I want to give our runners a little bit of appreciation here for using 3 of the different DLC sword models. I know they were sort of talking about that beforehand and all wanted to have a different one. So now that Kanayami's got the Buster Sword, you can kind of see 3 of them here all on the same screen, basically. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think Shiraishi was talking about using one of the swords. It was like, it's too long. I got to do this one. And I'm like, all right. Kanayama's like, all right,
here's my vision.
I got you, dude. I got the Buster Sword. You'll notice that the models for each of them is a little bit longer, but for me, like, it was never anything but the Buster Sword. So I'm like, yep, it's too long, but I also know where the hitbox is, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. Also,
there's something.
Scalers. Clive uses the Buster Sword with one hand.
Yep.
Cloud doesn't.
Cloud's a fake. He's a fake.
Yeah, fraud alert.
Fraud alert.
Also, if you've ever wanted to see the Buster Sword covered in blood, you also get that in this game. So.
Oh yeah.
As a complete aside, I've been playing like a ton of RA9, and there's a mod to put the Buster Sword in instead of the axe. I'm just like, yep, this is it. This is the axe replacement permanently. And the funny part is, like, the middle section won't get covered in blood, so it'll be like clean blood.
I think what we're learning here is if you give Sid the option to use a Buster Sword, he will take it 100% of the time.
1000% of the time. Like there's a negative chance that I won't use the Buster Sword if I can put it in the game. So we go over to the good grief. This is actually where you do the stage select for the independent stages. So Aki would know this better than me, but we're also forced into a short tutorial there. Luckily, we can just quit out immediately, but you can do some pretty cool combos in there, as well as you can do the stage selects to practice the individual stages, or do stage RTA as well.
Yeah, so...
A redstone, artstone. Go ahead, man.
A Rete Stone, yeah. No, I was just going to mention Shiraishi and Angel are both headed to the first kind of like big dungeon of the run, which is going to be also where we get a little bit more mechanically involved in this game, because we're going to, once we finish it, we'll have our second icon. Right now we just have the Phoenix, and so it'll give us a lot more sort of tools in our toolkit after this part.
This dungeon's even cooler in Sierra Norvente in the demo, because they give you Phoenix, they give you
Titan, I think. Yeah.
As well as Garuda. And I believe, is it just those three? It's just those three, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
They hide the Sid, Ramu happening before Titan.
Which is, I remember showcasing that on day one, and I'm just like, oh, this is too much fun.
That's a nice trick. You'll have to teach me sometime.
We should start with the dungeons. They may be holding the bearers.
There's a lot of really cool movement around like tight corners and stuff in this as well. You'll see Angel doing some of that here, but it's just it's so satisfying to do well. And I'm not an action RPG person by trade, but it is one of the things that I always enjoyed about this run, was just how satisfying the movement feels to do well.
Yeah, early game you have very limited options, and it's very much a skill check, because like I said, you want to keep those short hops going, but if you hop too short, you get 6 minutes, or it feels like 6 minutes, but a couple of seconds to think about the mistakes you've made in your life. And why didn't you just hold jump for 2 extra frames?
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of those things where if you're doing a run, you should keep a timer of how many like fails you had that way, and then you just know at the end of your run, like, okay, I just got like 45 seconds of free time save.
We did actually gloss over it. That was a great moment. If you go back and watch Angel or Shiraishi, you may have noticed they were doing a lot of movement there. If you dash at the very beginning of Sierra Norvente, you're allowed to keep your movement rather than having to walk through here, which allows this segment to be done a little bit quicker by being able to dash through here and just maintain your like out of combat movement rather than a brisk pace. I think brisk is a bit unfair with how slow Clive walks in some of these segments.
Like cutscene movement.
Yeah.
He's being too stealthy. We don't need to be stealthy, Clive. Have you looked at your sword?
You get to the top of the stairs and it's just an immediate fight, and it's like, why were we sneaking? There's 10 guys at the end of the dungeon. What did we expect? The door here has 10 more guys, but apparently that's too many, so we jump out the window. It's actually a pretty fun area, trying to maintain all this stuff. And this is one of the places where there's been a lot of innovation, kind of back and forth between using Heat Wave and using Cyclone, and kind of dual wielding abilities rather than focusing on min-maxing and leveling them up for a little bit more strength. This is one of the few places a new game run actually gets to use the multiple select, because there's actually 5 different setups with your icons you can set up. Unfortunately, it's a moot point in like new game. You basically just kind of set up what you have and stick with it. Nice.
Yeah, you kind of.
Or go ahead.
At the moment for all of our runners, you have 3 abilities and 2 slots. So it's like, okay, which one is the odd one out for this particular sequence or this particular fight? So We did also pick up an accessory there on Angel's screen, which will power up Scarlet Cyclone. All of the abilities in the game have kind of like an accessory that is associated with them that either increases damage or decreases cooldown, and some of them are pretty useful to have throughout the run.
Yeah, they can be hit or miss, but the ones that we grab are pretty much the cream of the crop. Honestly, there's a couple of just basic attack power-up ones that are pretty good too. Unfortunately, the like stronger attack power-up one is gated in such a weird way that it's not worth the time to get it. But it is one of those things where you're like, man, I really wish I had that extra 16 strength.
Yeah, you get the first one from the stage kanayami's in, right? The Great Wood. You get like +7 attack. Is that still held for the entire game?
Pretty much. We take it off, I think, at the very end to favor... we keep that on. I think we keep one ability booster, and then at a certain point, we actually throw on the EXP booster so we can buy more abilities. Or ability EXP, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. SP or whatever.
TPXP, AP.
This is so fun too, watching the fight that Shiraishi's finishing right now and Angel just did. They both did it pretty much perfectly, where they did it so quickly, like you have to wait in the massive guards that spawn for your cooldown, or like so that you can use your ability again.
You're
It's
just
so good.
waiting. They all come out and they're like, "It's the bad guy," and we're like, "You're the bad guy. Hit me! Stop trying to hit me and hit me." That's something I yell quite a bit in these early segments.
Yep.
The Spurny and Cheer Day here is actually really nice. This little cutscene here lets us get a full refill. But if you do it right, they'll both group up and you'll hit them both with a Cyclone at the end. And if you do your grouping just perfectly on this phase 2, you can hit them both with a Cyclone as well. Getting 2 hits. Unfortunately, we got to kind of focus down one of them because they'll be just slightly separated at the start here. So you'll notice Shiraishi's going to go in on one of them and kind of back up a bit to get the Cyclone to hit both of them. Nice spacing.
That's beautiful. That's a good setup right there.
It's so slick. There was a few runs I didn't even do that strat, and I'm like, why is this other one taking a year to kill? And then I'm like, oh, I'm just bad. Got it.
But yeah, using the charge shot to position yourself properly, that's really cool. I probably didn't notice that last year.
There's so many little sub setups that runners do. You have to almost ask them personally, because it's super easy to not notice these unless you have a significant amount of experience with this game. You watch the world record and then you watch it trying to learn the new strats is when a lot of this starts to click. Like right here, you watch the fight that Angel's doing, and you're like, why are we waiting? And then they're like, oh yeah, well, you get punched in the face right before a Cyclone, then it shortens the cooldown, and you can use it in the next room. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, or here, why don't you just go in there and start attacking? And it's because you need to push those 2 guards together so you can hit them with 1 rising flame, because it will actually hit multiple enemies if they're close enough together. So
nice heat wave counter too.
Yeah.
So heat wave's gimmick is it counters projectiles, and it's really hard to time, which is why a lot of people didn't use it. Turns out it's really good here because there's a few mages. And Garuda loves spamming projectiles at the start of every phase. So you can cheese out a pretty huge damage bump off a heat wave here. Unfortunately, it kind of goes in the box after this because there's not a lot of easily cheesable projectiles. But every dungeon is kind of unique where we have this flip-flopping of abilities, switching back and forth between everything. That's one of the coolest parts of the run.
Yeah, heat wave in particular on the upcoming boss fight with Benedicta, you actually can use it to skip a phase, basically.
Yeah, it's so strong.
If you do it right.
It's the first ability we level up out of all of our options. We unlevel it after, but actually, I think that was the old strat. I think we stopped leveling. No, never mind. We do level it up. The problem is that leveling up certain abilities, I think, in this fight in older routes would cause you to over damage and send Benedicta into a rage phase where you had to wait for 30 seconds. But I'd imagine the routing is set up now to kind of avoid that versus the issues that we were having before with over damaging.
Yeah.
Like
And
right here.
the heat wave counter is also one of those things where if you land it, it really shortens the cooldown of the ability, and it uses an upgraded version of it too.
Yeah, you'll notice it took like a third of the HP and borderline put her into stagger on its own, which is just so nice. The trick is like that's one of those that's set up though. Couple dashes and then immediately heat wave. You should always get that counter. Phase 2 is a little bit harder. That's the nice thing is you some of these fights you get a freebie at the very beginning, then you get to the next phase and it's like, all right, you better know what you're doing.
Yeah, the second phase is the one that has the big skip in it, if I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, phase 1 is basically a freebie. Phase 2, if you over damage without staggering, she'll go into a rage phase where she'll fly around the tower for 30 seconds, pelting you with little magic projectiles. And the real killer is your projectiles can't kill her, so you're just or hit her, so you're just kind of standing there dodging, which used to be a very big thing at the early onset of the run, was avoiding that and making sure that you did enough damage and stagger in equal parts to avoid that, which is why I was talking about not leveling up versus leveling up, because sometimes the leveled up skills would do too much damage but not enough stagger, so you had to kind of like balance things out. We mainly hyper focus on like the most optimal, highest payout. This right here, we'll wait for the dive. It's always very difficult to get this cyclone after the dive, because if you do it too late, you get knocked back. But if you do it too early, you don't get the cooldown. It makes this phase somewhat difficult to learn, especially because of the cutscene in between. Though the cutscene is working for us with the cooldown coming back, so we kind of got to live with the evil.
Angel did that perfectly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just noticed that one heat wave did like 60% of the stagger gauge too.
Yeah, that's why almost everybody runs in story. Like, action is just longer.
It's grindier.
Combat is more or less the same. You just end up having to do more skill loops. So despite it being on easy, it is very execution heavy. It just limits the, like, it actually boils it down to just pure execution and knowing the scripting of the fights, rather than it turning into a mudslinging contest, at least in my opinion. If you want to run action, feel free.
All right, Shiraishi got it too. Very good. Yeah, I guess maybe one thing just to kind of talk about a little bit, like, there are a couple fairly difficult fights towards the end of this run, I will say, but the combat in this run is, in terms of like danger to you as the runner, it's pretty easy. Like, you're not going to accidentally die, unless it's one of the later fights and you're maybe
I'd say about the
a bit overzealous, shall we say? So
yeah, if you go off script and just start swinging, you will die. But around the mid game is where you start having a chance of dying. Most of the time is it's you staggered a boss too soon and you just lost a minute, and it's like that's your punishment. You're not dead. You feel dead inside, but you're not dead.
Also, Torgal's such a good boy, so helpful.
Intentional QTE fail. It's slightly faster to fail first one and hit the second one.
Yeah, we actually timed it out to skip and not skip. There are some fights where, like, I think once we get to Titan, we start, like, it is technically faster to fail it, but the extra damage is very nice. So I'd imagine the runners are probably going to fail it for the time save, but us mere mortals take the extra damage.
Yeah, nobody in chat is allowed to be like, "Oh, you messed up that QTE." Like, if they do that, they're doing it on purpose. So
yeah.
We'll try to call them out, but yeah.
It's a fun gap between this and hard mode too, because in hard mode you normally skip all of these, give up the free staggers just for the extra 10 seconds you save.
Wow. Kanayama was spamming Torgal to extend the combat length? I never even thought of that. That's so
Very
good.
nice. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
Torgal will be there. Torgal can still hit him even when you're well out of range.
Yeah, one of the biggest struggles is when you're learning this, Torgal and the potion menu are functionally both on the D-pad. Left will swap between the two, and if you get too used to mashing Torgal, you can burn your potions. The big ones, the strength potion, you absolutely don't want to use those. So you usually put it on right, I think, because Torgal's attacks are up and down for the most part. So you absolutely want to make sure you don't waste your strength potions at the wrong time, because that'll throw a fight into an absolute terror. I don't think anybody has used a strength potion yet. I don't think we use it for a little bit longer. We'll be able to buy them soon enough, but luckily none of the early stuff is dangerous enough to really care too much about.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that happens after the Benedicta fight is you do get access to the Garuda icon. And basically, from a story perspective, the best way to understand this is Clive is a bit of a vampire. And so when he sort of like absorbs the essence of another, they're kind of like the human form of the summon, if that makes sense. So he will, he defeated Benedicta, who is the icon of Garuda, so then he can sort of absorb Garuda from her. And so when you gain the new icons throughout the course of the run, that's where you get your new abilities from. So most times when we get a new icon, you're going to see what Shiraishi is doing right now, which is I'm going to immediately go into my menu and I'm going to unlearn a bunch of the stuff that I was previously using, and I'm going to learn some new abilities. Because the game does give you that flexibility, you basically have one pool of skill points that accumulates over the course of the entire run, and out of that you can allocate freely, and you can take back your points and apply it to something else as well, which is really nice.
Yep. That is nice too, is like being able to kind of swap between, which is kind of what makes the route so unique, that it's not like, well, this move is bad 90% of the time, so we're just not going to point into it, but it allows us to kind of flip-flop back and forth. We'll get access to Rook's Gambit shortly. The problem is right now we don't have enough points. Actually, we do have Rook's Gambit, right? Did I just lie and then catch myself in a lie?
You do learn it right away usually, yeah. I mean, I don't want to assume that any of these three are doing the stuff that I was doing a year ago, but yeah, you generally would get Rook's Gambit here.
The thing is, Rook's Gambit, when used as a counter, hits extremely hard and recovers really quick. So it is probably the biggest trip-up point for a newer runner that really requires quite a bit of skill. Unfortunately, Garuda is very a technical icon that is based on applying stagger more than damage. So the counterattack is very integral to making Garuda work. The other two abilities, the Gouge is just super slow, like low damage. You're mashing for just a little bit of stagger, so nobody ever uses it. Outside of, we've bought other more expensive abilities that are just better, so we happen to have Gouge. But for the most part, Gouge just goes in the toy box. We don't touch it at all, and we use Wicked Wheel and Rook's Gambit. It seems like Rook's Gambit has taken over the early game. There was a point where we got rid of it. I'd imagine we're probably going to carry it a bit longer. It is a very strong skill, but it has a very high skill ceiling, and it's also a very strong skill check that can make this run a little bit more difficult. So if you guys are interested in learning this for whatever reason, understand that there is a route where you can just kind of heal out of Rook's Gambit. You really only have to use it for about 45 minutes rather than following what the runners here are doing. It is probably going to be much quicker. But if you would value your sanity and you're still interested in running this, you can get out of Rook's Gambit a bit sooner and switch to a different setup.
I'm hoping we can see if Shiraishi gets the Garuda skip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think initially this was
like
just
it.
kind of... Yeah, this right here was a YOLO.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think they did find a setup more recently. But if you do your movement right here, You can actually avoid the stuns from the falling debris and Garuda stomping on the ground, saving a little bit of time. It's not super duper important, but it is a nice little time save here. In a run this long, you're clawing for every second. That one, however, you can't skip. It's hard-coded that you go into a very slow walk here. There's a few times where it's just get cutscene, brother. Yeah, we do know about the technical difficulties. Management is working on it. Just don't want to bother calling attention to it since you guys can actually see it right now. But thanks, management. I'm glad somebody's out there working on it because it ain't me, and it's usually me.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to take the opportunity to watch a little bit more of Kanayami's technique here, because I'm sure they're doing an excellent job here for Team Choco.
It's so good, I'm left speechless. And I remember that I'm supposed to be commentating it. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll just rewind time. It was good enough. There's VODs. You guys can rewind it. If you're on YouTube, you can rewind it too. There is a YouTube stream this year, guys.
Mm-hmm.
The management had asked us to do it, and we're very glad that they opted to do so. But it's never a hard requirement for any event that's run on the Limit Break channel. But tis what tis.
We can find a little bit more time later on in the stream to talk about general events on the RPG Limit Break channel. I suspect, Sid.
Trust me, there's a reason that I left that period right there. I'm not going to go into promo mode. This is the relay, not mine.
We're getting mostly to see what Shiraishi's doing now, which is this really cool fight where you're fighting Garuda as Clive, and then after this, you're going to be fighting Garuda as Ifrit. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, this is...
Well, it's not technically a spoiler yet, but you kind of, it's not that hard to figure out what's going on, I guess.
The phase that Shiraishi's in is actually really cool. For anybody that's actually played the game, I'm going to steal a little bit of your thunder here, Aki. That you can throw down a lightning rod, and Garuda will just melt herself in that hurricane. It is so funny to watch.
It's super cool.
There's so many interactions with Lightning Rod. I can't wait till we get it. It's my favorite ability, and I also hate it.
It's great when it works.
Yeah, which is not when I'm using it. But you'll notice that our damage is starting to taper off a bit. We still have a little bit further to go before we actually get a new weapon, and the new weapon is whopping 5 points of stagger and 5 points of attack. But that does mean we are off the training wheels, and we have got to work for our lunch. That is the only reason that it's looking so simple early here, that we went from, I believe, a weapon that's 100 or like 90-ish attack and 90 stagger to 160. So we basically have about double damage for the early game. It starts tapering a little bit, but the nice part is we also don't have to bother forging weapons or doing any side quests to make weapons. Luckily, each one of the icons will give you a weapon upgrade that you can forge. But since we already have a better weapon, we're going to skip Garuda's and go to the next one when we have a chance. Unfortunately, the weapon looks great. Too bad it's just worse than what we have. If you do have if you're hard committed to it, though, the Arete Stone, you can also go and change your cosmetics at most any time once you get a certain distance in the run. You can just change your cosmetics to a certain weapon. So if you really like Garuda's weapon, you can make that your weapon for the rest of the game. Lose a little bit of time, but it's a 7-hour run. Nobody's going to hold it against you.
One thing maybe worth mentioning, you were kind of talking about like the weapon upgrades and stuff. We've seen the players, we've seen the runners level up a handful of times, and just to sort of talk about that aspect of the game a little bit, it's not particularly interesting. Leveling up in this game is super linear. It's part of the reason why you really have to get so much mileage out of your abilities, is because you're kind of just at the exact same point in time for a particular part of the story, as the game wants you to be. Like, there's no option to go like grind or something like that to sort of buff your levels or anything like that. You're kind of just at the mercy of where you're at in the story and what the game has given you to that point.
Yeah, for purposes of a speed run, your growth is going to be very basically linear. There's really no exponential growth at that point. A casual playthrough, you might be 3-4 levels higher by doing some side quests. Picking up some bonus things. Most of the side quests are really kind of story accessories rather than actual power-up points. There's only a few that would give you like potion upgrades. You can carry more potions. Potions are more effective. The duration of the potions lasts longer. But for the most part, we make do with base potions. There's also a few that might lead to upgrading weapons, but for the most part, they're not super useful.
If I recall, we do exactly one side quest.
There is one, yes.
Yeah, I know which. We'll call it out when we get there. It is for a very good reason for the purposes of the speedrun.
It used to be one of those where it was debated for a bit, but after like 6 months, somebody did some testing and found movement tech, and then it was like hard required. Yeah, we're getting bullied by the bandwidth of the world, I guess. Luckily, it's during the Garuda cutscene. We got to see most of the boss fight. The Garuda boss fight is fairly straightforward. The game just tries to make you play keep away. Shiraishi did a really good job at keeping close and keeping the pressure on and not over-damaging Garuda. You have to do this really weird balance between, like, just mashing in and, like, letting off the combo so Garuda won't fly away. Which we didn't see. We'll probably see the same thing on Kanayama's side as well once we actually get there, but we have to make it up the hill in a moment. Is slowly but surely catching up. It's unfortunately this game, like I said, the opportunities to save and lose time are quite a bit stretched apart. So I'd expect we'll see a little bit closer towards the end of the game, maybe around the mid, but early game, the gap is, I think, going to stay more or less the same. Unfortunately, we can't see what Angel's up to right now, but I'd imagine they're playing fairly well with what they have. Maybe in the next area probably right now. With Sid looking for the next story development. Oh, gosh, maybe I should just do a story playthrough. It's been a while. Yeah, there's only 2 side quests that are even worth talking about. I mean, I guess I'm on as well, but the Badge of Might +1 is the other one I was talking about. The main reason we don't get it is we would, ideally, you would think you would go Badge of Might and Badge of Might +1 for plus around 20-ish strength or whatever. The problem is that the way you trigger that side quest is in a very inconvenient way where you can't ever talk to the quest giver when it's convenient, and you can never turn it in at a convenient time. So it ends up getting shelved. And that's not even speaking about the slight detour you'd have to make to kill a few enemies. Luckily, it's not too long, so a newer runner can get it if you want. And it definitely does make your life a little bit easier having a 6 or 7 extra attack. Just that extra little bit does end up adding up.
Yeah,
I would say
this game is linear, but early on, 7, 10 attack is quite a bit. That's like an 8% increase.
Yeah. That's part of the reason why we, like, instead of getting 2 Badge of Mights, we just stick with the skill boosting ones. There are some particularly good ones, and there are particularly bad ones. There's quite a few that you can get. Nice. So Kanayama waited for the Drake to attack there to get the cooldown reduction on the Cyclone and hit everything. We've got a nice Rook's Gambit counter as well. This should go pretty quickly. This Drake encounter seems like a chaff enemy, but it's one of the first Drakes you fight, and it's very bulky for this point in the game. And hitting that Rook's Gambit to put it into stagger almost immediately is really important.
Yeah, I guess maybe one other thing is worth pointing out on Kanayami's screen that I don't think we explicitly said before is once you get Garuda, you also get a second set of abilities that you can cycle through. So earlier on, I was talking about how we kind of just had 2 abilities, and that's, what we have to deal with. So you go from having 2 abilities to having 4 abilities. And this entire game is about managing your combat abilities, and this just sort of doubles the amount of tools in your toolkit and just gives you a lot more to juggle as well in a lot of fights.
Yeah, our max is we go from 2 to 4, and our next one will be max of 6. The other thing we also kind of glazed over is that the Phoenix Shift that we've been using is actually an iconic feat, so we have to have Phoenix equipped for that. There's 3 levels to every ability. Your basic, your leveled up, which does more damage, and then the third one is a bit expensive, but it allows you to equip it whenever you want, regardless of your icon. Because normally, Phoenix can only be equipped while you have Phoenix, Garuda, etc., etc. That last one we really don't get into too much. So basically, we carry the icons that we want. Every icon has its own feat, and Garuda's is actually grabbing enemies at a distance, and you'll notice that Shiraishi was pulling enemies in towards them so that we could hit them all with a Cyclone. So now we're at a point where we can use Garuda to pull all enemies in and then whap them with a Cyclone and then move on with our day. It's a very nice actual synergy between the 2 abilities, and it makes me think that they not only wrote the story in a particular way, but they did a very good job of synergizing and balancing the early icons so that they all kind of worked with each other. And when it fully explored, you can get a very synergistic setup with the first 3 icons. Not to say that the later ones don't have a synergistic setup, but it's very early on that you get the opportunity to min-max very heavily if you understand the combat system.
Yeah, and they also encourage you very deliberately in the area that Shiraishi's in right now, because it's the first time where there are enemies in the air, and you have to use Garuda's ability to grab them. So I'm sure that was a deliberate design choice just to sort of like get you using that new ability that you just got.
Joke's on the devs. I'm too stupid to learn. I didn't even use it until we started speedrunning, so...
I just cannot express like how difficult it is to learn how to do that well. What Shiraishi just did there,
you have to
and is doing again right here. Yeah,
you have to 1 be in the air, or else you get locked on the ground after each pull. 2, you need to lock on, grab enemy, and then change your lock on by pressing down. I believe on R3, might be L3, and then grab again, and you have to hit this very rhythmic time of swap lock on grab, swap lock on grab, and it's one of those early mechanics that you have to get it down because Garuda's around for about an hour, and being able to yank enemies in is so important because if you just let them kind of do what their own thing, that's basically what you get at Sierra Norvente, where you're just stuck waiting for the enemies to maybe group around. The Minotaurs here are very bulky too, so these end up being kind of the centerpiece of the fight. They spawn a bunch of stuff around you, and it makes it very hard to lock onto them. So getting a Rook's Gambit there is very difficult, which I believe we saw one, but I couldn't tell between the frames, unfortunately. Kanayama's side, we get a clear look at Garuda. The first phase is fairly straightforward, where we just burst damage her into this phase, and then we just got to kind of chill, charging fires and shooting them out as they turn into Firas. Luckily, the little magic icon normally just says fire, but you can tell there's a little bit of an ignition on your hand, as well as the name will switch to Fira, so you know when to fire your spells off for max damage. Very well timed attack there.
We got the cooler Sid coming in now.
Yep. It is. There are some very good Sids in the series. This Sid is bar none for me the best, pound for pound.
I agree wholeheartedly. He's so fun.
he's got such a good character. His backstory is really good, and just what he's doing in the world versus the other Cids, where they're kind of just like, oh, I live in a castle and I build ships, right? Like Final Fantasy IV Cid's neat and all, but this Cid is actively campaigning to make the world a better place and is taking it on his shoulders to do so. Because for the story, we're kind of in a medieval world and war is a commonplace, and having an icon represent your nation is basically the peak of your prowess in combat or in war scenarios. So the icons very much determine the landscape of the politics and who is the most powerful. And at this point, Cid has said, this is BS, and is trying to campaign to remove magic from the world so that there is no more inequality, because I'm kind of spoiling it, though. If you're watching this, I'm fairly certain you played this game. Magic users are slaves in this universe. And that Cid has seen as a negative thing, rightly so, and is doing his best to make everyone equal so that nobody is a slave, which in theory would work. But history would tell us that's unfortunately not the case. People are not very smart sometimes.
It's also a really cool inversion of a lot of what you see during other Final Fantasy stories and other Final Fantasy worlds, where the magic users are the ones that have all the power and the prestige, or, you know, kind of ruling everything. And in this world, it's exactly the other way around. Like, their powers sort of make them scary to people, and, you know, they're seen as a threat, which is kind of a cool take on just that kind of lore in general, I would say.
And even the icons aren't rulers. They are a tool of war. They're only treated as equal in any sense of the word because of their extreme power compared to other magic users. Yeah, there are some devices.
We got an angel
like
back
crystals.
here.
Oh, yeah! Well, yeah, not frames. No!
Thank you, Tech Crew, for getting Angel back here, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern, you know, it's just 9:40 at night. But something's better than nothing, and we do appreciate them working on this at such a late hour. We're going to be dealing with a little bit lower quality, but we have video proof that 3 people are indeed running the game at the same time, which is a rarity. It may or may not only happen once a year. So
yeah.
a lot of towns, bearers or mages are treated as slaves. This is kind of the first place we're heading here is Martha's Rest, who is kind of aligned with Cid. So there's less of that oppression, but there still are some people that think that way. So kind of the whole landscape of this is based on equality and that kind of interaction between. But Martha is one of the few, like, good people in this world that see this as a negative thing and goes out of her way to care. I guess that's fair. You guys are all UK, so it's even worse. For them. But yeah. Unfortunately, we skip a lot of the cutscenes that really show the gritty underworld of the rich, and that just like use them as tools that can be thrown away the moment they're broken. Because the negative thing, even for icon controllers, is continually using this magic ability erodes your body. So you have to be very specific with where, when, and how you use it, or it will very much kill you.
Yeah, you slowly turn to stone the more magic you use, and the dominants are more resistant to that, but they're not immune to it. Except for Clive, because he's special, but then that one time...
Kind of.
And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clive is a very unique case. Most up till now, the Ifrit icon has not been part of this world order, and it has just been Shiva, Garuda, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. I feel like I'm missing one other.
Ramu.
Phoenix and Ramu.
Phoenix. Yeah.
Phoenix is the fire icon, so Ifrit appearing is kind of an abhorrent part of the story where it's like, wait, what? Why are there two fires? That's weird.
Yeah.
But until now, there's been kind of that balance between, but now that Clive can absorb icons, which is what we know now in the story, where he pulls out Garuda, it has changed the landscape where now there is a way to remove magic and those major military forces and kind of force a form of balance, as well as gain far more power than the other nations so that we can remove magic from them.
Yeah, and we mentioned Leviathan as part of the DLC. Leviathan has been missing for 100 years. So they kind of vaguely know that an icon of water exists, but it's been gone for so long that it's kind of like half myth, half, folklore. Those are like the same thing, but you know what I'm saying.
Between that and the dungeon where the Echoes of the Fallen took place, I kept checking it as the story went by. I'm like, surely this opens. Surely this opens.
Yeah. Why is there a door here?
Yeah, there's just a random door where they kind of that signifies a iconic dungeon. It's just a little bit more convoluted and out of the point at the moment, but it's just there and it never activates during the main story. And then when I finally got it there in the DLC, I was like, yeah, I didn't get scammed by this door.
So we'll probably see some really good Garuda usage here with the Deadly Embrace on Kanayami. Yeah, there we go. Grouping them all up to hit him with a single AoE.
Wow, and he stayed as close to the ground as possible to speed up the Cyclone too.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And the Wicked Wheel can be used airborne too, so you don't have to be quite as low. That's optimal.
Yeah. It's the only unfortunate part is the Wicked Wheel's damage is obviously not as good as the Cyclone. So we use it on the second wave. Because it's worse, it is going to return during this cutscene, and those enemies are all weaker, so the Wicked Wheel can actually kill all of them, or at least get very close.
Should see some really cool use of Rook's Gambit here, and maybe a cool parry on Kanayami's Minotaur fights as well. There's actually 2 of them, so this is the first one.
Yeah, this parry is rather hard to hit. The first one with the Rook's Gambit is not much easier. Unfortunately, the Garuda stuff really doesn't do a ton of damage even in stagger, so it's like, well, it's going to recharge while he's on the ground anyway, so I might as well just do it, I guess. Wow. Very much kept that to the last second, too. That Minotaur was probably within frames of getting up. Whew.
Yeah, wanted to build up that multiplier as high as possible to finish it off, guaranteed.
That's actually a good point. I don't think we've really discussed that.
Yeah.
When an enemy's in stagger, it can go up to a 0.5 damage multiplier, depending on whether you hit it with iconic feats or just through regular hits. So waiting towards the end of the combo to kind of unleash all your attacks sometimes is optimal if it will kill. Obviously, we're really a slave to the cooldown in certain ways, where optimizing the cooldown is usually the most important part, but going for that damage multiplier is also a big part. And luckily, later on, we'll have abilities that'll build that multiplier very quickly, so we can min-max staggers quite a bit. Nice down slash, too. We're using a lot of the basic moves that the game auto-acquires. At the very beginning of the game, you can hold down to auto-acquire abilities, and we opt to do that now because we want most of them. They're fairly cheap, and there's really no reason to not have them for the most part. We also get like a downward slash and a few other things that we've just been seeing throughout here, like the charge slash, charge magic. They can be leveled up to either charge quicker or do more damage, variety of things. But Yeah, that getting all the basic abilities makes this a lot easier so that we kind of have some more options in combat.
That was a nice stagger damage right there.
Yeah, one of those basic abilities in particular, we're gonna actually max out. I want to say it's not the dungeon that Shiraishi and Angel are coming up to, but it's the one after that.
Yeah.
And there's a specific reason that you wouldn't necessarily think about why we level that up as well. So we'll get there. But yeah, some of the basic abilities are deceptively useful, I would say.
Yeah, at like 1,000 foot, it's nice to just have the options in combat, but some of them do outperform others quite significantly. But mainly, throwing the points into the iconic feats for extra damage is really, really important. When we're min-maxing the cooldowns as much as we are, we want to make sure that we get the most out of every use too. It's very interesting, like, balance. That's part of the thing that I found the most interesting was that the skills are constantly changing, and there's really no one point where it's like, okay, we've got the win button. There are some abilities that outperform others, but even then, they're not the only thing, usually because they're fairly well balanced, actually. Nice.
There's a bit of RNG in this fight that Kanayami's in right now, which is basically like, is Sid going to do what you want Sid to do?
Yeah, you're hoping Sid takes care of the Drake there, but you'll notice he slipped forward to the Drake immediately, so he used Wicked Wheel on both the Drake and the Dragoon. The strat I used to go for was Rook's Gambit off the first dive, but this definitely makes a lot more sense to double dip on the Wicked Wheel there. Getting that Drake down also means that Sid will stop focusing on the Drake and start focusing on the Dragoon, so you can switch them into the Dragon Drive move here, which is always going to come out. And then now we're just kind of waiting for him to stop spamming jumps.
Yeah,
Waiting for Sid to like get off his butt, help us out.
It was
He's
very
charging
beautiful using the Wicked Wheel to hyper armor through the jump so that he can hit them both at the same time before the Dragoon moves off the jump too. That was very clean.
Yeah, the thing is with timing counters or anything that interacts with the jump is very stealthily difficult. Getting counters off jumps, not getting knocked on your butt from jumps, all that kind of stuff. Oof. Thanks, Blink. This fight up here is actually there's a few areas in the game. I may not be able to point it out every time because some of them I don't even know about. This hill right here, you want to make sure you're pointing the camera a very specific way to make sure that the enemies spawn closer to the exit here, so they group up a little bit better. And there's going to be a few fights where we're just kind of looking off in a weird direction, but we're making sure that the enemies spawn in a specific spot because they cannot spawn on camera. So if we look the right way, we can kind of force the spawns to shift into a specific area and optimize the grouping of the enemies, because in a lot of instances, they'll want to spawn enemies on either side of you, which obviously if they're spawning at the very edge of the arena, then coming in, it's going to take a while versus they're already in one group. Just go over there, grab, spin, done. One of those gimmicks that doesn't really get talked about a lot or is even very noticeable to a non-runner. We also get our upgrade here. We get the infinite drip and our dad's sword, which is just a little bit better than what we got.
The dad sword, I like that.
It's pretty iconic too. The weapon design in this game is very good.
Oh yeah.
I may forget the names of them, but I can picture almost all of them in my head right now. And they're all named the Buster Sword. Yeah, I do love the trip down the hill here to Martha's Rest because you can just kind of spam the Phoenix Shift.
Yeah. And then eventually you decide to run because that's actually faster, but you don't have a run button. You just have to you just have to be doing the run animation for a certain amount of time, and then the game bestows upon you like sprinting. It's
yeah.
it's
It varies situational whether it's worth running, whether you have an option to run or not. So you end up doing specific movement depending on your scenario. It's
and the route sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm tripping over my tongue here.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna say the route, like the angles and stuff that Kanayami is taking is also to avoid combat zones. Because if you enter a combat zone, you're obviously going to stop running, and you also jump a little bit. There's just a lot of little things. I just love watching good movement in this game. I'm not going to stop saying that probably for the next 6 hours or so.
I believe the repository of the Phoenix is where we're headed into now. We'll notice a very drastic shift in the enemies here from like random monsters to magical machines, I guess is the best way to describe them. Some of these are just awful to try and deal with, and some of them are just easy. A lot of it still comes down to pulling them into the center here. And this is one of the first areas where it starts to turn into a skill check, because the enemies, if there are too many of them, they'll get up after you pull them in. So sometimes you have to double grab them, or you have to be very conscious of what you're looking at. I
think we're looking at. We got the feed. I think they're working on the feeds here, so bear with us for just a second. But we're watching someone. In that.
I think Angel took over all the feeds here.
I think so.
I guess
yeah.
First place is the only place, I guess.
One thing that I always struggled with in this dungeon, Sid, I don't know if it was this way for you too, but like all of the rooms are circular except there's the one door out of the room, so it's just like, okay, I just finished my fight. Like, where's the exit?
Where do I go?
What direction? What direction am I facing? It's so hard to like keep track of.
If you grab too many times, you can very easily get turned around, and you're like, "Where's the exit? Just let me out."
Yeah.
This fight's actually a very interesting one. This machine's fairly bulky, so we're looking for counters, making sure that the Cyclone, we get hit and then use it, as well as Rook's Gambit counters as well to get these staggers in quicker. So it can be a very daunting fight to learn, because the fights are the attacks from that enemy are very like weirdly delayed, or at least it feels like that when you're playing. And you're like, "Come on, attack!" And then you get hit in the face, and you're like, "Die!"
Yep. All right, I think we got everybody back on the correct feeds. Oh my gosh, Angel and Shiraishi are going into the same room simultaneously. This is really cool.
Yeah, now I understand why we had one for all of them, because it was very confusing to know who's who. They're catching up very quickly.
I also really do not like the fights with bombs in this game. They're just so much beefier for some reason than like the rest of the enemies in the area that they're in. And you'll see some cool things that the runners will do to try to get around that, which is grouping them together, but then you can't actually knock them out with like one Scarlet Cyclone or Wicked Wheel. So you'll also see like a Rising Flame fist that'll hit two of them, stuff like that. It's just
and one of the other things that you'll make sure to do is like you'll go Wicked Wheel into Cyclone, because Cyclone will actually push enemies away when it's done, and Wicked Wheel will pull enemies in. So even though it's suboptimal in cooldown timing, it's optimal in you hit them all with both the moves rather than knock them across the room and then have to pull them back in. The combat in this is, like I said, it's very cool, and the routing of the abilities in combat is very tight, leading to a very, very high skill cap in terms of combat execution. This game does have some, having to react to certain situations, but I feel like the more modern ones, Remake, Rebirth, 16, all kind of the point that they shine in is combat and combat execution, versus some of the older games where they're very heavily on reacting to certain situations, making sure your movement is just perfect, staying on step count, things like that. That's the one nice thing about this relay is there's a lot of chance to explain all these different skill expressions that you may, viewers may or may not be interested in, and possibly finding a game that's just right for you to learn, or at the very least that you love in a way of speedrunning and kind of understanding it on a deeper level, where it's very easy to see, oh, he just spams fire cyclone, but it's like, well, yes, but no.
Yeah. There's nothing. I don't think there's a single fight in this game except maybe the first couple icon battles where it's just like, yeah, you can do that like, asleep or whatever. You can mentally check out. Like there's
you're
everything is done the way it is for a reason in this run, and it's truly one of the. I would say it's probably the main reason why you see so much variance between like a decent runner, a good runner, and a great runner. Like they're all doing the run, but it's like some people are playing chess and some people are playing checkers.
Yeah.
And I'm playing checkers, or whatever's below checkers when I run this game, so...
Looks like we had a position swap, too. Shiraishi is up to the mini-boss, and Angel's just slightly behind, so...
Okay.
It's nice to see. You may have noticed Angel kind of pulling, going off to one side of the room. That's another one of those things where it's like you'd think staying in the center is optimal, but pulling them all to the middle forcibly is actually the optimal route, which is very weird. This boss right here, we want to push into this purple phase as quickly as possible, but we're also trying to push enough damage to cause the purple phase without causing the stagger. So it's kind of this weird balance because if we do too much, we'll end up causing a stagger prematurely and hitting an HP lock. So there's a lot of stagger management in the easy run as well, where the action, you're not going to have enough stagger or damage to even think about this, which is actually one of the more unique parts about story is managing the stagger bar while managing damage to force out those HP locks and get rid of them so that we can damage optimally versus just kind of hitting over and over again until thing do thing. Pretty clean Atmos, I think they're called. No, Iron Giants.
Yeah.
The pretty clean fights across the board on both Shiraishi's and Angel's end. Very good. What I was going to say earlier is I loathe the movement in this particular dungeon because I really, really, really enjoy the Odin flies that you can do with his iconic feat. And there is no place where it is optimal in New Game, and it makes me sad. So I literally put it on just for the end game, and I fly down the stairs, even though it's better to use the Choco. I'm like, no, this is too much fun. Can't be convinced.
I love it too, yeah. It looks so cool too.
Yeah. So the Wraith here is a fairly difficult mini-boss that's going to be showing up quite a few times. The trick is that it warps around, and when you're dealing with just the Wraith, it is not too hard. But once you start getting some extra spawns in here, once it warps, it can be very easy to lose track of it. And the main struggle is seeing where it warps to and just immediately getting on top of it again. Luckily, this fight's pretty free because it's the only thing you have to deal with. But once it starts warping around, if you let it, I highly doubt the runners will let the Wraiths warp around too much. In the future. There are a few places where you really don't have enough damage to just insta-give it, but once you get towards the end game, Wraiths should stop moving altogether, almost immediately. I do love that the kind of power curve of this game doesn't really come from your weapons or your stats. It's from your icon abilities, how you point and choose abilities to build your unique toolkit, and whether you choose to power up certain ones or just get more.
Yeah, and I can put that in really good perspective in the hard mode run if you start at level 60 with the best weapon you can earn in easy mode, from there to the end of the game at max level with the secret super weapon, you don't even double your damage.
Yeah,
I'm
not surprised hearing that, actually.
Yeah, it's all about like what abilities you're using, mapping out your fights, and just taking advantage of all the sort of little mechanics the game doesn't put in your face, like the Scarlet Recovery, and I mean the counters do tell you that they reduce their cooldowns, but there's a lot of interesting little places where you make up this damage. Your accessories are also very important comparatively.
Yeah, I guess that's the one really cool thing about hard mode is you get access to the entire list of accessories. And not only that, but you can upgrade a lot of them too, so they're a little bit more effective. Super interesting. Oh, whistling tech. Yeah, we'll talk about whistling tech. You may notice that Kanayama's was kind of jump dashing up the hill and kind of stopped here. There's some times where a character's talking to you, so that's your best movement option. Sometimes you're locked into running. So there's a lot of very subtle movement tech and movement tech changes. Same thing with like the lunging versus the phoenix dashing. A lot of it's very situational, and it's something you learn. Seeing some pretty good Ifrit fights so far. Yes, we're the Ifrit icon. Yes, we are fighting Ifrit. This apodatory is for the Phoenix, but the Phoenix is also shared with Ifrit, kind of like I alluded to earlier. Brothers, birds of a feather, whatever you want to say. But we denied the inner part of ourselves, so we're kind of fighting our shadow right now and accepting that we're the one that, burnt down our actual kingdom and destroyed it unintentionally, as well as we think killing our brother. But we're accepting that part of ourselves right now, and unfortunately it doesn't lead to a new icon, but it is a very cool story moment. Also, this boss is annoying.
It does lead to a very cool new mechanic, though, which we'll get to in just a second. But, whomst among us hasn't been in kind of like an emo mood and just fought your dark shadow?
Yeah, I mean, who can't be guilty of fratricide? It's just it's something that accidentally happens all the time.
And then you learn the truth.
Yeah. So this fight's pretty rough. Our shadow usually spawns at a distance here, so closing the gap is super important, and making sure that we do the combo line is actually really tight. Reacting to each one of these attacks and chaining it together properly, we should be seeing staggers very quickly. But this is one of the first points where you can very easily kind of accidentally fall off the script, and then at that point, you are very much routing on the fly, and you are doing your best to min-max with completely, untimed special abilities and such. So this is one of the first fights that can really spiral out of control, and will probably, for a newer runner, even myself, will be the bane of your existence. Rook's Gambit is super powerful. Problem is, timing it can be very deceptive. And you'll notice Angel right there actually grabbed with Garuda there. If a boss is in half stagger, you can do a longer animation with the Garuda grab and force them into a shorter stun state. Most runners don't use it because it's very long animation and really doesn't get you much out of it. But it will kind of flatten out the rough parts in a fight and can be very useful. Shiraishi here on the this fire pillar phase, we want to do as much damage as possible because he's actually damageable. If you do this right, you can set up for a stagger almost right out of it. And if you do things correctly, you can clip through another HP gate. Unfortunately, that fire pillar can and will kill you. So it's one of the parts where you can spam potion as well to survive it. You really a lot of runners like myself will back up instead of staying right in the fire pillar. But it is an important chance to hit those Rook's counters or reduce the cooldown on your Cyclone as well.
And I believe if you play it perfectly, you can actually skip that fire pillar phase, and I'm pretty sure Angel did that.
Yeah, it's a very tough thing to do because you have to manage your staggers and your damage in such a way where all the cooldowns line up that the one stagger just does enough damage to force past that pillar phase. That's why you get frustrated with this fight. Is you see that pillar and you're just like, well, I guess I get to pin him for a third of his remaining HP over 30 seconds. Yay!
Yeah, this is normally a game of like seconds here and seconds there, but that is like a 30-second time loss if you don't skip the Hellfire.
The bosses are the big point to practice. But I will say, outside of the cutscenes in inner boss fights, in the actual boss fights, you can save anywhere up to 50 times, and basically the game autosaves after every single fight, so there will be no need to safety save, and there is zero risk. The worst thing that can happen is we get halfway through a boss fight and die, and then we have to start the boss fight in the middle, and the script gets thrown out the window because the boss's stagger bar is in a different place and the HP thresholds are in a different place, so we just got to kind of play it by ear. I highly doubt any of the runners will get there, but there are some places where you just kind of stand in damage and go potion, 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 where it could turn ugly, but it seems like a lot of the runners are playing it safe, and their skill level is more than high enough for that to really not be an issue, at least not for several more hours. The dangers, like I said, arise around the middle. You'll notice Kanayama's doing the same thing I was talking about here with Angel. It's a little bit easier to see, but we went to one side of the room and started pulling everybody into the middle. That way to kind of manage them. Wicked Wheel to pull them up, and then use that wing, like Moonblaze mentioned earlier, to hit the remaining bombs, because the Wicked Wheel will actually group the enemies in a cluster on top of each other. So rather than using a Cyclone, which is an option there, you can use the wing instead to hit all of them, which is what I call it. Some of the names I just have a pet name, or moves I have a pet name for, and that's just what I use.
Sometimes those names are better than the games that they gave them, let's just be honest.
I mean, if I was creative, maybe. But yeah, luckily we're kind of trapped in a cutscene here. But Moonblaze did mention it. We actually, by besting ourselves here, the Shadow, we got access to the Limit Break feature, which is extremely powerful. The main thing is it gives us an unkillable state. So if we pop it when we're in dire need, we cannot die while it's up. It does have other features, but I'm going to let somebody else explain that because I'm yapping way too much.
Sure. So Limit Break gives you unlimited hyper armor. There is a small cost to that. When you get hit in Limit Break, there's more hit stop, which is very minor, but when you're talking about a 7-hour run, you're talking, it might add up to minutes. But you receive a 10% bonus to all of your stats, so you do 10% more damage. Defense in this game is not linear like damage is. I don't know how it works out, but it rarely matters. You're not going to die, hopefully. And then it gives you access to a new, quicker, longer combo that is 8 hits instead of 4. It's also the same in the air and on the ground, but its best feature is that the Limit Break sword combo is very good for parrying things.
Yeah. You'll be noticing that like most of the time we're trying to parry something, there's usually setups with the charged sword slash, where you kind of like some runners like myself will back up to wait for the enemy to kind of start up, but once you get to this level, a lot of them are staying close and trying to hit it as soon as possible. But that hit stop and the hyper armor makes it easy to just kind of mash the attack through and hit those parries.
So we were wrong twice, actually. Or I'll just say you were wrong twice, actually, Sid, because we get the Ifrit abilities now, too, and Ignition is the thing now.
Ignition, yeah, you're right.
Before we talk about Ignition, I just want to add one thing to that whole discussion of Limit Break that I didn't hear mentioned, which is Limit Break allows you with certain other abilities and in certain situations to actually animation cancel, which is really cool to see, and I'm sure we'll see it done a bunch of times. where you can actually use it to escape from a longer animation from a different ability and kind of get back to the action a little bit faster.
Yeah, you'll see it a lot with Ramu, with Thunderstorm and Lightning Rod. Limit canceling out of them is much quicker.
So, Ignition, just kind of think of it as a plow. It'll grab the enemies and pull them with you. It does have kind of a narrow plow, so it very much can sometimes, enemies will fall off the side, which is a bit frustrating, but it is a very strong source of DPS, recovers very quickly, but it also allows us to control the encounters and bring enemies to us. You'll notice that both players actually use the Wings of Rebirth, I believe is the name of it, is the ultimate for Ifrit, which is, the ultimates are extremely expensive. But their damage potential is really high. The one for Phoenix, however, is a huge AoE. So as long as we get enemies within a reasonable range, we can just hit all of them. And as you said, Moonblaze, with the animation cancel, we hit limit and the fires are still burning. So we're getting limit out of the flames going off, and we also have autonomous control of the character while we're doing this massive AoE, so that we can move around and try and pick off anything that is looking like it's going to survive, or maybe a little bit further out of the range of the Flames of Rebirth than we want. This is actually one of the most technical fights early game, because getting all those enemies grouped up and moving efficiently down the stairs to spawn the rest of them and then pull them back up, or get the enemies grouped within range, is very difficult, and it's super easy to leave enemies right next to the gate that you start at and have to walk all the way back in a walk of shame to kill like one guy that Jill didn't kill. In my case, there's usually
we've all been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fight is really rough for that. I was not paying attention, I'll just be honest, so it seemed like it went well, but by the time I noticed what Angel and Shiraishi were both doing, they were already fighting the boss. Which is the easier part of that sequence. So
the boss is just a smoke him when you got him. If you got an ability, hit him with it.
Yeah. Also ignition is occasionally movement tech, which we'll see pretty quickly here.
Yeah. If we're not actively fighting and won't fight anything for a few dozen seconds, we'll use ignition, but we also need to make sure to cancel it early, because he always Clive always ends it with a slash at the end, which is basically just ending lag, so we use it for a few seconds and then stop it. Luckily it's fairly fast, and we don't have to worry about hopping around or anything. It's really just that ending lag that we've got to keep an eye on.
It's also comically powerful. Like, Ignition is one of the most powerful abilities in the game. It does about twice as much damage as Scarlet Cyclone, and it has a lower cooldown.
Yeah, the really good part is some of the bulky mini-bosses and bosses just stand there and take it. And you don't have to do anything. You're just like, I'm gonna charge him a laser.
It does have that easy mode quality too, unlike a lot of the other abilities in this game, I will say. But yeah, that is the one ability that I'm pretty sure we do not take off for the entire rest of the run now. So
yeah, it's too good.
Yep. It does everything we could possibly want an ability to do.
Yeah, there's a few abilities that just kind of outperform significantly. And honestly, like, Ignition is probably the nicest out of all of them, because like the things going wrong with Ignition is quite difficult. At most, you'll like enemies will slip off of you, and it's usually just fodder. And it's like, oh, that's annoying, but we'll be using it quite a bit. It's one of those nice things, because I think it's one of the abilities I kind of ignored casually, and then in the speedrun, I'm like, whoa, this is good.
I think the speedrun helps you appreciate that. When I played the game casually, I think I probably just assumed that every time you unlocked a new icon, like, those abilities were better than the previous ones. So I think that was maybe part of it, but also you do get accustomed to using certain ones, and so it's like, okay, do I want to keep using the thing that I've been using for 10 hours already, or do I want to switch to something new that I've never used? And a lot of times it's like, it's just easier to stick with the thing that you feel comfortable with already, so.
Yeah. Ignition does really not stack up well against Chaff unless you're knowing where every enemy is spawning and you're like, okay, well, I can grab all of them if I kind of circle around this way. But in a casual playthrough, it's very hard to make it perform at
That's
its
true
maximum.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of its, you talked about enemies falling out. There's a thing that's been happening that you don't notice casually as much, but most abilities in this game cannot kill enemies until the final hit. It's generally just projectiles that can, except for Thunderstorm, of course. So when an enemy falls out of ignition, it doesn't matter if you had already taken them to 1 HP, they're still alive. Of course, you can just, pop them with a little fireball. That takes no time at all. But that is like an interesting, quirk to the battle system. Is like, you've got to make sure, when you fire off a big ability that it's all going to land. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of damage, and also you actually can't kill whatever you hit.
Yeah, that's one of the nice thing about the early game abilities is they're so simple that it's very hard to whiff. And if you whiffed, you didn't hit them anyway, rather than you miss the final hit, because that does come up with some of the other abilities a lot more often. You've really gotten to a point where that's
especially.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wind up. I love
Big,
it.
Like
swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, missing with a wind-up is probably unparalleled in terms of. Missing with a Rising Flames also feels really bad too, but yeah, missing with a wind-up is probably the worst feeling in this game.
It's a very long 30 seconds. You're just sitting there yep, it's just a skill issue.
I think the only thing that's worse is firing off a Giga Flare at something that's gonna change phases anyway, and you're like, well, I guess I get a 60 seconds to think about how I'm a big dum-dum.
Oh yeah.
I have to tell you about this experience I had with Giga Flare because it makes me laugh. But in the last run I did, full game, I was fighting these two mini bosses and I Giga Flared both of them. I lined them up perfectly and everything, and then one of them staggered, and it teleports you to the enemy you staggered. So I was no longer lined up to Giga Flare both of them.
Oh
yeah. That's actually something I forgot existed. But when you stagger an enemy, it just repositions both you and the mini bosses depending on the side. Some of them will just fall in place, but the bigger ones in the arena, with the Iron Giant, it'll reposition both of you at the moment of stagger in a lot of these instances, where you're just I was doing a thing. Thank you, game. So it's one of those things we do have to make sure to play around too, because it can cause some of the set in place abilities to whiff in a really unfortunate manner. So we have to be very mindful about all these different balances.
We're what, 20-30 minutes away from having access to Lightning Rod. Look out for it with Lightning Rod when they're fighting mini bosses or bosses. You will see it. They'll throw down a lightning rod, do something, stagger the enemy, and for some reason, lightning rod's on the other side of the arena.
Yeah, it's lightning rod's pretty cursed in a lot of ways, but it's very, very strong. But I'll have plenty of hours to complain about how lightning rod is wronged me in the past.
I really want to watch Kanayami's town fight here coming up.
Oh yeah.
With Flames of Rebirth, that we kind of didn't point out how. We talked about Flames of Rebirth, but I think we kind of talked about it after the fact. So this is going to be a really cool sequence coming up here on Team Choco's feed.
This used to be a really abysmal fight. It was around the time I started learning it, Flames of Rebirth got added here. And one of the big things, since a lot of runners were still used to just kind of using other abilities, we'd accidentally fire off Flames of Rebirth, and that has a 2-minute cooldown. There was 2 minutes of exaggerated speech going on after that happened. I remember watching Crystal throw out a Flames of Rebirth and had some words for the situation, and I couldn't have agreed more, honestly.
So, I do have a question. Shiraishi went out and got a waypoint that's out of the way. Do you know why?
I know one of the more modern updates added like waypoints. I think there was some discussion about whether it was faster to grab this waypoint or not. I think it's runner's preference. Last I checked, the call on the waypoint was that like getting them early wasn't worth it until you had the Chocobo. But it may have changed in the interim of like year and a half, or there may have been some other things found that made it quicker. There's only like 1 or 2 waypoints like that that were like even discussed, though. Most of them you get later, when it's most convenient.
And yeah, Kanayami did that fight super well. It was a lot of herding enemies to a certain part of the battlefield, and then he recentered Clive in the middle, did the Flames of Rebirth, canceled it with the limit break, which is something we talked about a little bit ago, and then just kind of did a quick check to make sure that everything was dying, and got it perfectly.
Yeah, I think all 3 runners hit the Flames of Rebirth strat really good. The cool part is canceling it with the limit so you can move around, and then it basically turbocharges the Flames of Rebirth damage too, because you're in limit as well. And then the trick is like canceling it, but still getting the min-max out of it. It's a really cool interaction.
Yeah.
Limit has some really cool applications.
It's a fun cost cost analysis, because Flames of Rebirth is like the best way to fill up your limit gauge too.
Yeah,
but if
that's
you're
true.
in limit, you can't fill up your limit gauge. So do you take the limit, or do you take the extra damage and just kind of, sacrifice? Because if you cast limit and then manually deactivate it, you always lose an entire bar. If you get into a cutscene, it will stop wherever it was, and we just saw that with Angel.
Yes, you'll notice that we're aiming to cancel it at 1 bar, because if we don't have a bar, we can't activate it. There's some cases where it's just all in on the limit break, usually during staggers. But there will be a lot of times where we need the extra damage to clear the room efficiently and then turn it off. But this is another one of those. Limit break management can kind of be a really... it can give a lot, and it can make things very fun. It's basically a strength potion that we can get a lot more consistently. But strength potions, I believe, also offer the 10% buff, but only for 30 seconds, I want to say. At least at base level. 60? Okay.
Yeah, it's 10% for 60. It goes up to 72 when you do the quest in regular plus new game.
Gotcha. I couldn't remember what exactly they were, but that 10% is pretty big. Luckily, we can carry 2 without buffing our potion pouch. Which, I mean, would be nice, but the potion upgrades are extremely long side quests that are very far out of the way to pick up and turn. Well, it used to be that a lot of the side quests, we'd have to factor returning as well, but the more modern update of this that pretty much everybody's running on also added a quick return when finishing things. So there'll be a few side quests that are sped up a bit by being able to just hold a button and return back to X Giver. But for the most part, it's just main story quests and doesn't apply. Ooh, cannon guy.
Oh yeah, the cannoneer.
This guy is like the gatekeeper. He's usually the first outside of Shadow Clive that really like starts challenging you. We're looking for a lot of these parries here, and getting them it's just not easy, honestly. I believe a lot of the routes used to get rid of Rook's Gambit by this point, so it's very interesting to see Rook's Gambit used here.
Yeah, I agree.
It's definitely a super high skill ceiling to use Rook's Gambit. It's a very, very big payout, but you whiff that, and you got 30 seconds to think about how you're going to make up about 10-20% of your damage. This counter or parry right here is very nice too. One of the things you can do in this second phase is just kind of back up and hit with a charge slash, but jumping right into his face to hit that parry makes the timing window really awful. So it's really cool to see the runners just walk up and go, no, I'm taking my turn. You'll notice that we pop the limit during the stagger here to keep pushing that multiplier up, as well as just apply damage as quick as possible.
Very nice.
It is some very clean Cannoneer fights.
They're pretty much synced up again too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm loving this like little bit of back and forth we're seeing. Nobody is significantly ahead or behind, minus the way that it is. But if you look at the graph, wow, actually, when I was like watching remake, I noticed we were like nearly 20 minutes behind, and we're back to like 10. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, Choco's closing that gap nicely too, slowly but surely as well. For as entertaining as it is to watch Shiraishi and Angel kind of be synced up here, Kanayami is also just having an incredible run.
Yeah,
Maybe we can have a repeat where they sync up perfectly in the Bahamut fight again.
I mean, everybody loves Bahamut besides the runners. Yeah, we keep the Flames of Rebirth here for a lot of the larger rooms to just kind of handle them quicker. Once we get better options, we'll start swapping things around. It is basically like we kind of stick with a setup for a dungeon or two, and then we change things up as we either get enough points to buy something significantly better, or in a lot of cases to my brain was going somewhere. I don't know where it was. Angel, you'll notice right there, actually like closed the game and reopened it. This is one of the cool things about that autosave I was talking about earlier. If you use an ability and you need it again immediately, if you load the last autosave, the game does not keep track of your cooldowns, so you can get everything back for free. You do lose some time to loading the autosave, but it is the easiest way to reset if you make a mistake in a dungeon, because a lot of these smaller fights don't require every single bit of gas you have. So we're kind of very piecemeal, shooting off one ability to ability, and then holding on and kind of like staggering our cooldowns. But if you accidentally make a mistake, you can very easily just reload and auto load. So it's a very giving game. And in some cases, you use it on purpose, because it's just faster to clear the fight and then reload the game, because the autosave is just right there. So there are some places where it's been routed in. I didn't realize we had routed it into this segment as well. I was pretty certain we stuck with the cooldowns, but I'd imagine this is probably part of Rook's Gambit, as well as using Flames of Rebirth, which I don't believe was part of the route initially. We used to just use it in one fight and then take it back off, but it looks like micromanaging that 2-minute cooldown is speeding up these rooms significantly enough that it's worth reloading an autosave, which is super cool to think.
Yeah. And this is a little bit of PC privilege too. On PC for this game, you can map every individual menu screen to a hotkey. So Shiraishi was slightly ahead of Angel, but because Shiraishi's on PS5, they had to open the menu tab all the way over, and also it loads your save file slower on PS5. Whereas Angel just gets to hit a button and they're immediately on like the data screen and can load much quicker.
Yeah, the memory is pretty or the menu is pretty cursed on the PlayStation. And that's part of the reason why like we mainly do skill routing and then like swap it, because they're right next to each other. But if you go to do a load and you're on the skills or like potions menu, you have to jump over like 3 or 4 tabs, which isn't exact
screen.
Yeah, if you look,
boy.
If you over menu or menu the wrong direction of the map screen, good luck, buddy. Enjoy the 10 seconds of sitting there watching all the new little icons be placed.
And also just being lost because you like your muscle memory is like suddenly out of whack.
Yeah. And unlike other Final Fantasies, there's no such thing as like configuring cursor memory in this game. And every time you teleport to a new area, you have to open the map screen, which means the next time you open your menu, it is opening to the map screen.
Yeah. The config setups in this game are kind of cursed. Like I mentioned earlier that the potions and Torgal were on the same thing. Even if you go into the config menu and like custom map, the potions and Torgal will still be on the same exact button regardless. So what I mentioned earlier about spamming Torgal attacks and then accidentally using a potion because you're on potions, there's no way to get around that. The game is just like, nope, Torgal's Bite and the up potion are always going to be on the same button, so you just have to be mindful of it. This is one of the first fights where we have a Wraith just kind of teleporting around in this next area, where you've got to keep an eye on him. This first fight's fairly free. We just kind of yank everything into us and spin to win. Oh, well, I guess we actually ignite because it cools down quicker. But managing this fight and the Wraith at the same time is actually quite difficult, because he'll warp to the other side of the arena, and there's not much you can do about it other than get over there. And the lock on this in this game can be quite fussy. So if we don't one cycle the Wraith, things are going to get real disgusting. Ooh, Shiraishi actually pulled with a icon? That's new. Oh, yeah, Flames of Rebirth would change how you do this.
Yeah.
I think I like the new route. Rook's Gambit, I can take it or leave it, but spamming Flames of Rebirth, I think I'm sold.
I have to call something out that I noticed Kanayami doing, and honestly, it's been happening the whole run, and I can't believe it's taken us over 2 hours to mention it. And we're in a dungeon right now, so it's not going to come back around for a little bit. But the next time you see the runners moving in town, watch how they like bump into the sides of people to get a slight speed boost. It is hilarious, and it is absolutely movement tech that exists in this game.
Yeah, pardon me, excuse me is optimal.
Yep.
Sorry, I need to go a bit quicker.
I mean, it works in real life too. No, don't try this. Don't try this at home, folks.
Drifting speed boost, yeah.
Don't bump into random people. Yep.
So
now let's just
one-
fight one of the coolest dragons in Final Fantasy history here.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame, actually. Like, this Ether Dragon is the coolest out of all the variants, in my opinion. It's also one of the most difficult because we have so few options. And then you start out at a pretty significant different distance away from the boss here. I'd imagine this is going to be kind of interesting since, well, I guess we'll have to see if we still have Flames of Rebirth or if we swap to something else. The problem with Flames is you kind of have to all in on it because it's so expensive. Oh, yeah, of course, we could just use Wing instead. Obviously, why wouldn't you?
Because the icon loadouts, it's a lot easier to set those
Yeah.
up now. That was added with the Rising Tide DLC, just so everyone knows. That was like a year and a half after the game came out before you could configure more than one icon set.
Yeah, you'd have to swap everything. So playing casually was a bit dirty, but now that they've added it, it's a lot better. I guess that must have added to this because the wing ability that I keep yapping about, where he just kind of does the uppercut with the wing, is just free. You get to keep it regardless. And same thing, I think, with Cyclone, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep. So those are just free Phoenix / Ifrit abilities. So as long as you have the Phoenix equipped, you can use either of those for free. You can't use the upgraded version for free, but it makes sense now. You point into Flames of Rebirth, and instead of upping Ignition, you use Flames of Rebirth and Ignition to get both of your DPS, and it clears the rooms quicker, that it offsets kind of a weaker boss fight, and then you just switch over to Wing or Cyclone, depending on the situation, for boss fights instead. That's pretty slick.
I just saw Rook's Gambit on like a Fire Blast, and that was just so cool. On Angels.
Yeah, hitting Rook's Gambits, I can't say it enough, is incredibly difficult. The timing on it feels very fussy. And a lot of runners were super glad to get rid of it around the time you enter this dungeon. But, when I was like, I don't know if I want to run this game, because I know we're going to keep using it eventually because it's really good, but it's really hard to use. But there is a route that won't require it. The problem is it's just high DPS, recovers really quick, and it's really good for staggering enemies too. So it's just like it overperforms in every category as long as you can time it properly.
Mm-hmm. That was a really good Cannoneer fight from Kanayami too for Team Choco.
Yeah, beautiful.
I mean, they've caught up by 9 minutes. It's almost a shame that we have been kind of focusing on Shiraishi and Angel, with how well Kanayama has been just performing every single one of these fights and shaving just little bits of time and clawing it back over 2 hours, 9 minutes of time. It's really wild to see
long way to go. I mean,
yeah,
the gap's gonna get even closer in all likelihood. So
it's one of the beauties of this relay is that there is, until like the last couple of games, there's really no point where you can say this team's gonna win. And even then, it can very easily shift because these games are not all execution based, or there's RNG, or there's a step count that is execution as well. Like each one of these games has a significantly different level of skill expression, which makes the entire series just great to be able to enjoy every single year.
yeah, it's going to be fun on Monday when we close out with FF9, and a couple of the final bosses in that run are definitely a little bit RNG finicky, I will say. So it's not going to be over till it's over. I will say that for sure at this point.
Is 9 the one where you can stutter step on the world map to avoid encounters altogether?
That is 9.
Like I said, there's so much tech from each and every game. It's hard to even keep it straight.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah.
There's a reason that not only the FF relay, but like the limit break community is made up of so many different people, because there's so many different skill levels and skill checks that we all have. Nice little fight here from Angel and Shiraishi, where we're kind of pulling all the enemies together and catching them all with ignition. You can't always get everybody with ignition, so you usually have to kind of clean them up with a little bit of here and there, but that's the nice thing of, like we said earlier, the cutscenes still running the cooldown timer. We can usually go into the boss fights with everything. Unfortunately, Typhon here isn't a regular fight. We get another wonderful, iconic fight here. And this one's actually a really cool one that should go fairly quick. As long as we handle Typhon appropriately, you can very much keep Typhon on a really tight leash if you do this fight correctly.
There's some really cool tech that we should see in this fight. One thing I was alluding to earlier, one of the basic abilities that I assume, I didn't actually see them do it, but I assume Shiraishi and Angel both mastered Magic Burst. Because there is an iconic ability that Clive uses. I believe it's called Backdraft. Is that correct?
Yes. Backdraft.
Which maps to Magic Burst, essentially. So it's like the iconic version of Magic Burst. And when you master Magic Burst, it makes your backdrafts more powerful. And Backdraft is going to be a really important part of this fight. And if I remember correctly, this is also the first fight where you actually get to use Backdraft.
Yeah, this is the first real icon fight.
The nice thing too is it also increases your like fireball charge too. So if the enemy is out of distance, you can just kind of pelt them much quicker with those charge things. There was a point where I thought maybe we'd use the one of the accessories that slightly, ever so slightly, speeds up your charged magic as well. But I never got a chance to actually check if it worked off in the icon, which is where it's mainly useful because we're very limited in icon form to the amount of offenses that we have. But the icon fights are actually so well routed that like a lot of it doesn't even come up. Icon fights are actually kind of like the difference between somebody that's running this for like enjoyment and actually grinding it out, because these fights are very hard to practice and take a long time to get good at. And I'll be honest, these are the things where I kind of just kind of played the game. I'm not gonna lie.
There's a big impetus in this fight in particular. I remember very distinctly when I played this game casually, like you want to just kind of face tank Typhon, but it doesn't make any sense. Like it's actually faster and more efficient to do the dodges and to do some of the counters and things like that.
Yeah. Casually, you're usually thinking like, oh, I'm just going to schmoove around and stuff, but in some situations, it just pays out to just keep hitting the attack button. Although, one of the other things, too, is the backdraft that we're talking about is actually a combo. Normally, when you keep attacking, the game will end with a normal finisher. Some cases will actually not activate that finisher. Backdraft is specifically a attack magic. Not necessarily that amount of button inputs, but one of the other things
it's a combo finisher. Yeah.
Yep,
you got it.
And then using it in the air too is also deals a different combo and a different combo finisher. So we'll kind of interchangeably like mix those together for what's optimal for the boss. Like I said, that Ifrit has a very limited amount of options, but there is just enough to have some very interesting variety and choices in the fights to actually make it a little bit more unique than just hit button till boss die.
Yeah, the base game doesn't really expect much of you when you're playing Ifrit, because, you know, we've seen on Shiraishi there's like combos to jump into the air, there's aerial combos, there's like the 4-hit ground combo, and then everyone plays the Rising Tide and dies 50 times to Leviathan's press the attack. And it's because they're finally like, you need to know how to play this.
Not gonna lie, I got smoked by that too. That was after I speed ran.
Yeah, same.
Very humbling experience.
So Shiraishi is in the second phase of Typhon now, and there's a really cool skip that I expect he'll be able to do, where you can... Typhon is going to use a Demon Wall ability. Shoutouts to Demon Wall. You can't go through a Final Fantasy game without Demon Wall. But if Shiraishi uses the movement just right... by the way, the icon also has an ability that is very much like Ignition now. Right there. Should be able to actually get behind Demon Wall, get behind Typhon, and be able to attack while Typhon's basically back is turned. So we'll see if he can get that here.
Yeah, the important part too is you'll teleport to the end of the field like this. So you need to move aggressively and immediately, because this first one will always be here. What you may not see is this actual wave around Typhon is damaging and will push you back. So if you don't move around it in this way off to the side, the damaging wave will push you back, and then you'll start getting hit by Demon Wall. Or if you try to get close to hit it from the side, you'll just get hit by the wave, and you won't be able to take advantage of the Demon Wall going out and just pelting him with fires. So that's why we actually back up and just do the charged fire shots like that instead of like just jumping in there and start hitting. We actually can't.
Yeah, and you won't see it hopefully in any of these runs, but the reason you want to do that is to stagger him early, because if you don't, you have to sit through like a nearly 1 minute attack that he cannot be killed during.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the Demon Wall skip and getting that stagger before he can use Katakikau Mini is vitally important to this fight.
Yeah, you'll notice sometimes that we're just pelting a boss and the HP bar isn't moving. It's a little bit hard to see because you're obviously going to be focused on the action versus the bars, but the HP will lock, but the only time the stagger bar locks is at middle and at the end. So if we get to that second half of the bar, we can push them all the way to 1 point short of stagger and then instantly stagger and take advantage of it versus, you know, allowing a huge cutscene move to come out that is just kind of like, well, it's fun while it lasted.
Very nice Akashic Dragon there from Team Choco as well. Looked very clean. And yeah, that fight, Shiraishi's Typhon fight was fantastic, and that really is the first icon fight where you actually need to really test your skill set. And it's nice. The game also gives you some new abilities to play around with as well. So
we'll notice on Kanayama's side that like Ignition is back, but he's not using it. That's unfortunate. What you'll do here is you'll go to use Ignition and then push it into the cutscene so you don't have to cancel the slash. So if you use Ignition at just the right time, the cutscene will end it for you, and then you don't have to worry about ending it. It's mainly because like moving upstairs is incredibly slow because like all you can do is jump and air dash forward. The Phoenix Shift, land on the stairs, lunge, land on the stairs. So moving up slopes is really miserable in this game. So you have to be very mindful about the order and using things like Ignition to take advantage of that. Meanwhile, moving down slopes is like incredibly easy, but also like one of those things you can lose a lot of time on. Like if you're jumping too high and then Phoenix shifting, you have much further to fall, and then you'll end up losing time over that whole hill. It's just one of those nice little movement techs that you were talking about. Moonblaze is fantastic. This game has a lot of macros that are important. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to mention. So little story update here on Shiraishi's game. So we have time warped again. We have Ramu now, and also Sid is not here anymore. So, a couple things going on there. Probably pretty obvious what has happened, but the nice thing is we're the new Sid now. So we got that going for us, which is nice.
One of us. One of us.
It's like being the Dread Pirate Roberts. You get to be the if you do a good job, the previous Sid retires, and you just get to be the new Sid.
Yeah, luckily this gauntlet fight that Shiraishi's in is just kind of like staggered enough that you can pretty much kind of spam your abilities.
Yeah, and we have 6 abilities now. We have capped out, which again is just like, I mean, it increases your power level so much just to have 2 more abilities that you can use in your rotation.
Your cooldowns. The only downside here is you just get auto-assigned the basic 2 abilities from Rama here. You don't get a chance to buy the really good one that we were talking about, Lightning Rod. Fortunately, we just have enough deeps to just manhandle the cat here as long as we do this properly. A lot of it is about hitting parries and the counters as well. The only downside, I think, is we still have Flames of Rebirth, which is a bit weird here. Used to having Cyclone, but okay, I'm not downing the damage anymore. Never mind. Statement retracted. Woo, that is way too powerful.
Yeah, the stagger multiplier build up from Flames of Rebirth is crazy.
Yeah, because it ticks like every second or something, so it must push that multiplier up extremely quick.
Very quick, and it's going up during the limit break animation too, so you don't have to like wait for it. If you ever want to get into stage replay, that little gauntlet fight there is actually a stage in stage replay. The world record on it is 1:15.
I think I might be running this again. Wow, this route's got me hooked. Oof. This is good stuff.
A lot of interesting stuff here, you know. It's kind of hard to call it out, but there have been changes to like the combos they're using during the Ifrit fight. A little bit more complex there. Better uses of like the dodge, the precision dodge into precision counter plus backdraft, because that's kind of Ifrit's best DPS. Yeah, there's like a lot of little things that have changed, but they are, you know, really eating away at the old times.
Yeah, so Shiraishi here is at our new hideout, which is kind of in the middle of the ocean, because the last one fell after Sid died. Titan had a bone to pick with us because he thought we killed Garuda, which we just took Garuda's iconic feat. We actually didn't kill her. Somebody else did that. But we got blamed for it anyway, and it's a misunderstanding that's going to lead to a face-off sooner or later. But it puts us out here in the middle of kind of nowhere. The reason I'm putting this out, though, is this is the place where we'd be able to get the Badge of Might +1. We got the first one for free after clearing the forest at the very beginning of the game. But we get it from a side quest, and I'm going to be an adult about it, from the fisherman, or the boatsman, rather. And all it requires is us to go clear a few enemies that are at the very edge of a map we can spawn into. The problem is the developers decided every time you were close to the boatman, the mini side quest would just be locked. So you have to take that elevator down on a dedicated trip just to talk to him to initiate the side quest, then leave, and then come back. And it used to be doubly bad because we didn't have the quick warp back to side quest givers, but unfortunately it's the slight damage buff just ends up not paying out enough, so we don't get it. I would imagine we probably would if we equipped both Badge of Mights, but one Badge of Might plus a skill booster and the AP booster, which we just got, so that we can learn, get more ability points so that we can buy abilities more aggressively and upgrade them more aggressively, is our third accessory, and that's just hard equipped for a significant portion of the game until we get to a point where it's like we don't need any more points. Everything gets nuked.
Yeah, the Typhon fight from Kanayami is very clever, because when Shiraishi staggered phase 1, they just used 2 full combos into a backdraft finish. But what Kanayami did instead was use the magic burst between each attack and didn't do the backdraft finish, because that attack creates a lot of lag, and you have to wait for the stagger to end anyways. So they mapped out that, hey, if you just do the normal attack with the magic burst and don't do the backdraft, you save, it's not a ton of time, we're talking seconds. But these are the kind of clever, and these precision dodges into the precision fireball counter, they do a ton of stagger damage. They do about as much as the charge shot, but you don't have to charge them.
Yeah, that laser is incredibly hard to dodge while charging forward. Yeah. You'll notice that Shiraishi moved to the right, which is what a lot of us do, and kind of made it a little bit easier. But like I said, this is the difference between like your standard icon fights where you just kind of do them, to like the high tier of runners practicing these, because they just take a lot of time. But there's a lot of time on the table. Go ahead.
I suspect that entire sequence was built around getting the half stagger that disrupted that big attack.
Yep. Right there again, not using,
because it got him to the actual stagger faster at the end as well. That's incredible.
Yeah,
I'm really glad you pointed that out.
Shot. It was one less charge shot. That was it. And then, we mentioned earlier, like, not all abilities can kill unless it's like the final hit. A lot of times when an enemy comes out of stagger, even if they're at their HP gate, you have to hit them one more time. But what Kanayami did there was use the wildfire, which hits really quickly, even though it's very weak. So that, instead of trying to time it like right as soon as they come out, I'll smack them. Just use this rapid hitting ability so that the moment they come out, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, I started running around the very beginning of this, and everybody's like, I am not routing icon fights. It is so interesting to see what these fights actually look like when planned out properly, and a lot of times put into them, because a lot of it we kind of did a very like basic pass, but the high levels, like you're talking about with avoiding lag, making sure we don't use moves that like push us back, or focusing on high stagger versus high damage is really cool to see.
Yeah, you're go ahead. You can finish.
No. I did. What thought? It's gone.
Your ability to sort of titrate stagger damage as Ifrit is very limited. All of the combos, like all the regular attacks into the backdraft, they do like equal stagger and HP damage. The magic burst between, they do a little bit more stagger damage, but like the counter shot, so dodging and then using the shot, that does like triple stagger damage compared to HP damage. And then a few of the backdraft finishers have slightly higher stagger damage to HP damage. So Kanayami did this separately from me, but recently I had taken like the record on Rising Tide, the DLC for not the Rising Tide, the Heir of Hours, the stage replay DLC for Leviathan. And in order to beat Dorius, because he's so good and so consistent, I was finally like, you know what? I'm going to sit here and route out every single combo for Ifrit to see what's optimal for every single attack. And boy, did it suck, but it makes a big difference.
It is really just the little things and the little micro optimizations in this game, though, at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the idea of just keeping Flames of Rebirth the whole time and just kind of making the best of it is so interesting. Rook's Gambit, I always felt like was a pretty obvious optimization, but if you miss Rook's Gambit, you lose a lot. So it makes the early game much more high risk, hard committing to that. So it made sense to step away from that as quickly as possible to more consistent strats. But, after 3 years, I'm not surprised that the run has been pushed further and further to the limit of what the early runners thought was reasonable or consistent into a much more elevated state.
Yeah, and gonna give a shout out to the previous record holder, Yutamoda. He used a lot of the older strats, but he's so good at this game and so consistent that Kanayami, with all these optimizations, only beat him by 2 minutes.
Yita's route, I tried to learn, and there was a lot of stuff that I just had to go, I can't. I literally can't do this. I have to do this fight a different way. Not to say that I'm some sort of like really good runner, but his execution was on a completely different level from a lot of the runners. And some of the things that Yita could squeeze in, I would say it's worth watching Yita's run, because you'll see, after looking at this, you'll see a lot of very high execution with the older strats that is very out of the ordinary. It's a great run.
He is so crazy. That's why his record stood for 2 years.
A lot of people like saw that and was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm cashing in."
Yeah, and like remember, we got the icon loadouts. You can play on PS5 Pro and have like better load times. You've got the autocomplete. 3
advantages, and we just couldn't. Yep. Because I think that was also before the quick turn-ins, the quicker map warps.
Yeah.
Like Yita did his run under the circumstances of a lot of quality of life features that just didn't exist, but it was still. I wouldn't say it was completely unbeatable, but like Yita had min-maxed what was possible at the time. I imagine Kanayama can push it a little bit lower, but. It's was a very good record.
You know, I did at the beginning of this look up like Kanayami's speedrun.com profile. Their first submission to this game was 2 months ago, and it was the world record on PC.
Yeah,
then,
not
that's
surprised.
Crazy. And then 2 days ago, I guess during a practice run, they set the world record on console, beating Yita by 2-ish minutes. So yeah, I hope Kanayami sticks with it, you know, because we've theorized sort of how much time you could save if you just went all in, but going all in a 7-hour run is like a scary prospect. Also, Chocobo.
Yeah, so this is the one side quest that we do. It used to be that it was kind of early on. It was kind of contested whether Chocobo was worth it or not. And then they found a drifting tech that makes the Chocobo miserable to handle, but extremely quick. And it was immediately found out to be much quicker across the course of the run.
Oh yeah, we're going to be playing some Mario Kart soon.
Yeah, you've got to work for your Chocobo tech to save time. It used to be that you just kind of not anymore.
There's no just hold R2 to sprint. It's like, oh, sprint a bit and then hit brake while turning hard left. And then you have to turn back around and mash the attack button as fast as possible to carry your drift as long as possible. It's really cool. And the worst part is the most difficult movement section with the Chocobo is the first one you do.
Yeah.
It is like tight corridors, sharp turns. And if you run into a wall, it stops and you have to start the cycle all over again.
Yeah, most of the Chocobo movement's pretty free. This first area is abysmal, and it's probably the most difficult out of the entire game. So this is really kind of another one of those points where like this is where the really good runners kind of shine compared to the rest of us, because hitting this movement is so hard, and it takes a lot of practice and a lot of skill to land it. This first segment here is pretty free. We just kind of dash down the hill, minus the Shiraishi carrying the combat movement as long as possible so that we can use the charge fires to get pushed back, as well as the lunge chaining. It's nice. It's really nice seeing this like high-level combat fleeing. Speaking of which, we also got a sword swap here. Every one of the icons gives us a MacGuffin to forge into a sword. The first one that we got from Garuda, like what I said, was weaker than the DLC swords, but we do need to forge it so that we can forge Levenbolt here, which is the one that we get from Rama giving us, Sid giving us his powers. The reason Sid ended up dying was actually to stop Typhon, which is a part of the actual bad guy, trying to take over our body. And Sid pretty much gave all of his juice to prevent that from happening. As part of this, we got his powers as well. We get to see some of this Chocobo movement, which is, so much fun to do.
Yeah, we can see right there. Didn't turn quite enough, ran into the wall, and just got hard stopped. But we're back here, Chocobo drifting. Yeah, let's get this hard.
Yeah.
Drifting.
So
Yeah,
the movement with the Chocobo in combat is much quicker, but the Chocobo can just decide to start kicking the opposite direction, even though the enemies are behind you. So sometimes the game just goes, "Ha ha, that's funny. You thought you were gonna have fun."
Yeah, normally like all of your movement abilities autocorrect to enemies, but for some reason when you're drifting as a Chocobo using attack, it doesn't. Which is why you get so much speed out of this. Previously you'd have to like kind of like with the section before Lost Wing where Shiraishi was just lunge magic burst to drag that enemy really far. You'd have to do that with the Chocobo, find an enemy and then just like spam kick on them to get as fast as possible. We get to watch Angel go through the same nightmare.
Yeah, Chocobo movement here is pretty rough. As you can tell, this gorge is very tight, and you have to very much keep a racing line or you're crashing. That's quite literally what happens very often with the Chocobo here. Very good on the second one, though. We got a good line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be understated how just abysmally difficult it is to keep good movement in this area. You have to very much thread the needle and then just hope the Chocobo don't turn around on you.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very clean. This is extremely hard to do.
Yeah, as you saw from Shiraishi, this is like we weren't selling you a pack of lies. The Chocobo movement is usually fairly free, but that area is the worst.
And look how much Angel caught up just from having a much cleaner movement section there. Already in the fight that Shiraishi just finished, even though they were already in this fight when Angel hit the movement area.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think Angel's using some older strats here too, but it's kind of hard to tell considering the massive gap between running and seeing the newer stuff. Lightning Rod is a very powerful ability that we're going to be seeing pretty consistently for the rest of the game. There are some times where it's not super optimal. Lightning Rod is really strong. If enemy hits it, it hits them even harder. But if we hit it, it does a little bit of damage. The big problem is Lightning Rod has a 60-second cooldown. But if we use it at the specific times, we can actually have the cutscene cancel the cooldown and refund us Lightning Rod. So there's going to be a lot of places where we just don't use it, or we use it at a very specific time so that we can get that full refund. And missing that refund is going to be a big deal maker in a lot of these fights and really limit the amount of damage we can push out. But you'll notice... sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I didn't learn that Lightning Rod got refunded during cutscenes until this event last year.
Yeah, it was something that I want to say Crystal told me about. And I was like, oh, that's why I keep losing Lightning Rod. Because a lot of these fights, like, you think you're just ending the fight quickly for ending the fight quickly. It's you're timing it so that you end it, use the cutscene, cancel the cooldown, baby, you got it. I'd imagine in New Game Plus you have more than enough damage to go around so that you don't really have to force the issue.
Things are surprisingly tanky, but you do not need
Fair.
Lightning Rod because you have so many better AoE abilities for standard encounters. You don't need Lightning Rod nearly as much, especially with like the DLCs, right? Crosswell does like 80% of the damage of Lightning Rod and has a 19-second cooldown. You might as well use that, but Lightning Rod will come back in later because its synergy with Giga Flare is amazing.
Yeah. The thing is, like, a lot of the skills, leveling them up once will usually either reduce the cooldown or increase the damage. Lightning Rod is very unique in the fact that it does neither and just increases the range of the lightning spark when you hit it.
Yeah.
So we end up not bothering for a significant portion of time until it's just like, well, I got the extra points, shrug.
And Sid, you did mention it, but when an enemy hits the lightning rod, it does 2.5 times as much damage. So and it only HP damage too. The stagger damage is the same, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning earlier with the Garuda. You just plant lightning rod during that rage phase, and Garuda just melts their own HP bar. And unfortunately, there's very few places where that comes up where you just plant a lightning rod and they kill themselves. It's just like, cool, all the fun's gone.
You get to do it in Echoes of the Fallen with the first boss. He goes into his rage phase. You just set the lightning rod on him, and he'll just melt his own HP bar. The cool thing with lightning rod too is you'll see we kind of plant it in certain places. You can move the lightning rod by just hitting the button again. It has I think it's like a 15-second timer, 20-second timer. It can exist. But it's also gated by how many hits it takes as well, too. So you can put it on cooldown by either running out the timer, ideally you cancel it with a cutscene, or hitting it too many times. So Lightning Rod is this very interesting route around ability that we very much utilize, like Ignition too. Lightning Rod and Ignition is very potent, where you're getting all that ignition damage as well as triggering the lightning rod, so you're kind of double dipping on these two extremely powerful things. But it makes the route a lot more difficult, but man, is it satisfying when you land those interactions. Yeah,
Flames of Rebirth. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we still have that.
Yeah. Okay, this fight used to stink because if you didn't kill the Drake fast enough, the lightning rod would go on cooldown, and then Dragoon fight would be awful. I'd imagine with Flames of Rebirth, damage is no longer an issue.
Yeah, and especially killing like all the little... Well, crap, I haven't done this fight on story mode in a long time, but at least on Final Fantasy mode, there's like a lot of little enemies that spawn that are flying.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the same because this is not a dungeon encounter.
No, when you finish, or around the time the Drake spawns, there's like 3, I think, or 4 flying enemies. Yeah. But I think Flames of Rebirth just nuked them.
Yep.
After they spawned in, which is like, that was the big struggle, is like, you don't kill the Drake fast enough, you're not going to kill them fast enough. But with that, you just, when you got an AoE that just kills everything, wow.
Yeah, you don't have to think about it. And, you know, it's like the fun little calculus of, well, I'm giving up an attack for the boss, right? Flames of Rebirth cooldown's way too long. But you save a lot of time going in, and guess what? You can kind of just route the boss, so long as you save the lightning rod, to die in 5 abilities instead of 6.
Yeah. That 2-minute cooldown was kind of the like workaround. There were some rooms where it was worth it, but I see that there's been quite a significant effort made to work around having a kill everything button versus having a slightly slower mini boss or boss, which is really cool to see. And I'd imagine even in some instances, because some of these it's like enemy, boss, or mini boss, but a lot of them is a chain of random encounters up to a door to a mini boss, so you can just swap off of it and switch to something more optimal. Or if the boss has long enough cutscenes, you could get multiple hits with Flames of Rebirth. Like Titan is one of those where there's a very long couple of phases where it's like a giant cutscene, or the boss has a very long, drawn-out phase change. The only downside is like Flames of Rebirth is definitely not optimal there. You're supposed to take it off, but it's not the worst thing in the world if you have Flames of Rebirth. There's other bosses where you're like, oh no, do I reset or do I just play it out?
Yeah, you might as well load that save. Whistle canceling.
Oh yeah, whistle canceling is so nice.
You want to explain that?
Go ahead. It has been a while since I've done whistle canceling, so I forget the specifics.
Cool. So we've seen all 3 of them summon their Chocobo. I'm going to say it in different ways all throughout the run. But Kanayami just did. Now, when you summon your Chocobo, you whistle. But it turns out that if you use the taunt ability, it cancels the whistle animation, which is a very small optimization, but time is time. Because when you summon your Chocobo, it will always spawn in a guaranteed place. You know, it's like deterministic based off of where you're facing and where you're standing. So by doing that, you can turn around and get to your chocobo and hop on it quicker than normal. It's another one of those fun, like super tiny micro optimizations.
This is wild. I had not heard of this before. I'm fascinated by this. I love it.
I want to say there's a few other places where you cancel things with taunt, which is part of the reason why we just auto learn at the beginning. Taunt's one of those
that's
abilities.
True, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, taunt's one of those abilities where you're like, this is useless, but it actually has some very niche interactions. It's really interesting in the micro and macro of it. It's just so cool. Almost every one of the abilities in this game ends up having a weird interaction that makes them useful, some more than others. But the idea of like canceling things with taunts, I was like, why you do this better than me? And they're like, can't use taunt. And I'm like, what do you mean? Because the thing is, if you've only played this on PC, you're lucky. On the PlayStation, the taunt is on that giant touchpad in the center. Who touches that? Nobody. Didn't even know. And it's like, it's so weird because you have to like hit this giant touchpad and you're like, but it's not a button.
I got to tell you, you do get to decide your button mapping in this game, but the game does come with like presets. But in most of them, limit break is defaulted to pressing in both sticks. And I've got really big gorilla hands, so like it's really easy for me to accidentally press in the sticks.
Panic
so
limit.
it just like either limit by accident or fail and not get my limit canceled. So I actually remapped my limit break to trigger plus the touchpad.
Yeah, I think initially when this game launched, it had like 3 different control schemes and they all kind of stunk. So like, depending on how early or late you picked up this game, you're just kind of like baked into like, this is it, this is all I got. And I think now they added like 7 or 8 presets and there's actually some variety between them.
And there's full customization too.
Yeah, we went from like, this is what you get, be happy, to we added some slightly more options, be happy, to like, yeah, you can do whatever, fine, sorry, we apologize. And it's like, God, don't we took like 2 years?
Oh, we're coming into the Akashic Morble. Angel and Shiraishi are still neck and neck.
Neck and neck. This Morble has gone through quite a few different phases. Oh, okay, we're going for the... that's unfortunate. This lightning rod into this puke attack, right there. I think I see it on Angel's side. Yep. If you land the lightning rod in the right place and then the game decides to be nice, you'll get a ton of stagger. If not, you lose your lightning rod and you lose some time. So it used to be something that was like there, then it got taken out of the run, then it got re-added. Certain runners would do it, certain runners wouldn't. It is definitely faster if you can get all that stagger off of them hitting the lightning rod and the additional damage. But it's very like hit or miss and kind of hard to land. The positioning can be super weird. You have to kind of like micro move back, I think, to make it hit. It's very awkward.
This is also just such a really... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you can finish your thought.
No, yeah, if you do it right, like you'll see Shiraishi is just kind of melted the HP bar and Angel's still got quite a bit of HP left, but luckily you got plenty of time here. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just such a this fight is such a frustrating fight because it just goes through this whole cycle for like a minute and a half where if you've been paying attention, the stagger bar has been completely depleted the entire time. You just can't stagger it because it's like locked into its sequence.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I think some people moved away from the lightning rod shenanigans, because you could just kind of sit there and spam fire and burn down the HP bar without running the risk of lightning rod biting you in the butt and then being without it when you really need it.
I'm curious if they go the straightforward route or if they take the we're taking the side route for Shiraishi. If you didn't know, I didn't learn this until last year, and I speedrun this game. There's a little side route you can go up here and fight a different set of enemies. But you also you skip a little bit of stage space too.
I hope they all do the side route because I believe it is just universally better, but we'll see. I also didn't realize this was a thing right away because it is actually, I'm pretty sure, the only time in the entire run where the game actually gives you two different options to like branch out and get to the same place eventually, and it's just very odd that it only happens once.
There is one other, it doesn't matter in story mode, but in the first stage, the Great Wood, if you kill the first wave of enemies, there's a little spot you can climb up and skip the second encounter, but you don't have to kill any of those enemies, so in story mode there's no reason to do that. It's a really cool thing in any New Game Plus run, though, because most of these like little jump ups, they have an invisible wall that gates you, but the one in the Great Wood doesn't. So there are really cool skips where you can jump over that entire section, avoid all the encounters, and land straight at the mini boss before Midnight Raven. Oh, we're actually, assuming they did what they did last year, we're coming up on another little lightning rod setup, where we're going to use lightning rod against this plan, and time it so that we'll still have lightning rod left over because we're about to enter a boss fight. See, I assume Shiraishi didn't quite get it, so they just reloaded their autosave to get the lightning rod back, because it's just so much faster.
Yeah, you generally, I believe you generally do a save load there before this fight.
Yeah, they
surprised me last year. Oh yeah, just because it's such a quick turnaround from like one boss to the next one.
Yeah, they're fighting a reskin of Fafnir. He is a different boss. There are a lot of different abilities that he has. Also, Final Fantasy 16 and bit rates just don't mix. This game has so many particle effects all the time. Shiraishi just finished up the Flame Lizard. Angel literally right on their heels, because I think Angel actually got to save the Lightning Rod, didn't have to do the save load. Or even if they didn't, because Angel's on PC, they have quicker access to the load menu. The menu just loads faster a little bit on PC, and then of course, like we said earlier, you can hotkey directly to any menu page you want, which saves a lot more time than you would think. They're both coming up into a big arena fight too. That's having Flames of Rebirth equipped for is going to be great. And Kanayami just entered the stage that Shiraishi and Angel are right about halfway through now. Yeah.
Yeah, Flames of Rebirth is so good in this arena. Even before I stopped running, we would point into it specifically for this fight. So yes. this is kind of where things are starting to meet up with the older route, but we'll see if there's still some more Flames of Rebirth spam, because it is a very expensive move, and unlearning it can usually get us like another move or another move that's fully upgraded, or an upgraded move and a move. So there's a lot of give and take here, which is very interesting to see how much it's kind of been leveraged. Seeing a lot of lightning rod use here. These executioners are very bulky, and if you set up the lightning rod on them properly, you can get them to hit it, as well as get some parries as well to kind of stun them.
Yeah, there's another group of enemies hidden back here, so Shiraishi is actually just, hit the Executioner a bunch. The Executioner will chase because it's a mini-boss. It will always want to go fight Clive. Also, small side note, only Clive can kill boss monsters. Any monster that has a stagger bar cannot die to anything but Clive. But yeah, boom, hit the lightning rod right there, just like you were saying. It gives it a bigger AoE, gives it much more damage, and it hit all of the enemies, so he didn't even have to worry about having an extra cooldown.
Yeah, that's super interesting. The route that I was following would kill the executioner and then come down here. It never even occurred to me to just let him chase me, make him do all the work.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that too. So this is extremely minor, but we just saw an interesting bit of tech from Angel. I did mention the Diamond Dust glitch earlier. So there's this weird interaction in the game where when you limit break, projectiles can double hit, and I'm assuming this was on purpose, but Angel waited for the lightning rod to pop and limit braked, which does actually cause it to double pop based off of the enemy hitting it, which is, it's minor, but it's a really cool piece of tech we learned from discovering the Diamond Dust glitch.
Yeah, Diamond Dust is the ult of Shiva that we won't even have the option to get for a while.
Yes.
But we're also, one of the things we do like to do at the very end of this bridge is we save load to get our cooldowns back. But since the auto save is right after the combat, you want to load the game, then do the menu, then go into the boss fight. It's one of those small optimizations. You do the menu and then you reload and you're like, oh, I don't have my attacks. I gotta load again.
Let's watch Angel hit this really hard parry.
This first phase is pretty much free. The second phase, not so much.
I said that, but Angel actually started in a very interesting way. This battle is the only fight in the game that, other than the fight you learn Limit Break, that puts you into Limit Break, and if you just mash attack right out the gate, you will always get a parry.
Yeah, there's other ways to go about it, but this fight is a really interesting balance between either countering with an ability or, in my case, I used the limit parry on the second half here because it was just abysmal trying to get it any other way. Unfortunately, it cost you a bar, but because the boss kind of gets stunned, you can spam abilities to get your limit break back. Because you really need it in the end phase to end the fight before you push into another invincibility phase. So if you overuse limit here or don't build enough, you're going to sit through another 30 to 60 seconds of boss just kind of runs around the arena and tries to kill you.
Yeah. Clever bit of Rook's Gambit optimization there from Shiraishi. Using the Rook's Gambit to counter the first attack in that combo, limit break canceling it to get the basically free parry, which Rook's Gambit, when you land a successful combo, has a really low cooldown. That parry alone is, I'm pretty sure, enough to bring it right back. And we're both synced up in 11th hour. Gonna drop the lightning rod right there. Yep.
Yeah, that's the most cathartic lightning rod because he goes, I'm gonna explode. You're like, sure, buddy, go ahead.
Have a good time.
Enjoy reducing your health to almost nothing. Good job.
Oh wow, that was beautiful from Angel. That Rook's Gambit on the explosion is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That is hard.
I think you can use Rook's Gambit on the explosion in Shadowclive as well if you let him go into the pillar phase, but
yeah.
Honestly, Rook's Gambiting normal attacks is hard. Doing it on an explosion move like that is really hard to time.
Yeah. The window on Rook's Gambit is smaller than a standard precision dodge, I'm pretty sure. So that was just cinema, as the kids say.
It is, yeah. It's where the difference between boys and men. I mean, if you're really gonna go with the old euphemism, because it's a huge skill gap at Rook's Gambit's. When you hit it, but man, it will bring you down when you don't. Whew.
So Kanayami did expend the entire And yep, they're going to reload their file to get the lightning rod back immediately. Obviously, I don't know Kanayame's damage routing. Ooh, little stick up on the movement tech there. But I do wonder if they had just moved slightly to the right and used that rising flame, the wing attack you keep saying. I wonder if that would have still killed and managed to like keep the lightning rod active so that they could skip. Obviously, it's not very long, but
with that Flan fight, I think it's very hard to hit the damage, and it just ends up being more efficient to reset there in a new game run. There, you can also get a mithril wristlet there, but like defense is so unimportant that I grab it just because. But like you said, defense really ends up not doing much in this run anyway.
Yeah.
It's damage. Yeah, because like I mentioned earlier, with limit break, you can't die during it, so your HP can get pushed to 1, and then as long as you're still in limit break, it will never kill you. Though, honestly, limit break is used very offensively rather than defensively, so it doesn't always come up, but most of the time you would be at risk, you'd probably be in limit anyway.
A very clean fight from Kanayame there, using something I mentioned this for Ifrit, but you don't see like counter shot very often from Clive. But that ignition, that just barely killed. That is some crazy damage routing right there from Kanayame.
Oh, it's when ignition ends the fight, it always feels good. Because in the old route, it always felt like it was just a little bit short. You're like, ugh. Well, I guess I'll just swing my sword a couple times.
It's either short or it's too early and you've got to sit through it, or you've got to cancel it and do something else because it can't kill until the last hit. But that was like, the slash is what killed there.
So you Moonblaze, you want to give us a story update, or do you have something you want to say?
You all go ahead. I've been dealing with a few things here, but no, I'm getting back into it now. I had to
no worry.
I had to have the feed down for a few minutes there. But...
I hit a story point and I'm like, I could do story, and I was like, we've been letting MBW do story, haven't we? I should
Blaze
ask.
loves talking about the story of this game. No, we're on a revenge tour. That's the story update. We're on a revenge tour.
Yeah,
we're gonna beat up Kuka for beating up Sid.
We're back in the land whence we came from. Once a powerful military force powered by Phoenix, carried by our father. Our mother betrayed us because she's a kind of a witch.
Yes, but that's a very good word.
She struck a deal with Titan, and Titan betrayed her. So she ran off to somewhere else, and now Titan's destroying our homeland. So that's to pull us in, but it's not going to work out so good for Kuka.
Yeah,
and Titan.
Kanayame did that fight slightly differently. Instead of beating up the Executioner and letting him run to him, it's a lot of use of the word him in that sentence, they just killed them outright, and then, went over with Phoenix Shift to take care of the other enemies.
Yeah, I gotta wonder which is faster. It might just be a preference thing where they both kind of break even to some extent.
Yeah.
I guess it really depends on skill routing, honestly.
Yeah, because it looked like Angel was relying on the lightning rod for the last group of enemies.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Kanayame is using lightning rod, but they're not doing everything the exact same. So,
like I said, lightning rod's kind of a build around, especially at this point. So the way that you use it will kind of determine the way that you engage in encounters. It is nice that we're seeing a bit of preference and differentiation between, having the exact same loadout but using it in a different manner.
Yeah, and Kanayame there did what I said, just immediately going for the opening parry, whereas, Shiraishi and Angel, I think, both went for the Rook's Gambit first, whereas Kanayame just did it right there to activate the stagger, still has the lightning rod to build up a ton of stagger multiplier as well.
Yeah. I like with this fight, you kind of blow through his HP anyway, so I could see just like deprioritizing Rook's Gambit here, because with the stagger you're going to push him to half anyway, so Don't really
Yeah.
need a full power Rook's Gambit or the cooldown reduction, because when you fire it off without the counter, it just kind of meh.
And I might be reaching here, but if you stagger with Rook's Gambit, because that freezes time, but if you stagger with it, it stops freezing time. That is a, and that's what kanayami did. They used Rook's Gambit as the last attack into the stagger, so it could just be another one of those, you know,
Optimization.
Here's 2 seconds.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, with the micro optimizations that we're seeing. Well, I guess micro in the terms of a 7-hour speed run. More of a optimization.
we're talking, you know, seconds, but these are all like really crazy, and it is still insane how close Shiraishi and Angel are. Like they're on top of each other. This fight is not a very long one, and Angel is, you know, what, 14, 15 seconds behind. They both went for a slightly different route on the initial stagger too, which is kind of clever.
Yeah, this fight is very tightly wound, and you gotta make sure that you optimize each and every hit here by, you know, like taking the counters, hitting the counter gambits and stuff. I remember this one is where things started getting to a point where they could kind of spiral out of control really fast if you didn't use the moves in the right order. Like use Wicked Wheel too early, it's not going to be on cooldown or off cooldown when you need it, etc., etc. You have to like A, B, C, D. Any other order will not work, and you're going to be chasing the Coral or Kite Sith. I'm not sure which the actual name is for this particular encounter, because they use this boss like 3 or 4 times around the arena, and also getting pelted with lightning bolts the whole time, which makes it really fun.
Yeah.
The Executioner here is, oof, this guy. This is one of the fights where you'd have Flame of Rebirth anyway, and dealing with this into the double assassins is such a hard fight.
Yeah, this is a very long combat arena with multiple mini-bosses and a ton of waves of enemies. So even with Flames of Rebirth, you can't just pop it and kill all the adds, because I think shortly here they'll get reinforced.
A second wave, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You've got to kill just enough of them to trigger the reinforcement, and then Flames of Rebirth. But you're also micromanaging the Executioner too, to make sure that you're doing as much damage as possible, and also doing the attacks in such a way where they'll all be on cooldown for the assassin fight, because you're never going to have Flames of Rebirth back. And if you do see Flames of Rebirth on the assassins, you did something wrong, and I'm the king of it.
And
nothing
Shiraishi
quite like getting
there,
Flames of Rebirth. Go ahead, sorry.
Shiraishi there still had the lightning rod, so they get to put it back out for free.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you'll actually notice that he backed up off the lightning rod so that he didn't hit the hit cap, so that he could have it again for this phase. It's one of those things that like is so important. You got the timer, you got the hit cap, you're trying to cancel it with a cutscene. So sometimes you move it away or move away from it so that you're not actively hitting it, so that you don't hit the amount of hits to make it disappear. The downside with like I think all the accessories either boost like cooldown time. I think most fights or most attacks have 2. They have a cooldown and a damage reduction. Lightning Rod is unique, and it's awful where it just increases its uptime but doesn't increase its hit cap. So the Lightning Rod accessory, even though it's extremely easy to get and purchasable at the store, is so bad it is not worth your time.
Yeah.
Because we will walk by the vendor that has it, and we will not even look twice.
It's like the weapon in the... We didn't mention this when it happened, and Shiraishi's
the
coming
Coral
into the
Whisker
Kupka fight. Yeah, the weapon inside before the Akashic Dragon is like right there, but it's just like, it's not worth it.
5 points. 5 points on attack and stagger, and then you'll get Levin Bolt like right after.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you want to get it because it looks neat, that's about it. It really won't make your life that much easier. Koopa's a very difficult fight too. We want to make sure that he's we're countering, but if Kupka is one of those bosses, there's a few enemies like this that will just knock your sword away if you don't hit him at the right time and block your attack. So this fight is very important that we're parrying and countering his attacks and not being offensive, and also baiting him into the lightning rod. It's very particular in how that this is executed to not get drug into a mud fight with Kupka. This first parry is actually very difficult
Yeah.
to hit. And if you don't hit it, fight's over.
That, Moon mentioned that like an hour ago, that lightning rod with the limit break to cancel out of the animation, and during the limit break animation, holding down the attack button to get the burning blade, because it's just a lot easier to parry off of a burning blade than anything else. Yeah, the charge attack.
Mm-hmm.
The downside is we've upgraded the charged magic, so it charges a little bit quicker, but burning blade we never upgrade, or at least I don't believe we do, so you still have to hold that a bit longer, but it's basically like equivalent to the first slash of a limit break. The problem is you don't have the hyper armor of the limit break, so if it's not timed properly, you get knocked out of it.
Also, that was kind of crazy from Angel, because there's this long cutscene during the moment where Choco rushed at him. He used Ignition just to get a few ticks of damage in, because this cutscene is long enough that Ignition will be off cooldown at the end of it.
The reason that's really a risk too is before this cutscene starts, if you hit him, he'll knock you back and then teleport away, so it'll delay starting this cutscene by a little bit. So it's not safe to do that unless you time it appropriately.
Yeah, and that was something that in the Benedicta fight happens as well, that we just didn't have a moment to mention. But, a lot of these bosses, when they, lunge at you to go into a cutscene, if you're too close to them, like Sid said, they'll push you away. And then, Kuka will teleport. Garuda will just push you away. You gotta wait until she's done with that, and then she'll lunge at you. So there's a lot of these interesting little, I want to lunge at this enemy so that the cutscene activates as soon as possible, but if it's a little too early, you just lost time for it.
Yeah, and this fight right here, I don't believe you can do enough damage to avoid this punching phase. You just gotta kind of ride it out and make sure that you have all your stuff on cooldown when you can actually stagger after all this. You'll notice that we're also hitting a HP cap here too, so we're just trying to keep him from shooting across the room as he punches, just to kind of speed the phase up a little bit.
I always enjoy when the runner gets in the middle there to put that lightning rod down on the spot where he's going to come back up out of the ground, because that's a fixed point every time.
Yeah, that's the very early intro to the fight. It's so easy to misplace lightning rod. The big curse of lightning rod is it's really good, but the game also likes to lock onto it too. So we can really, really mess up your fights if you're not being mindful of it.
Kanayami has closed so much distance in this run. It is remarkable. We were just talking about this boss fight 2 minutes ago, and Kanayame's there, has already gone through the press the attack, and is just about to kill this Curl. The strats and the little optimizations from Kanayame, they're doing so much work. And then, of course, their consistency to execute on all of this is also crazy.
Not only are we talking about micro optimizations, but we're doing them in a relay. We're not, there's no holds barred here. We're firing on all cylinders and doing every little thing we can to shave time. We're not taking any half steps or half measures. It's amazing to see.
I love that. I love the finish from Angel there on that Hugo fight to get the parry, because that fight actually can be a little bit tricky to finish sometimes, because he just is moving so much, and it can be hard to pin him down to get those last couple hits in.
Yeah, you take a swing and then he just fends you off, and you're like, get back here.
Yep.
Koopa is a really hard skill check because of his ability to counter and block your moves. Luckily, there's not very many bosses that do that, so he's one of the few ones where there's a lot of timing that goes into it. You'll see over here Kanayama firing off all these attacks without laying down the lightning rod. This is what I was talking about earlier, where we need to min-max the lightning rod but not hit it too much. So we're doing all those initial attacks without getting the lightning rod because we need to save it via the cutscene. It's a very interesting interaction that's really hard to master, honestly. Luckily, Flames of Rebirth moots this fight to a bit. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, it's still there. It's still there.
Should be good.
Yeah, I think that's just because the cutscene activated.
Yeah.
If it's not,
yeah, it's more so like having to go out of the way to kill the mage there. I think one mage is fine. It shouldn't. Yeah, it didn't mess with things, but it's more so like it's a moral defeat.
yeah, it would be, but it worked out just fine.
Lightning Rod is so important here on these assassins. Every time you see them, Lightning Rod's really good because of that mist attack they do. They just basically melt their own HP bar and put themselves into stagger. It's so good.
Oh, it'll be fun to call out against Barnabas because, oh man, does he destroy his own health bar for you?
It's about the only fun part about Barnabas.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. He's got some great lines at least, but yeah, the fight is kind of.
Oh, long. The character's fine. The fight, on the other hand.
So we can really focus on Kanayame's run because Angel and Shiraishi have just entered like 30 minutes of downtime.
No man's land, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like I'm assuming Kanayama is going to do the same thing, put down the lightning rod and go straight into limit break to get the parry off the burning blade. Interesting.
Yeah, he's going for. I guess this must be more optimal, but that's a bit closer to the older strat.
Yeah.
The way Yida used to do it was like using a charged burning blade rather than a limit, which made this fight just awful.
I really like this though because when you parry him there, you also get the lightning rod in the best spot. That also is really nice about the way that he chose to do that.
Yeah, that stagger was so fast, and it's still going to phase transition, right?
Looks like it, yeah. So, like, you can just move lightning rod around, but obviously it takes a little bit of time to reposition it. So placing it in the optimal position rather than pulling it to your spot is very important. Like we said before, there are some places where skipping, failing, and you got to remember you have to fail it by hitting the wrong button, not letting it time out. Otherwise, you might as well just do it correctly here. I'd imagine Kanayama is going to fail this immediately on purpose to save a little bit of time because it's, oh wow, he went for the damage.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage.
Slightly quicker to fail this one, and that's been known for a while, but the damage route might be tight enough that this is actually impactful.
Yeah, I think the change to the opening of the fight was just enough to kill or phase transition through the stagger, but it was less damage than both Angel and Shiraishi got. Yeah. Because that was a single combo. Usually he gets out of stagger and you have to put some extra damage in, or there's a little bit longer before the stagger too. And I believe maybe there was one ability different, but that was like all the same abilities. It was just the sequencing. They had all the same loadout, but Kanayame just sequenced it differently and came out with a much faster fight, which is like one of the really fun parts of this game. Is like, we have like the same solution as far as attacks go, but the order in which I used mine is better. I mean, that's the even cooler thing about the ability loadouts. It's almost impossible to tell because he has two different loadouts, one that's for a group of enemies and one that's for bosses. One of the other things I just noticed is we don't have Garuda anymore. Well, I guess we still have Garuda, but we mastered Rook's Gambit to equip it on a different slot, or I think it's Lightning Rod maybe we mastered. But we do have a mastered ability on a different icon right now, so that I think it's only Rook's Gambit, and we have something else on Garuda. It's very hard to catch. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Pile Driver's cheaper than Lightning Rod. Makes sense. Yeah, I remember there was a time where we just did not use Pile Drive at all. Interesting. Very beautiful, and that before Kupka went into that unstaggerable phase, the stagger routing on Kanayame's abilities was crazy close. Like that there were just pixels left on that, and had they hit that, this fight, they would have lost so much time. Wow. This is optimal. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I always loved the interaction of Wicked Wheel up and then slam down, but it never came up in the speedrun. And it's just been happening off in the corner, and it hasn't really clicked in my head.
That's so great that they routed that in.
I'm so glad Kanayami doesn't play New Game Plus.
Yeah,
I would
I
be
mean,
cooked.
there's some runners where they're like, man, if they did New Game, you know, they might just upset the balance.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, Strife X7, like notoriously runs like hard mode, but he did route like New Game on Remake, and then was like, I ain't doing this. I don't like this. You can run it, and I'm like, I guess maybe. Unfortunately, the relay organizers didn't put me on Remake. Here I am.
Yeah, like, just, it's so many small decisions and just like slightly different ordering, you know, or one different ability, or like you said, the drop, the down thrust, specifically the limit break down thrust, which is a good bit better. We're about to see some Chocobo drifting again.
This is
yeah,
a
like,
pretty cursed drift too.
yeah. Also, the taunt castle on the whistle again. And now we have access to Titan, one of the best icons in the game. Wind up is like obscenely powerful.
Yep.
You know, people love to talk about Giga Flare, especially when you play this game casually. But I'll say Giga Flare has a 60-second cooldown, and it does 4,662% damage. You can get 2 windups in that 60 seconds, and that does almost 6,000% damage. It's almost as strong as Zantetsuken to get 2 windups off. It's crazy strong.
Like, Giga Flare is like a give and a take. It has a very quick cooldown for an ultimate. The fact that it freezes time so that you can make sure you're hitting your target is very important. But that time freeze is also a downside because you're just sitting there, chip, 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 chip. It is a lot of damage, but it is fairly slow. So, like, there are some places, especially if you don't have it leveled up, base Giga Flare is, oof, it is very weak. Level 2 Giga, like, we don't put it on, at least in the previous route, we did not put it on until we had level 2 Giga Flare. Because there were some places where it would be nice to have it at base level, and it was like, it ain't worth it.
Yeah, in New Game Plus routing for this game, which there aren't a lot of people routing, like, Dorius does like New Game Plus story and action. He's kind of the goat at that. He also does some Final Fantasy mode, just enough to make sure I can't get complacent in my runs. But
keep me on toes.
yeah, after 5 months, I finally took back my Rising Tide record by 6 seconds, and I had been doing. It's not like every day, but pretty consistently. He's so good at this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of unspoken heroes behind the scenes, honestly.
You know, Giga Flare, like you said, it takes a long time, which does kind of suck. But one benefit to that long time is that you can use it to stall for your other cooldowns.
Yeah, there's a lot of give and take with it. Yep.
Yeah, and even though, like, you know, casually you might think like, oh, well, that doesn't sound too bad, right? But you remember when that charge up animation, the wind up of Giga Flare is happening, your limit break's burning down. You lose a bar waiting for Giga Flare to start attacking.
Yeah.
And they only have 2 bars of limit.
Because you got to remember, if you activate limit during it, it'll cancel it too.
Yep.
So it's like it has to be active before. So it's part of the other reason, like, you can level up your limit. You base get 2 bars. You have to have 1 bar full to activate limit. As you level it up, you get 3 and 4 bars. Unfortunately, like, it's prohibitively expensive to do so. So I think I was one of the few runners, you know, because it's easier is to level up my limit to 3 and 4. Most runners will maybe get it to 3. I don't even know if it's optimized to the point where they only use 2 bars now, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Dog, the fact that he finished that mini boss with just a charge shot, and he has abilities that are off cooldown, though. This damage routing from Kanayami is insanely
That
precise.
particular fight
so cool.
is pretty rough because there's a Drake at the top of the hill, which has got the most HP out of everything. And, like, you kind of need it at least the old strat was to bait it into a lightning rod and then hope everything else, preferably pull everything up to you and hope Torgal isn't got like one of them stun locked off to the side or something and hit them all with Flames of Rebirth. Like the fights have been so quick, I can't even like express how they're different and how they're better. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Teleporting back to the hideaway when you get certain quests is just quicker than walking all the way down. Also, we've been talking about movement tech. These little short hops aren't terribly fast, but if you're going over terrain, that's going to cause Clive to his feet to stick in weird places like up and down stairs or over uneven stuff. It's just quicker to jump
stairs.
or hop. Yeah.
If you see it on flat ground, it's most often just because you're bored. You're just gonna like.
On flat ground, it's equal, but it's something to do. I noticed it earlier, but like during the Night of the Rising Sun fight, the fight where we were waiting for Sid to shoot the guy out of the sky with lightning, between the phases, Kanayami was just like spamming abilities. Just I want something to do. Let's see how high I can jump up with Garuda abilities.
Yeah, honestly, you can get really high up if you chain the abilities in the right way. That's one of the reasons why Titan's so good too. He also has a down slam move.
Yes.
That synergizes extremely well with Wicked Wheel, because if you remember earlier, Wicked Wheel pulls everybody into a cluster in front of you, so that down slam hits everything.
Yeah, and so
if you get high enough, you can also get boosted damage out of it too.
Yeah, it's on the ground. Upheaval is a charge attack, kind of like Wind Up, which I don't think we've seen yet, or if we have, it's just been very brief. We have seen a few.
We've seen some short wind-ups in the interlude fight where we kind of got ambushed in the alley.
Yeah, but they didn't need level 3. It was like a really just like pop it immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Sid said, at different height intervals, you'll actually get upgraded versions of Upheaval. And if you get to it, you don't actually have to be all that high.
Not
but
really, no.
I'm pretty sure, like, if you just like short hop, use Wicked Wheel, and then you bounce off an enemy, you are high enough to get the maximum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you get the instant level 3 Upheaval. I wish if you did it that way, it also had a shorter cooldown, because that would be like really cool for combo routing. But
it's nice that we get the extra damage without having to wait out the charge. The tech of bouncing off somebody's head to push up the extra height to get the bonus upheaval damage was such a cool little thing that like you didn't notice. In this valley right here too, this is one of those places where we want to make sure that we're looking the right way to manage where the enemies are. I think Shiraishi did it wrong. You want to be looking towards one end so that all these enemies spawn over by the chocobos. So pay attention when we get to this phase for everybody else to see if we actually use that camera manipulation. It's so easy to mess up, though, while you're in combat, to be like, oh, no, I wasn't looking the right way. Ah!
Yeah, the game just desperately tries not to spawn enemies where you're looking. So there's charged upheaval. That's how it normally works. But if you are high enough in the air, and then, you can see one enemy spawned over there, but every other enemy spawned behind, which is very nice.
Nice improv, though, with, using the limit there and then pulling forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think they may have canceled that just marginally too early. That's close. Wow. I did not think that would be close enough to actually hit that thunderstorm right there.
Yeah, that thunderstorm does have a pretty limited range. Yeah, the other thing, too, is, Wind Up and Upheaval. They're also another one that has a very weird upgraded version. Like I was mentioning with Lightning Rod, where it really doesn't do anything in particular, just kind of allow it to chill longer rather than getting more damage out of it. Wind Up and Upheaval. Well, all of Titan's abilities are kind of based on hitting a timing midi game that basically is charging the move up. The upgrade really all it does is increase the window. It lets you hit the moves slightly quicker, but the trade-off in points is rarely worth it.
Yeah.
So you'll see some runners do it when they have extra points in between optimal skill routing. But for the most part, Just get good, dude.
Yeah. There's no reason to upgrade it for damage, so it's just kind of like, I've briefly thought of like trying story, but since I'm so used to New Game Plus, I have that increased window. I don't know if I can stomach the smaller window they have to deal with on story or action.
Yeah, because you have to delay the input just slightly to do it. I end up upgrading it by the end, so I have a little bit more leeway in some of the final boss fights when I'm spamming it, so I can help push out a little bit more damage, and if I'm bad, I'm less bad.
Yeah, and there are also, I mean, this might come up from kanayami. We've seen it in like small parts from all of them, but not always using level 3 wind up. Like right there, kanayami used level 2. I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, I think he just shortchanged it just ever so slightly because he was going for that faster punch. This is kind of that trade-off, like I was talking about operating at that super high level. Normally, you'll be able to have enough wind-up that it'll just completely kill all 4 of them, and you kind of drag them into the corners. And the wind-up is much like Ignition, just really much shorter, where it'll pull all enemies on it, and you usually don't have the issue with them falling off. The lower level 2 is like, it's better than nothing, but you really want to hit that sweet timing window, and you really want to hit it as quickly as possible so you can keep up the cycle.
Yeah, it also does like 20% less damage than level 3, but it is faster. So there can be points where it's like you intentionally go for the level 2 version. And it's kind of funny because you would do that a lot more in Final Fantasy mode where you have the damage, but because you upgraded the ability, the level 2 window is actually smaller. So it's harder to do.
It's like the window's a little bit bigger, but like it mostly encroaches on the level 2 window, so you have these little tiny margins at the end, and then this big red box. It's very interesting. Honestly, the other thing too is like the level 3 also has like a little bit of a hit lag before it starts too, so I could see some optimization there to trim down not only the startup time, but that little bit of mini cutscene that happens when you use a level 3 versus a level 2.
Yeah, and the level 2 does cause a large hit stop, but it is about a second faster to use the level 2, and I mean, 20% damage can be considerable, but if you don't need it, you might as well save the time. And like if you're playing correctly, worst case scenarios, you just use level 3 and whatever. For me, the biggest part of level 2 that's really cool is because it causes so much hit stop. You talked about like enemies possibly moving out of Giga Flare and stuff. It's very easy for bosses to move out of wind up. But they can't move out of wind up level 2 because the moment they get touched, the screen freezes and they just take all the damage at once.
Yeah, I guess that's like the. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just you were talking about that, and I actually watched Angel do that in a fight. I'm pretty sure deliberately, probably for the same reasons because it ended the fight. And I just don't think he needed the extra damage there. So good discussion point.
Little things, but really cool.
Because I would imagine that the only downside, and I guess like this is in fat air quotes, is like with New Game Plus, everything's just leveled up so that it's mastered. You can kind of equip it however. So you're stuck on level 2 whether you want it or not, because it's just a consequence of mastering things so that you can mix and match things on whatever icons are the most convenient for X area.
Yeah, I'm also noticing a lot more upheaval than I remember, and I'm wondering if that is strictly due to kill point routing.
Yeah, it must be, because I don't remember really using upheaval quite at all.
I remember using it for like the first 3 or 4 fights in this chapter, and that's about it.
And it was like Wicked Wheel, Stomp, then get the bonus upheaval rather than upheaval charges like this, it looks like Pile Drive is been routed in, and Cyclone might be routed out, so that might be the big difference here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Pile Drive was mastered, so it can be equipped anywhere.
Which is actually amazing, because I remember like people dogging hard on Pile Drive, and it's like, ooh, Pile Drive bad. Me no use Pile Drive. It's interesting to see it swing the other way.
So are Pile Drive and Lightning Rod both mastered right now then?
I don't think Lightning Rod is yet.
Lightning Rod mastered is Lightning Rod Mastered is incredibly expensive. We don't.
Okay.
I think we used to master it in the actual like desert trip 2, or no. It'd be like another stage or 2 before we master. Would it be able to? So, I'd imagine
Okay.
Pile Drive is just cheap, so it's mastered, decent AOE, and it's maybe cheaper than Cyclone, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd have to take a look at the actual.
We need to
game.
focus on what Angel's about to do with Lightning Rod. Shiraishi just did it, but we didn't call it out. Watch what Angel's going to do with this Lightning Rod to this poor Undertaker right here.
Back up. Ooh, oh, works
Interesting.
Gambit
Different
instead.
decision.
Yeah, so
Okay, I'm sorry.
the old route here, you would back up 1 step by just jumping back once, drop a lightning rod, and he would just melt his own HP bar with that Giga Beam.
Yeah. That's what
The
Shiraishi
downside-
did. But yeah, go ahead.
The downside is, obviously, he would do a bunch of hits on the lightning rod, so you wouldn't have it right here. It would drop off about halfway through, and then it wouldn't be off cooldown by the end of the fight. So I can see the optimization here, min-maxing the Rook's Gambit versus min-maxing the lightning rod and saving the lightning rod for the more important time of stagger. It's a very interesting routing dynamic, for sure.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
Building
Lightning
that
rods are-
multiplier versus getting them to stagger quickly.
Yeah. Yep. Because, like you said, the lightning rod does more damage when they shoot it, but if they're not in stagger, your weaker damage is probably more efficient.
Yeah, because Lightning Rod will build up the stagger multiplier a considerable
That too,
amount.
yeah. Oh,
Um,
I never
I guess-
considered just climbing over the railing like that.
that never occurred to me. I
Bro,
guess you can just do
now,
that.
Now you guys know why we're commentating and not running. This
Bro,
is just
I
a
play New
clinic
Game
today.
Plus. I could probably jump over this with abilities. Why don't I just do that?
Double, triple jump.
I'm gonna have to go do tests and things.
We're not respecting railings in this speedrun. What is going on?
Yeah.
What is wrong
This
in
is
this
a safety
world?
hazard. I need to file a complaint.
I would have just assumed there was an invisible wall there.
Same.
That's what I
This
said.
game is like
Clearly.
you are on railroad tracks, buddy. And then just these guys are just like, no, I make my own rules here.
Because like I
I
know
love the
there's, like,
mid-air
rail skip
ignition
later.
from Angel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, mid-air ignition is such like a risky thing, but if you pull them into a wicked wheel, it's a freebie. The real trick here is like optimizing DPS with also moving towards the exit as efficiently as possible. And if you can do both in combat, which is incredibly difficult to do,
Yeah.
it's very nice. Ooh. That's a nice little ad. Just decided to throw a little bit of extra damage in there for you. Hitting the lightning rod.
So close. Yeah, there
Nice.
you go. He didn't have
Yeah.
to deal with Thresh like Shiraishi did.
Yeah, the wraiths are very difficult if you don't down them in one go.
Yeah, and
So-
Shiraishi was forced to limit break for it, which it doesn't matter because we're going. Well, no, there's a little fight right here, but we're about to get into tight. Which
Yeah,
is,
this last fight
long
is kind of
fight.
a throwaway, honestly.
yeah,
the
especially
main
with
arc
the
is-
rebirth.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we're at about the halfway point of the run. Do we want to do a quick round of reintroductions?
Oh, that's a good call,
After
actually.
Kanayami kills the Undertaker, maybe. But
Oh, that sounds good.
We got
Yeah.
a second before the Undertaker.
Yeah, yeah.
We
I guess
also
we
pick
could.
up the lightning. Is that pile drive relic? Ooh.
I don't speak Japanese, unfortunately, but
I that's one of the relics. I don't think it ever came up in the previous route because we didn't get pile drive.
yeah, I didn't notice either of them pick it up either.
Yeah, because I mean,
Kanayami
like
picked
we
it up?
used to get the ignition relic and just he took off the badge for it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the 6 kind of like falls off versus the ability, but that's interesting routing. I'll have to do some research and figure out what that is. That's either the thunderstorm or pile drive, and I think it's pile drive because I was like, oh yeah, we don't do this. Because ignition's just too good. Once you get that accessory, you keep it.
Ooh.
I wonder if
Wow.
this Kanayami's on 2 limit break bars for the whole run then, or we were talking about that earlier, if all of them were, or if anybody's going to get that third one potentially.
Yeah, I mean, the limit break usually gets bought towards the very, very end. It's like just buffing skills is more important. Like we said earlier too, when you stagger enemies, you do get teleported around. So making sure that that the Thunder Rod is in the right spot so that it doesn't get teleported out because you got moved around the map is super important. So I guess introduction wise, to keep this brief, I'm the Sid. I ran this game a few years ago. I dabble in a lot of the action RPGs, but not as good as these guys.
I don't know about that. Although I think we can all, agree, especially for this game, all of the work that Akintunde has done on New Game Plus and Final Fantasy mode is pretty impressive. So,
watch it.
There it is. Yep. Kanayama went the lightning rod route.
Yeah, cool. I'm very happy. You can introduce yourself again, Mr. Moon.
Oh yeah, no, I was just giving you your flowers.
Thank you.
No, I'm Moonblaze. I have actually done more running. I've done some runs of the full game. I've probably done more runs of the Rising Tide DLC. But I just love speedrunning this game. I just find it to be so satisfying to play. And I'm really glad to be able to help commentate the race again this year with 3 incredible runners going at it here.
Yeah, this Kanayame is like, look at how close behind he is now. He's got like the 2 mini bosses, and then he's into Titan. Anyways, I'm Akintunde. Like Moon said, I am a primarily new game. Well, not primarily. I'm a new game plus runner. I do full game called Gold Chalice, which is where you start at max level, like 110. But more recently, I've kind of started specializing in stage replay, where just these like sort of core stages are played. It's been a while. I guess I can mention this. I recently had the honor of running, I think the first person ever to run Final Fantasy mode at a GDQ, online, not in-person GDQ event. Did the Air of Hours, which is the stage from the Rising Tide, and the Sage Spire, which is also the first time that's ever been showed off in an event, which is the other DLC. And Angel also promised me that they'd use the Diamond Dust glitch, which I took some sort of information and ended up figuring out this very cool glitch that I'm hoping to see in about 2 hours, which is what part of what Moon was giving me credit for, but also like, I just love this game. I love New Game Plus.
Yeah, I remember
the Titan fight.
Yeah, I remember you bringing up the Diamond Dust glitch last year, and I'm just like, what, do this?
Yeah.
I guess we were both exchanging notes the whole run.
Yeah, I think the discovery of the Diamond Dust glitch at that point was just a little too recent. Because, I mean, firstly, you don't get Diamond Dust until late in the game, but also it is a forced stagger. And, we've talked about, like, avoiding dummy staggers and stuff, so you have to be very selective about how you use Diamond Dust if you're going to go for the glitch here. I'm excited to see it. I believe Angel. He told me the first fight he was going to use it in, so I'll be excited for that.
Yeah.
Definitely looking forward to seeing that as well.
Yeah, we start getting towards the end game. Like, we're spoiled for so many choices that there's some possible route diversion. It's not likely, but hearing that somebody's using Diamond Dust makes me think there will be a little bit of diversion towards the end.
Yeah,
I mean, we've already seen so many different like ability sets. I mean, these runners are they have their own personal preferences for sure. So
yeah, it's only 1 or 2 abilities, right? Like no one's going to get rid of ignition, but it's made such a massive difference in just the sort of like micro changes, the micro optimizations. Are you going to stagger a little earlier or a little later? You get more damage in your stagger. It's really cool.
I think there's also just something to like. I think this game actually lends itself really well to personal preference. I mean, obviously within the scope of like things that are still more or less equally like functional.
I mean,
but
that's
just the fact that like if you're better at Lightning Rod, maybe that you go that route. If you're better with Rook's Gambit, maybe you go that route. And I love that this game, the combat system in this game is dynamic enough that it does give the runners a little bit of flexibility to maybe do the things that they are most comfortable with and still basically get the same result at the end of the day.
I mean, I think that's why we've been seeing a lot of divergence in some of these fights too, where it's like some runners are favoring Rook's Gambit while other runners are not, are still using it when it's optimal, but not really over focusing on it and using it in other scenarios, which is very nice to see, where it's not like you're 100% on dependent on hitting Rook's Gambit. You can just like stick with the old lightning rod route in some cases and just go.
Yeah, for sure. There's something when we get to it here in Kanayama's fight in a second I want to talk about because it's just extremely funny to me. But in the meantime, we've got just like the ridiculous over-the-top eye candy portion of this icon battle on Angel and Shiraishi's screens, and this is a really weird icon battle. I think it maybe doesn't perform super well in story mode. Because you're just like constantly hitting like the HP gates for the next sequence if you play it well, and it's just like they did not expect you to do what the runners are going to do.
Yeah, this fight has this iconic fight has a very weird pacing. The first part at like against Titan proper is pretty well balanced. I'd say that the last half where it's Titan proper again. But like this Super Titan phase is kind of a little bit weird.
Okay, so here's the funny part coming up in Kanayama's fight. So the game is teaching us an ability called Brimstone, which we're sort of told that this is a defensive ability, but it's actually like one of the better offensive abilities that you can use. It's basically wind up, except you're sort of a bomb, if that makes sense. You kind of just charge up and then you release it. But you're supposed to use it to avoid this big rock that's coming at you. And watch what Kanayami does, and the other runners did as well, instead of using Brimstone.
Dodge.
Yep. Just
dodge it.
Also, oh man, on the note of like it teaches you to use this defensively, this is the only counter ability in the game that's weaker if you use it as a counter.
Yep. Brimstone actually punishes you for allowing something to hit you while you're charging it.
Yeah, it is so much weaker if you counter with it.
If you get hit while charging Brimstone, you just feel bad, because not only that, but the cooldown's pretty long too.
Yeah.
Just like the DPS versus getting whacked rather than charging it. It's a super high skill ceiling move, unironically. That you hit the charge right, you know when the attack's coming, so that you can release it rather than getting hit, or not have to release it too soon, because you also can overcharge it and go back to level 1 as well.
Yep.
So on Angel's screen, I want to complain about this. You saw how Titan lost was staggered, and then you hit the HP gate, and the game was like, oh, he's no longer staggered. Why does that only happen here?
If only, right. It's like
a weird fight.
Just this one thing.
Yeah, there's a very weird give and take with this too, where like stagger just kind of exists in its own vacuum, and you have to wait it out regardless. Which is a lot of what we're referring to as dummy staggers, where you either stagger where you can no longer do damage, or you stagger too soon and it completely limits the amount of DPS you can output because the enemy is staggered before your skills are ready. It's not very often that case can come up, but it can, and when it does, it feels so bad.
Yeah, this isn't even that. This is just like the game doesn't expect you to deal the damage in the amounts that you're doing it. So
because one of the things that we're doing here is these like charge shots. We're jumping to make sure they hit, but like being able to pelt them with the upgraded version, we can just put out so much damage when we're not intended to be able to interact with the boss. I don't think the testers really kind of like sat there and spam charge, which like, oh, thanks. Saved us some time.
Also, all three of them are in the same fight now, and Kanayama started with a nearly 20-minute deficit.
Yeah. Team balancing at its finest, man.
Yeah. Shiraishi, Angel lost, like 4 minutes kind of early in the run, but Angel and Shiraishi have been neck and neck for hours at this point. It is like the consistency from both of them is crazy. And then like seeing all the optimizations, you know, Kanayama is not just like in general playing better than any other player. It's that they've reinvented this run in so many ways, and we're seeing like the fruits of all that labor. Where this player, their first run of this game was 2 months ago. I don't know if they like secretly played it before and they just finally like, oh, it's cool, I like my run now. But like a fresh set of eyes came onto this scene and has just been like, you know, we can change all these little things. And it is crazy. Like both, they look hard, but it seems very consistent because like they've maybe had what, like one meaningful mistake this in 3.5 hours.
Yeah, they didn't cancel. They didn't cancel an ignition early enough. I think that's like the one thing I've seen, and it just happened one time. But yeah,
maybe a Phoenix shift or a dodge on the ground. Oh dear. But yeah, like all of these fights have been beautiful. They've not, you know, except for when you there are points where you just kind of have to deal with dummy staggers because it's not possible to route them out. But like, there is no wasted space in how Kanayama is playing this game.
Yeah, and maybe just to talk about the three runners a little bit. I know we reintroduced ourselves a little bit. So we have Angel Cal running for Team Tonberry. We have Shiraishi running on Team Mog. Both of them ran this category last year as well. So they are veterans of running this game. They have done it in multiple FF relays at this point. And yeah, kind of like you were saying, Hanayame is pretty new on the scene, at least in terms of leaderboards. Is the new console world record holder as of, I think we saw 2 days ago. Yep. And has not been in the relay before. So it's been really cool to see how the two, Mog and Tonberry, have really converged now. But like you were saying, Choco started this run pretty far behind, and just every split, it's like a minute here, 2 minutes there, just kind of creeping up and catching up a little bit. And it's so cool to see all of this happening all at once. So.
Yeah, and as one of the people that was supposed to be like submitting runs, as life do, it did get in the way. I believe they ended up, myself and another runner were just unable to actually grind the game out and get our submission runs in. But I believe they brought Shiraishi in like a couple of weeks out too, so Shiraishi may not have had as long to practice as some of the other runners as well. Not to count Angel Cal out, but also he wanted to give Shiraishi at least the. By the way, they were kind of backed into the wall.
Shiraishi's been playing great, and I actually follow them on Twitch, and I know they've been practicing a lot lately because I just see them popping up, you know, once or twice a week. Like, I'm doing a 16 speed run today, and you know, it's just clearly, you know, they're doing a really good job here. So
yeah, the level of skill that Kanayama is displaying here. And I mean, playing in a relay, I'm glad they don't have to commentate, because commentating while you're playing this game is very challenging. I learned that recently.
You have to spend months practicing it. It's like every practice run has to be a commentated run too to get to that point. It does affect your play level. It really does. It can very much limit the amount of things, which is part of the reason why the relay runs the way that it does, so that the runners can just focus on playing, and it ups the skill level massively. Mm-hmm. As well as it also allows, you know, foreign runners that may not be extremely strong in English, and you know, the restreamers can also take that and change it into their language rather than having this kind of weird intermingling of the two, especially for foreign runners where it might be difficult to think of the proper English. Or
absolutely,
they don't have English at all as a diction. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, and it is one of the things I love so much about this event, is it truly is just like a global speedrunning event in a way that a lot of events are not. So, you know, I love that everybody who's running has their flag and is representing, you know, themselves and their country. It's just such a cool thing to see all weekend long.
Yeah, I completely like zoned out on it, and I'm like, you've got 6 pings from Discord, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're supposed to do that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, event runners. I'm trying not to be a pain in the butt. I just am
Shiraishi.
naturally.
Here's the dummiest of dummy staggers.
Oh,
this is a very hard one to
boy.
hit.
Yeah.
Very hard one to hit.
You have to thread the needle perfectly to avoid
Yeah.
that second stagger.
We're literally talking like one attack is like the win. It's crazy how tight that is.
Yeah, and it's very easy to just kind of like zone out and start spamming charge fireballs, and you're like, oh, no! Why? Because at this point, you're if you're not super consistent with longer runs like this is the part where you start kind of running a little bit low on energy, and you may need a little bit of a break. And because of how long this fight is, but it's also short at the same time because there's segment, break, segment, break, segment, break, and it's kind of cut up in this very weird way where it's like, all right, man, just get me out of here. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I don't need to shoot fireballs at rocks anymore. I'm good.
It's challenging in a very different way
Yeah.
than you would expect.
Yep. This is a deliberate fail, by the way, on this second evasion. I think it's the second one.
Yes.
At this end part.
It's so weird too, because like you have to keep your mind in that, and then you have to be like hit button, and then you want to keep hitting it so you fail the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got Angel back out in front by a nose, it looks like.
Didn't get the dummy stagger.
Yep.
It made enough of a difference.
Yeah, it's very nice to see that this like 20-second trade back and forth min max between the two runners, so that we'll go into the next run. If pace continues, Kanayama might pull ahead by a little bit, but I think ideally, given how long the run is, we'll probably be about even heading into the next run, which is really interesting to think with such a large gap to begin with. But that's the great part about this relay is not only do we see some top level play, but we get to see some variation between skill gaps, and a lot of people get to participate. And at the end of the day, the teams are balanced in such a way that no person has to feel wholly responsible for losing it or winning it for their team. Everybody can just have a good, fun competition where a lot of people get to participate rather than just like, 20 minutes behind everybody else in remake. I can't participate.
Yeah. Oh man. To the audience and to the Twitch audience, people that watch us on YouTube, Kanayami, of course, also doing the Titan fight. The soundtrack for this part of the game is called Heart of Stone. It is such a phenomenal song, and you should listen to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
All the music in this game, honestly.
Yeah. Very good. The two Titan, or the two icon fights that runners tend to disfavor a lot is like Titan and Bahamut, but they both have really good soundtracks.
Look at that stagger bar.
Yeah, there's also some very particular management here too, where like he cannot stagger, so you have to be doing damage, or else you will get a second stagger.
Yeah, and I pointed out earlier, the optimizations of when to use the magic burst or not. Kanayama not using magic burst during, the normal part of this. Ooh, that kind of sucks. Sometimes the aerial, in these falling
the
fights,
hitbox is kind of questionable.
Yeah. So he whiffed the first two hits. That's not his fault. That's just the game. It's just like that sometimes.
It's because he starts out a little bit ahead of you. So either A, the hitbox is goofy, or B, you have to delay it a little bit, but you're also racing to hit the right amount of damage, so you really don't have the luxury of delaying too much. Yeah. I'd imagine he may have just opted to take the whiff to look for that backdraft finish, which just does so much more damage than a standard hit.
Yeah, I'm sure Moon is very familiar with that, having run the Rising Tide so much. That happens to Leviathan, especially in Phase 1, so much.
Yep.
Thankfully, they didn't go for the magic burst. It's kind of like Kanayama knew, this might whiff, so I'm not going to use the magic burst until I've I'm going to hit confirm this, like a fighting game.
Yeah.
We do
Didn't
have a
matter
question.
though. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to answer something in chat, so continue talking about the game.
I was going to say, it didn't matter that they whiffed because they killed him right out of a stagger anyways. Anyways, go ahead and answer the question.
Chat's already got it, but one of the runners, or one of the chatters is asking what has already been run. Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy II PSP specifically.
That was Pixel Remaster.
Was it Pixel Remaster? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I think
the two look very similar to me, so my tiny little brain just they're the same thing. Final Fantasy II is such a brutal game that like you rarely get an opportunity to watch it because a lot of the runners are like, "Oh, please don't. Why would you do this to me? Why do you hate me so much?"
I've never seen it. I've never played it. I never will. I love this series. I'm good on Final Fantasy 2.
It's 2 and like to a lesser extent 3 are both kind of like they're fun to play. The commentators were very, very heavy on this. You can learn the run, but the games are very particular in their game mechanics, leading to a very particular interaction in the speed run. Casually, I find that they're both somewhat interesting. They're not really punishing unless you're trying to get through the game without leveling up at all. It's really kind of a death by 1,000 cuts that you introduced yourself into.
Yeah. We've got a nice, pretty long section now. Oh man, we've got 45 minutes.
This is the no man's land of this run after that Titan fight. You're just running around doing errands for people for like 40 minutes afterwards.
I disagree with a lot of criticisms about this game, but this is definitely this game was made by a team that made an MMO section.
Yeah, this is the grabbing random stuff. One of the other things you'll notice too is like I mentioned before, icons give you weapons. There are some that you can find or buy that are just really good. I think we bought the platinum sword up till now, and I think we upgraded it once. The Titan sword is not worth getting. The Earthshaker is like 5 points, and there will be another one that we can grab on the way. That's a fairly significant increase that will just outpace the Earthshaker. So we'll have to do that same thing where we make the sword and then just immediately upgrade it.
Yeah. Now the one thing this part of the game does do sort of functionally is we're getting out in the world now, and we're sort of getting to know the other major hub cities of the game, and that actually becomes a little bit more important later on when we have to go back one more time and kind of save all of their butts. But for now, it just kind of feels like I'm just running around being an errand boy.
Yeah. The game, I mean, like Final Fantasy 13 got that kind of final hallway, and don't get me wrong, I enjoy that meme and I feel it's pretty much correct. 16 does have that same syndrome where the game is very rarely for a significant portion of time, but I feel like 16 does a better job with world building and immersing you kind of in the story, so you feel that very linear early segment way less. Even though there's a little bit less in terms of side quests and stuff, it very much has the same issue where it kind of widens up once Cid's gone, and then it widens up again after we do Kupka. Luckily, the game kind of like hits a story trigger, then whoop, and there's a lot of side routes you can go where you can upgrade your weapons, upgrade your potions, and there's some significant side quests as well as some story beats. And then it back into the middle, out again. It does a very good job of that, I think, with the flow.
Yeah, a little bit of it feels a little bit like they're trying to have a certain amount of variety because, I mean, I guess we haven't really talked about the icon battles, but like disproportionately, they are so long. Like you'll have, like that Titan battle that everybody just did is like a 14-minute fight, or I think it might even be longer actually, but
it's long enough that in between phase 1 and 2 was a break for me.
Yeah. but you know, you kind of need a little bit of like a palate cleanse after something like that. So I think that is part of it as well, is just trying to like induce variety, maybe.
Yeah, because like one of the things I don't think we get into at all is the mark system. It's basically the same thing as the hunts from 10, except the game doesn't tell you where anything is, because that's
12, yeah.
Yeah, 12. Excuse me.
It tells you on the board. I don't know. I had to look a couple up on the internet. So
yeah, it gives you a general area, but they like off into the corner here, off into the corner here. That's probably like my only complaint. The mark fights themselves are fun.
Yeah, I just wish this stuff. Especially for the purposes of the speedrun, I just wish this stuff was like side quests. You know, it would be nice if it was side quests, and I understand why it's not, but like, oh man, it'd be so nice just to get done with this sequence and just be like straight on to Bahamut, you know?
They're just middling,
yeah.
I don't think there's really any runners that are like, that'll defend this. And so, oh yeah, the mid side quests are great. I love them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with your overall statement, though, that like the side content and like I guess these kinds of quests are like they're really well done, and they add so much to the world and to the story and to the game. So I think that's probably why I don't mind them at the end of the day. But you know, the stuff we're doing right now is like there are side quest chains that are essentially exactly what we're doing right now, and they're optional. So
in terms of gameplay, bad. In terms of like, well, why is this ship we're on not move? You know, and it does kind of go into that and explain these additional things and furthers the story. So it's like, it's good storytelling, but like the gameplay is not compelling, and it could have just been a cutscene. So it's this weird balance where like, I think every game, especially modern games, struggle from like pacing issues. It is very hard to figure out what should be cut, what should be side content, and what needs to be part of the main story. And the main part of 16 is just like its story is very compelling, which was weird because like I love the story, but like on the first playthrough I was just like, get me out of here. Let me play the game. I'm very much like, I love the action gameplay and stuff. I love the combat and stuff. I still remember the story. I was just like, man, I want to punch things more.
Yeah, it feels a little overly forced at times, and this is definitely the worst part of the game that way. So
yeah, this is definitely where I was like, all right, speed it up. And luckily they're good about it. Quick travel back, at least now. I mean, it was a very early segment where it kind of stuck, but we were able to skip the cutscenes. The movement there is fairly quick. You know, it's as good as it's gonna get if we're gonna do this. This meeting could have been an email. Yeah? Yep. Chat's got it.
Yeah, gosh, that next split is not for a while.
We do get some Chocobo movement in, at least.
Oh yeah, lots of screaming Chocobo for everyone in chat to enjoy.
Yeah. Our ever faithful Ambrosia.
Yeah. She likes it, it's okay.
Yeah, the side story with Ambrosia is actually pretty nice, because she like protects you very early on when, at the very beginning of the game, when the castle's like being destroyed, and gets an eye knocked out by falling debris, and then you just assume her dead, and then you do all these side quests, and it's like, oh, she's protecting a herd of Chocobo from bandits, and actually just like killing bandits.
Oh yeah.
It's just like literally being a hero on their own without any prompting, and it's like, bro, Ambrosia, you're the best Chocobo ever.
I mean, Ambrosia like took some bandits down. I want Ambrosia to like be another Torgal. Get Ambrosia in the fight. Let's go. But it is what it is. But yeah. Oh, speaking of Torgal, we didn't really point all this out, but there's also when we go to save Jill from Kupka, Torgal is transformed into like this like glowing
Not
elemental
demon dog?
dog. Yeah, I didn't want to say demon dog because it's like he's not evil. He's just
it-
glowing.
Yeah.
But it turns out that Torgal is actually Fenrir and is very, very, very protective of Jill because that's kind of like the lineage of Torgal's particular breed of wolf dog or whatever it is. So
Yeah. In the main story, they don't expound on it too much. It's more of a rising tide thing. But yeah, Torgal is like our dog, but
yeah,
it turns out that Torgal is part of the Shiva icon in a way.
Yep.
And so like the Fenrir mode is actually like a sub mode that is part of Shiva, which really gets expanded on in Rising Tide between Shiva and Leviathan. But it's like you either love the mode or you hate it because it's just like kind of you either like the design or you're just like this is a little bit weird. And you know what? I like my fluffy puppy. I don't know what to say, man. I prefer them without random energy spikes. What can I say?
yeah. No, it's all good. I definitely get it. There's so much cool stuff with Torgal in this game, and it's all like side content. But like,
Yep.
If you're a dog person, like I'm a dog person, Sid, I know you're a dog person.
Mm-hmm.
We bond over that a lot.
I expect
there's
my
stuff
dogs
about
to make
Torgal.
themselves
Yeah.
known before the end of the night.
Yeah, they're being really good so far. But man, there is stuff in that Torgal timeline that like right in the feels for me. I was like tearing up and just like I was gonna lose it playing a video game.
Yeah. Torgal's a great like side companion, and it's a very well written like animal being added to the story. Because usually it's just kind of like this afterthought. They're just your pet, and then oh, it died as a MacGuffin to make you angry, and you're like, dude, what the heck?
Yeah.
The only downside is when you get on elevators, you can't pet Torgal, which just makes me mad to no end. Because it's like I got nothing else to do, man. You're gonna make me stop at any other time. I'm on an elevator. Good dog get good dog pets. What do you want?
It's true. It's very unfortunate. All right, so I think we are kind of making progress to new areas now with Angel and Shiraishi. We're headed to the Dominion, which is kind of like the next major story area in the game. But we're going to get stopped, of course. We can't actually get in, so we have to help another settlement, and then we can proceed.
I think Chet's asking about route. I think they've all have had slightly different routes the whole run. I think more or less they're using most of the new route blueprint. Some runners are using it more efficiently than others, obviously. Kanayama, I believe, is just come into the scene in the last few months with this new route, and I want to say Angel made an effort to learn it, and Shiraishi was also brought in a couple of weeks towards the end, since some of the other runners were not able to complete runs. So I believe Shiraishi is also using some of it, but they are using the same kind of blueprint in terms of skills. Some of them here and there are different. But there is some significant routing differences in each and every fight, but they're more or less even outside of Kanayama that has been gaining time this entire run. Shiraishi and Angel have been more or less trading the same front spot 20 seconds at a time and then back and forth.
Yeah. It's a lot of like everybody's got the same toolkit. They're just choosing slightly different options for a lot of the fights. But yeah, it is really cool to see. I'm with Maddie. Like I'm just kind of like I'm kind of blown away by some of the things that people have figured out to sort of do those smaller optimizations, which really do add up over the course of a long run like this. Turk Dog asking why are they hopping? That is movement optimization. That is movement tech. To make the Chocobo hop like that. And yes.
The Chocobo's kick is slightly faster than the run. And with what Kanayama just did there, like kicking an enemy towards the goal is much quicker. The kick is slightly quicker outside of combat, but in combat it is much quicker. Because the kick goes a lot further, a lot faster. And carrying an enemy like that is incredibly hard to do, but much quicker. Ooh.
Yep.
So this mini boss right here can be really obnoxious because if you don't finish it up in one loop, you'll lose your lightning rod, and it just kind of oof. The hopping on flat ground is just boredom, though. Hopping up hills is quicker. There is a little bit of like nervous energy where you're just like, I'm gonna hit a button.
Especially in a section like this, you're not hitting buttons for
quite
a while.
This area that Kanayama's in is actually really difficult. These bridges are very narrow and have spots missing. So interesting. I've never seen anybody go left there. That makes so much. Why were we threading the needle through like 16 holes instead of just going? Oh! We're all so dumb.
I'm sure I read the needle perfectly. It's faster, but like that was free, and it's like a second.
Oh, dude.
Gamers don't look up. Gamers don't look left, because that shortcut in the volcano was also to the left, and I didn't know about that one until I started speedrunning.
What are you talking about? I got a collar on my neck. I don't look anywhere but straight.
It pointed me this direction. That's the direction I go.
Yeah, Kanayama just, as was mentioned earlier, just took world record a couple of months ago and really hasn't been on the scene since. The previous world record holder, Gita, had a very solid run that was done before a lot of the quality of life stuff that would save a bunch of time. So I expect Kanayama will be bringing down the world record more in the near future, considering it was a very narrow margin, I think, of a couple of minutes between the two.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're on pace, but there's a chance, given that it's that small of a window, that this might even be a world record run if this keeps up, honestly.
I mean, Shiraishi and Angel both have like low 7-hour times, right? Like,
that's not easy. That's not easy to get.
Yeah, like Shiraishi's like 7:07, and Angel's like right behind them, something like that. You know, Kanayame 6:57. That's about 10 minutes, but we've seen all this time they've made up, and like, aside from 2 or 3 minutes at the beginning, Shiraishi and Angel, they've not been playing bad. It's not like they're getting skill issued. They're hitting everything they want to hit. They're not making major mistakes. None of that. Like, this is not like, oh, Kanayame is just straight up better and they're tripping. This is like all these little routing decisions that Kanayame really went through and just like pieced out have, you know, over the course of a run where the top 4 runners are all within 10 minutes of each other, they've closed out 18 minutes.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Chat's also proof checking me. The world record did get beaten 2 days ago by Kanayama doing practice runs. I did not specify that, but yes. Their initial entry to the scene was a world record 2 months ago, but they have been slowly but surely improving it while practicing.
Yeah, I will back you up a little bit. Their PC world record is better than the console world record. So yes, they set the PS5 world record, but the PC run was better. Just a little bit, like a minute and a half or something.
That's the only downside of multiple consoles, is it can get a little bit murky, which is actually the appropriate one, because we do want to make sure that there is a playing field for everybody, regardless of your platform availability. It just does make it a bit harder to be like, this is technically the world record because, you know, PC runs faster, or this is technically the world record because console runs faster. But the PC run is just better executed. And it requires a very skillful eye to notice this difference.
Kanayame started
In theory, PC should be a little bit faster for a couple of different reasons that we were talking about earlier. But I mean, there are 2 people in the history of speedrunning this game that have gotten a sub 7 hour, and it is Kanayama and
Hiramoto.
I'm sorry. Yeah, who we were talking about just a few minutes ago.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. It is also an incredibly skilled run.
I guess I can tell them like the differences. So other than the fact that PC is timed using a load time remover, because PC loads are soloer, there's a bunch of little things that you can do on PC that you can't do on console. You can assign every single page of your menu to a hotkey, and that will allow you to go directly there. We talked about this 3.5 hours ago. The map screen in this game, especially on the base PS5, is so laggy and it takes so long to open. And this game uses menu memory. So every time you have to teleport somewhere, the next time you open your menu, it will go to the map screen, and that wastes time. Don't have to worry about that on PC. PC also loads your save file rate way quicker, even though everything else on PC is slightly slower. There's that. There's also a few additional button bindings you can do on PC that you can't do on console, and that's my favorite thing. The X button is bound to both like interaction and jump, and you cannot remove that association on console, but you can on PC for some reason, which is really nice because I haven't noticed it, but you may have seen like sometimes the runner will walk up to something and they're waiting for it to become interactable, and then they just hop in place, and it's like, man, because they press the button a little too soon or something. Gosh, what else even is there on PC? There have been efforts recently to make a cutscene remover. I know, I think Angel did testing with it. It's not totally stable yet, and it doesn't remove every cutscene. But yeah, other than like, it loads a little bit slower, but you have the menu stuff, and you have a few additional options or button bindings. They're mostly equal, except the Bahamut fight, where you go through a shooter section with Phoenix, and you can control. It's a side-scrolling, like it's an auto-scroller. You're controlling a reticle, and you can use mouse and keyboard on PC, and you move so much faster, and it's so much easier to hit the headshots. It does make a legitimately big difference in the Bahamut fight, but everywhere else, it's just these very, very tiny optimizations.
Oh boy, the Bahamut fight.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to worry if you're going to play in like New Game Plus or something and you play on PC, you don't even have to worry about creating a save file, because you can just download one. That's a really nice part. And oh gosh, I hate this. So this restriction is technically on the PC and PS5 version. You're only allowed to have 50 save files in this game, but on the PC version, you can of course just. Yeah, well, when you're practicing
only 50 files, bro.
Yeah.
I run games that have 10 files. Get wrecked,
bro. Like, okay, for the Heir of Hours alone, it takes 20 save files, and that's one stage.
That's because you're spoiled.
Anyway,
eating good.
Yeah. Because of that, like it's fine if you're like running a single category. If you're running a single category, 50 save files is well more than enough. If you want to run multiple categories, it kind of sucks.
I will agree. I have 2 profiles on the PS5 for saves for this. I think I ended up using like 70 or something, but no, 50 save files should be the standard, honestly. Like with 5 or 10 save files, it's just absurd.
Yeah, it's rough. Thankfully, because you can just copy out your Steam saves and put new ones in place, so long as you turn off cloud sync, that will break the game. I learned that the hard way. If you have cloud sync on and you delete one of your save files, the game hard locks, and you have to task manager kill it. Super cool.
You're just in the same dungeon too.
Yeah, that does make it's a lot easier to practice on PC, for sure.
Yeah,
just be like me and.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say, like, you can just be like me and not practice, just full game, full send.
I remember when I think it was 3 years ago when I was just grinding this, and you're like, "How did you get your time down like 40 minutes?" I'm like, "Sorry, dude, I got nothing better to do." It do be like that. Oh.
Kanayami here, very tiny optimization, placing the lightning rod by the exit so that the moment this guy dies, he can leave. These are also like all the little things that go into this run. It's you know, it's 2 seconds, 3 seconds, but you're saving 2 or 3 seconds hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I just feel like a lot of this too is just, I mean, I'm gonna say game knowledge, but I don't want to. We were talking about this earlier, just how the game is fairly opaque with a lot of its mechanics and a lot of what the abilities do. I really think this is a testament to the community as a whole, just all of the work that has gone in over the years to sort of understanding how to optimize this run. And then you have a really good runner maybe who has, you know, the ability to kind of come in and put that all together.
I will give the devs this at the very least, that initially, like, none of this information was listed, like the cooldown times and certain things like that. And they did eventually add some of that more important information to the menu. It did take them like a year, but it was nice when it showed up, because it's like, oh, okay, we're not losing it. We're not imagining things.
The training mode in this game is phenomenal. It's so good, you know, especially once they added the ability to be like, yeah, I'm just going to have level 5 Zantetsuken, so let me have it for this combo. You know, that
dragon here.
Yeah, this is a big boy fight.
So when I was yapping earlier about like the worst thing that can happen is we die in the middle of a boss fight and then have like the boss's stagger all messed up. This is one of the biggest offenders for me. This fight can very easily go sideways and your stagger can under damage, or because the big thing is you need to hit dragons in the head for the damage bonus. So it can, not only that, but the like auto targeting locking under the head can make it quite difficult. Because hitting the body, I believe, does the same amount of stagger, but the head gets a damage bonus. Yes. So in some of the instances here, you're trying to hit the body because it's easy to hit, but also to just push stagger rather than damage. And if this dragon kind of gets out of sync, your lightning rods can end up being, you know, not back on cooldown. Like, this is a good time usually to drop one. Honestly, if you let this thing into the final phase, it can nuke you very easily because you're running low. This is you'll be able to refill your potions after this, but you very rarely run by the shop. So there's 2 ways to refill your potions: buy them or die, and you get them back for free. Strength potions excluded, unfortunately.
Thankfully, there is a shop right after this fight.
Yep, that's luckily we can use both of our strength potions here.
Yeah, and to kind of build off what Sid said, when these things aren't staggered, hitting them with wind up in the head, especially level 3 wind up, is awful.
Bro, it's impossible to hit them with charged magic because they move so violently. It's ridiculous. And that's supposed to be auto-targeting.
Yeah, so much tracking.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most difficult fights in the game that isn't like one of the late game bosses. Both this and Akishik are very rough in my opinion. This is definitely a place where a newer runner I would expect to just go toes up a few different times, and then your PB is no death to the dragon.
Yeah.
Part of the challenge too is just all of the aerial stuff because of what you were talking about with you know, the head and that extra damage and everything that you can get out of like optimizing the fight, and that is so hard to do as a newer runner.
And like one of the things we used to do was just tank the twirl so that we could like land a lightning rod or use wind up. So a lot of these fights you would just throw away a lot of HP just for a sake of a few hits.
Kanayama's in the White Dragon fight that their 2 runners just finished. That is...
This pace is unbelievable.
So
yeah.
I will share with everybody, while we were in this long segment, I went ahead and looked at what Kanayama's split was in his world record run for this, and I will share once we get through this fight. So,
fun.
It's pretty close. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it only took me like 4 hours to come to this conclusion.
Yeah, this is...
Wait a minute. This might be world record.
Oh, man.
So, like, these lasers here, you could parry, but remember that, like, that parry kind of yields a time slow. So if you can just move around them naturally without, you know, activating the like, parry dodge, it's really important.
Kanayami just ate the... I'm sorry, I just commentator cursed, but they tried to wind up the head and it whiffed.
Yeah, the wind up did not look right.
I hate to like show you to be able to be like, yep, this is why this fight stinks. But like this is how it is. This is what I was talking about earlier. This fight, it either goes good or. Luckily, I think we've got enough room to recover here.
Yeah, wind up came back. It's okay, you know. It's just maybe it didn't matter in the end.
I mean, this is probably
Not
like
much.
the worst performance all night, and we've been here for 4.5 hours, and he missed one move.
All right, Moon, 4:26:35.
Yeah, so Kanayama is about 25 seconds off of his world record right now. 4.5 hours into the run. So, within a minute of world record pace at the moment. So that's pretty remarkable. Yeah, just it's been amazing to watch, and the other two runners are also just doing a fantastic job too. So the gap is closing, but everybody's playing really well. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, to be fair, like everybody had been going in on the new route like a couple of months ago. So from what I have seen, it is very different from the original route. And relearning this entire game is not an easy task. Even if you say, oh, well, the first hour's the same. It's still 6 hours of content where you have to learn new menus. Every fight is different. And learn to do them consistently rather than fat fingering Flames of Rebirth and having to load every time you finish a fight.
Yeah.
Flames of Rebirth is like, it's really good, but when you accidentally fire it off, you feel really bad.
And now I'm excited. You were talking about the PC optimization for this Icon Bahamut fight. I'm actually kind of excited to see if Angel has a really good segment here.
Yeah,
because as a reminder to everybody who's watching, Angel is the only one who's running on PC. The other two runners are on console.
Yeah, I remember this Bahamut being pretty miserable, and definitely one of the low points of the run.
Yeah. The Phoenix portion of Bahamut is also a fight where Bahamut's head, which is so tiny because he's so far away, is a weak point, and you do like 10-20% bonus damage to it. The fight is kind of an auto-scroller, so it's not going to make a big difference in story mode. But in action and... Actually, no, it will make some interesting differences in story modes, particularly with destroying the little orbital thingies.
Yeah, the orbs are really rough to do optimally.
Yeah, poor Kanayame there. They tried to Phoenix shift over a staircase, and they hit the staircase, and there's like, even when you can start moving after a movement error, you can't jump. And so they started moving and tried to do a jump dash, but the jump didn't go off and the dash did. So that's like the
double dipped.
Yeah, once things start going wrong, especially with movement, oh boy, do they keep going wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You get in a rhythm with this game, and the first time you make a mistake, you have to like plant your feet and stand straight up again. It's not as simple as just keep hitting buttons the same way. Also, that right there is a nice little cool tech thrusting into the cutscene so that it can cancel. Same kind of thing we were talking about earlier with the ignition as well.
Yeah, knowing exactly where your cutscene triggers are in this game is another important thing. Also, Shiraishi's necrophage was crazy good.
Yeah, necrophage is super annoying because he does a lot of these like dash attacks, and getting him staggered in the correct time frame and not letting him push you away, things like that's very difficult actually. It's super easy to like accidentally stagger. Wow.
Boom.
Dang. Angel just pushed right through that stagger into the next phase. GG.
Yep, very very tight routing on that too. I think this boss is like one of the first ones that has like 2 or 3 HP gates.
Yeah. What? Excuse me?
I ate my words on this last year, so I didn't say anything. Typically speaking, Blind Justice and which is Ramuh's iconic feat, and the block from Titan they're pretty bad. However, if you're kind of far away and like you need to do stagger damage anyways, like they're all right for that, I guess. Like it's probably slightly more damage than swinging your sword. Yeah.
Because the reason a lot of us like never even considered it is release, static cling or whatever it is his iconic feat is, was bad, and they eventually buffed it and I believe doubled the target acquisition rate.
Yeah,
I don't know why that was so hard.
Much faster.
But now it actually like applies them way quicker. There was a lot of like miniature changes too, like Titans. I think Earthshaker, the ultimate. The problem was it had like a 2-minute cooldown, and it just did not do anywhere near as good as Flames of Rebirth. So I think it got a rebalance to like either 60 seconds or 90 seconds. Still underperforms, unfortunately, because it's like an AoE in front of you rather than around you. So
it's so bad.
It's just it's so incredible that like the breadth of abilities that are getting used in this run, and like knowing how one specific ability is really good in one specific fight, so you use it, you know, even though it's not good in like 99% of the run. I just love that.
Yeah, it's interesting because like Angel used the static charge from a distance, but Kanayami opted to just close the distance immediately. So it could be one is better than the other, but it's honestly extremely hard to tell which is which.
Yeah, Angel got the stagger out of the press the attack faster.
Yeah,
because of that, and I'm willing to bet that they just kind of knew, like, if I throw these immediately and do my standard combat, the moment the press the attack drops, that's like the perfect timing for the pop. Because like you do have to manually explode the little bolts that stick to enemies, but the longer you leave them on there, the more damage they do when you explode them.
Much like Impulse from
yeah.
That's another one I'm sad I don't see, because I really liked Impulse.
You should play Final Fantasy book.
Impulse is like
specifically the DLCs.
I don't know, man. I've been trying to pick up or keep learning Breath of Fire 2 for the for the relay that's coming in a couple months, but like this has really got me interested. I don't know. This is some really cool routing that I don't know if I could improve my time, but it would be really fun to learn.
Yeah.
At least it looks like it. I've been wrong before.
Oh, this is cool. Intentional QTE fail, just to save a little bit of time. Whee! That was a very long QTE fail.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I wanted to... Oh, Spitfire for Shiraishi. That's what I was going to maybe mention, so that's perfect. Yep, so now we have another ability, kind of mimicking Bahamut's Giga Flare, but when we're in Ifrit form, and this thing is pretty bananas, so...
Yeah, it's goated. It's a really, really good move. The only downside is, like, both of Ifrit's feats, I guess, like skills, whatever you want to call them, are very good. You have to use them at the right time, because Split Flare, you can end up just kind of wasting damage on it. And with Brimstone, obviously, you want to make sure you fully charge it and explode it rather than get hit during it. The main issue is just like the cooldowns are pretty long. Yeah. So iconic fights end up kind of getting into mudslinging matches a lot more often than you'd like them to be, but when you do them right, it feels so good.
Yeah, and there's an interesting little mechanic the game, another fun thing the game doesn't tell you about, but both Spit Flare and level 3 Brimstone actually put the enemy into the half stagger state where they take bonus damage.
Oh.
So it's
I guess
very common to use Brimstone immediately into Spit Flare just to get the 5% damage bonus.
That makes a lot more sense given like Ultima's fight and some of the other ones. Where I thought you just looped him because it was like, all right, well, you're holding still, time to go in, but it makes sense now that you put it out like that.
And they're close. Their cooldowns are kind of close together.
Yeah.
I think regardless of the difficulty, it isn't until the DLC where the Leviathan fight where the answer is not just immediately use it. Like you want to save it for a stagger because you get so much damage.
Plus it boosts that multiplier quickly too.
Yeah. The two iconic abilities feat, I don't think they have an official name as it for it, but Spitfire and Brimstone are your best ways of stagger management because they do each individual hit doesn't do a whole lot of stagger damage, whereas like I said earlier, basically all of your combos, all the attacks in them except for a few do like equal amounts.
Wow, this charge beam is so much better on PC. Yeah. Wow,
you see how fast he can move as Phoenix too? Like, just even for the viewers, compare how quickly Angel is moving and how quickly they're shooting versus Shiraishi.
So,
yeah.
I love that volley is like actually a viable strategy too.
Yeah.
While we were doing that explanation, I went and grabbed some ice from my ice water, but I don't know if this was said, but the problem is like your aiming here is tied to where you're moving. So like aiming and moving on the PS5 is just awful. Being able to aim independently is, oh man, I wish. Why?
It's basically like you're playing a twin stick shooter.
Except it's at a really awful angle.
Yeah, from the bottom up.
You're playing on a skew, 45-degree angle.
And yeah, you can see Shiraishi like doing a pretty good job with the headshots, but even like random parts of the beam falling out.
Yeah,
there.
You only move in like straight lines to control the beam, like once it's going.
Yeah,
you basically like your option is you just end up having to tank stuff, which is okay because every iconic fight you do get some firelights, which are basically just heals. But you don't want to, obviously tank too much because it ends up like putting you in hit stun and canceling your charges in certain instances. So.
Yeah, getting caught by like the Mega Flare Bahamut doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it just like you can't do anything while you're getting hit, right? So like these dodges are important. They can kind of get off the other ability that Moon mentioned. Not coming to me right now. You can't use like the charge beam, but this thing where you get the auto targeting, you can do that a little bit. Also, interestingly, like you can just literally move faster as Phoenix on PC.
I mean, it's just it makes sense, right? Like, mouse and keyboard, or mouse stuff.
Mouse aiming versus twin stick. I mean, the lock-on like Dragon Panzer type thing, I always preferred anyway because it always felt very kinky trying to aim the beam, and it's like I think this hits quicker? ?
Yeah. But yeah, like you really are like kind of locked in place and committed once you fire the beam off.
Yeah, some of this movement that Angel's doing just feels kind of unfair.
It is so crazy how quickly, like, it's ridiculous. And like being able to take these little satellites out, just whipping the mouse like instantly. It on PS5, it's really hard to kill 2 of those in a single charge beam. Angel almost killed 3.
Bro booted up AIM Labs in the middle of a run. What is happening? Like this phase right here with the 6 orbs is the only one where it's like super free to kill 2 of them because they're so close. And then as you kill one, they'll close ranks in a weird way to kind of like collapse them, like you see right there on Shiraishi's side. Whew.
They like always stay equidistant, so as you destroy them, they move, and that like Sid said, it is pretty easy to destroy 2 of them, even on PS5. I'm curious to see how much Angel can do here.
Let's see how this PC advantage works out. Yeah. Okay.
Two really close.
Oh,
Oh,
I see what
they're
we're
gonna
setting up
finish
here.
it off with the
Make them
lock-on
all
move.
come close. Yeah. Oh, that would
Yep.
work too. Yeah. Okay, that's what it was.
Whoa.
He pushed them all down to just one beam and then forced them to start closing ranks so he could just slowly pan up over them. That's such a good strat.
Yeah, and he didn't have to worry about the little orbs too, because they just whipped around. You couldn't even really see it.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
There's like a part of me that could see myself doing the whole run on controller and then putting it down, like having controller in one hand and mouse in the other because I just refuse to use the keyboard.
Yeah, I've debated it too. I've been holding off doing this stage and stage replay. Oh no.
Oh my.
But
We did get a warning. Okay, I didn't hear about that part, but
yeah,
we're good. We're good, y'all.
We were threatened to lose timer info. I didn't realize we lose the runs too. Now I'm very sad. What am I supposed to talk about?
We're basically well, I'm watching Angel's stream right now, so the fight's going well. We're in a cutscene. We kind of glossed over the fact that our brother showed back up, which is pretty cool. So the Phoenix is back. Also, Bahamut is not evil. Bahamut is our friend. He just got really angry and is having a bad day. Kind of needs a Snickers.
Yeah.
So
he got kind of goaded into
was
killing his dad, so he's a little mad.
Yeah, his stepmom turned into be kind of a awful.
Our mother, by the way,
our
which
mother
I was referring to earlier. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Our mother, who was the devil.
She just like screws everyone over that has a relationship with her, whether it be familial or otherwise.
Yeah.
Gives birth to the final boss, kind of.
The whole silly thing is like she thinks your little brother is superior to you, so she sets like all of this in motion so that you die and your father dies and your little brother takes over, and then your brother is just like, what? When
like a sickly little kid.
Yeah, and when Sid dies, your brother is actually the one that saves you from the final boss, Ultima, which is trying to take over your body at the time. So he's been kind of lingering in the background, trying not to make himself known so that he can protect you and also keep an eye on Ultima's move while you're kind of doing your thing. So the whole thing here is, like I said, we've been trying to get rid of magic, and destroying these crystals that is the concentrated source of magic has been the goal the whole time, so we're going from place to place to destroy crystals, and we're slowly but surely getting rid of them. But obviously there's less and less crystals, so now it's easier and easier to predict our movement, because there's like 2 left, and this is the more reasonable of the 2, because the other one's on a continent that's across the sea, that is like has isolationism and is just not easily accessible, so it's obvious we were going to go here first.
Bro, we're getting the repeat from last year syncing up at the end of the Bahamut fight.
Bahamut just does that to people. Like, even if there was like a 20-minute gap, you could still both be in Bahamut at the same time. I hate to say it.
and Kanayame's right there.
Yep.
Knocking on the door, yep.
All that needs to happen is no accidental stagger, which like once this move is started, you can't stagger him anyways.
Yeah, this first phase of Bahamut is kind of fun, but when you start getting accidental staggers, you're like, I hate this fight.
Yeah.
Shiraishi coming up to what should technically be called Bahamut Lost, but they just call it Bahamut. This is kind of what happened to Titan. In fact, it is literally the same thing that happened to Titan. And now Bahamut is very angry, but also we fusion danced with Joshua. That is the canon explanation. And we are now Ifrit Risen, a combination of Ifrit and Phoenix at the same time, with a entirely new moveset, although it plays the exact same way. But also the light speed here. Yeah, the light speed dash.
Yeah, it's like,
which isn't invisible. It's not invincible. That's an important note for people.
Yeah, if you do your movement wrong, you will get knocked back during your light speed dashes, and it just kind of feels bad.
You don't collect any rings.
Yeah, if we if Bahamut gets handled right here, we should be able to keep him in a stun lock and avoid some of the more longer phases where he kind of like spams beams.
Yes, important. Yeah. Bahamut has the only skippable press the attack in the game.
Yeah, I always had the misunderstanding that you could do the same thing to the final boss, and I slowly but surely realized that it's like you can shorten it, you can't skip it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's something interesting about this fight that I'll say, and again, it's kind of like this is a new moveset. They're sort of like giving you some new toys to play with for the purposes of just making these fights as ridiculous as possible. I would say this fight rewards you for being as aggressive as possible.
Yep.
We're going to have another one of these fights later that is almost completely the opposite. And it's kind of rude, honestly, that the game kind of does that to you, but it is what it is.
I think the only thing that I find obnoxious about this form is that if you do like the combo ender, you get pulled back from the enemy, which it's so weird. That you do these 1,000 slashes type thing, and then you just back up. Hold on, let me give you a second. How'd that feel?
She was trying to counter there, but I think Shiraishi has skipped the press the attack.
Yeah,
they just gotta build the multiplier here. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Keep going.
Yeah, so build that multiplier, get the spit flare off. Doing good damage. I imagine they're going to immediately teleport in for Brimstone because they're too far away right now. Yep. Hit that.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Yup. There's a phase where he'll like do sideways laser beams. But if you do the damage and the stagger properly, you can push into this final cutscene early and avoid it, which is very nice.
Yeah,
it's one of the few like really easy optimizations that even early runs were aiming for and could do.
Yeah, I mean the press the attack doesn't have a ton of health, but you're probably going to burn a spit flare on it, and yeah, that just it puts you well behind, or you end up fighting like what is it called, quintessence or something, the multiple laser beams.
Mm-hmm. It's either this one that's quintessence or it's the final boss. I can't fully remember because it's been a minute. Yeah, YouTube chat is they're both we got a couple of YouTube chatters that are noting that we're slowly but surely creeping up. Yeah, I mean the runners are very good. The organizers did a really good job of balancing the team. Kanayama is making up for the bit of a slow or behind start that he got. Very well, and it's going to go into the next game, I think, with Kanayama maybe a little bit ahead, and I expect to see some role changes throughout the entire pace of the relay, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more runs like this, where it's a bit back and forth.
Well, and just to highlight, again, as the person, I've been watching all day, because this is, and I will be watching all weekend, except for when I'm sleeping and out doing stuff, but this is the third run of the relay. Team Mog won the first run, which was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Team Tonberry won the second run, which was FF2. And it sure seems like Team Choco is going to win this one. So that's 3 games. Each team is going to hopefully have a win under their belt, and we are going to have a really tight, really exciting relay for the whole rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's one or the other for me. It's either Team Close Race or Team Chaos. I'd prefer Close Race, but if it's going to devolve into anything else, it better be pure chaos. Yeah, the icon fights are fairly long. Chad has picked up on that. Yep.
This is the longest one. This is the longest fight in the game.
Yep. This is why a lot of us did not practice these at all, which is part of the reason why there's been kind of like a shake-up in placement too, because this is very optimized. Not to say that Yida didn't, but a lot of us refuse to do anything more than the bare minimum, or maybe a little bit more than that, because these cutscenes kind of make it very hard to practice because you're like, okay, I did 2 minutes of practice. Let me go put my hands in an ice bucket.
I'm gonna stream 2 hours of practicing the Bahamut fight, and it's like 5 of them.
Yeah, you get like 45 minutes of appreciable gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good practice effort. Ooh, man, I played for 45 minutes. My fingers are killing me.
Oh. Also, I'm gonna complain about this. I have, if you beat a boss in this game without taking damage, you get like a special medal.
Oh yeah.
Now, the first Bahamut fight doesn't count. It's only this part of the Bahamut fight, but there is no autosave between the last fight and this fight, which means if you fail at any point to get a hitless fight, you have to do the whole thing over again.
Yeah, it's actually a way you can lose time on literally every single boss.
Yeah.
Fortunately, most every strat involves getting hit, you know, for cooldown, counterattacks, any of that kind of stuff. So usually the only fight, well, it's different now, but the fight that you would normally see the no-hit on would be the assassin in the woods at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
But since we found out you want to get punched for Cyclone, you'd normally not see it. Which that was the worst one, because you'd mess up the strat and you'd get the no-hit medal, and you're like, oh, dude, please. Could you not rub it in?
Yeah.
Luckily, a lot of the bosses kind of drag on so long, and it's just better to tank a hit here and there, especially with Limit Break giving you hyper armor and the inability and removing the ability to die. It's still so interesting to think that, like, this is on easy, but, like, the fights are just so interesting. It's so easy to just kind of write off any easy speed runs, but, like, the routing between the skills, equipping the skills, deciding which is optimal, when to remove them, when to keep them, that's been the interesting part. Normally, we would have refunded, like, Flames of Rebirth very early on and purchased other things, and then refunded those and kind of built a new, or rather earned enough points to buy Flames back. But this route is stuck with Flames the whole time, which has led to a very interesting skill route that is very different than what I remember, and it's really interesting to see, actually.
Yeah, because this game, menuing fast in this game is like not possible.
Impossible, absolutely. This game is a slog every menu.
For some reason, the ability screen uses a pointer, a cursor, that you control with the analog stick. So, like, it's such a slog to, like, scroll over to your ability, and you gotta hold the square button, and then it makes you confirm it, and then you gotta mouse over to... Oh, it's awful. It's faster on PC, but there are so many weird quirks with, like, the menus in this game. The one that gets me is, like, sometimes when you open the ability screen, if you were lightly touching your analog stick and then you use the D-pad to move, there's no guarantee your cursor is going to be at the actual beginning of the menu. It just will appear randomly somewhere on the screen. You're like, okay.
Cool, I'm glad I buffered movement without knowing it. That was suboptimal. Yeah, it's that's probably like the biggest gripe I have with this game is it's like, you want to do a thing, are you sure? Hold the button. But this game has a lot of give and take too. Like we were saying earlier, like 50 saves for a lot of us feels like an astronomical amount of saves, and it is. Also, this game auto saves like every second, so you end up needing all of them. But like, you finish a fight, you can load, so you can like abuse cooldown recovery with that method and a few other things like that. But it just like the biggest struggle is like hold to learn the skill, hold to unlearn it, hold to skip the cutscene. I don't know why they went that route. That's probably like the business. Also, Angel's on this adamant choice, and this fight is miserable if you don't do it right. The moment you get off center or the head pulls in, GG, see you later. I used to learn Giga Flare literally just for this fight, even though I wasn't supposed to have it, because fudge the adamant twice. If you like place the lightning rod too soon, place it in the wrong spot, it's just ugh. It is very nice having the Flames of Rebirth there, though, because a second wave will spawn in, which is why it was delayed. And if I remember right, we'll probably see a save load here to get our Flames of Rebirth back. Yep.
Boom. And you're going to see another one in like another 2 minutes.
We're doing a lot of gauntlet fights, and we can go to 3 different areas to save the area and remove all the evil enemies that are spawning around it. So there is some routing so that we can take advantage of waiting for those cooldowns, but for the most part, it just ends up being like, okay, Flames of Rebirth, save load, Flames of Rebirth, save load, Flames of Rebirth, save load. Sometimes it's just faster to hit the entire screen and take 5 seconds to save load instead of 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's for me. That's a big part of like New Game Plus, is because like Flames of Rebirth is still kind of the best arena-wide AOE, but you also get things like Tsunami. You have Zantetsuken. You have access to a lot more. You've got Abyssal Tier. So you have a lot more opportunity to use like your iconic loadouts to save a bunch of save loads. Like, thankfully this game doesn't do it too much, but if the entire route of this game was literally just use Flames of Rebirth and then load your save file and then go do it,
wouldn't be interested either. Yeah. I mean, it's cool and all, but like the combos that we're literally building by choosing A skill into C skill into D skill into B skill based on damage, based on stagger, based on cooldown. That's why I fell in love with it. If that didn't exist, I would not feel the same about this.
Yeah, I mean, I've never tried the story route. I have a feeling I wouldn't enjoy it just because, this route is a lot of it's really making the most out of nothing, right? Whereas the stuff I do is like optimizing everything as far as it can go because you have every choice imaginable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I run New Game Plus hard on Remake and Rebirth, and it's the same thing too, where you get all the tools, and that's what I find the coolest about it, is finding a way to build this line that leads into it. And to be honest, I mainly steal what Strife does, because Strife comes up with some really cool stuff. And then he goes, I don't like running this game because of X, or I don't have time to do this. And I'm just like, all right, man, you want to solve the puzzle for me? I'll put the pieces together. Not as fast as you, but I'll put the pieces together.
Yeah. This game is so cool. It's so fun.
Oh, it is, yeah. There was a point in my life where I thought I hated action RPGs, and around that time, Kingdom Hearts had just come out, Kingdom Hearts 2, and I actually enjoyed the games, and it never really occurred to me that those were action RPGs. And then Remake and Rebirth and 16 came out in subsequent, and I was like, holy, I really do like action RPGs. And then I told my friend who's like a really big Kingdom Hearts fan, he's like, don't you like Kingdom Hearts? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, you're stupid, aren't you? And I'm like, yes, I am.
I will just add to this conversation. It is also extremely fun to be a very mediocre runner of this game. Average. I don't want to disparage myself, but I am like not on the level of anybody that I am currently watching or sharing this commentary booth with, and I don't even care. Like, this game is still super fun to run.
I'm gonna be fair to you, MBW. You have things to do.
I mean, I've spent a lot of okay. I will put it this way. I've spent more time playing this game than I've spent playing almost every other game, including ones that I speedrun. And I just, like, the learning curve, like, I think some of it is, like, you have to learn how to, like, it's different learning how to play an action RPG as opposed to a turn-based RPG.
Absolutely.
And that is something I think my brain is still figuring out how to reconcile. Because I've mainly done turn-based RPGs over time, and that's fine, but like they're a little bit different in terms of, pattern recognition and, stuff like that, and sort of like how your brain works. Like, I know what I'm supposed to do, but like, how do you actually do it and execute?
I feel you. Because like
But
recently,
like I put
started-
in the time. Like I'm on my second PlayStation 5 with this game, and I'm sure I probably played this game for like 700 hours or something absurd like that. So
By the way, kanayami got a 3rd limit bar.
okay.
Wow.
Only kanayami.
I mean,
I
I
guess we're
am
optimizing
team
for
more
damage.
limit bar. So
Yeah, that's an extra limit bar of 10% damage.
Yeah. I really wasn't sure where the push and pull was with this, because we used to get the 3rd limit bar in the final area or just short of the final dungeon. People would get it in different spots, but I guess it makes sense because the thing is, I mean, it allows you to turn it on and off more frequently and get more out of it. And if you're comfortable with the skills you have, there's no reason to not get it. I think the downside here is you wouldn't have access to Giga Flare. So
yeah.
That's the part I was gonna say is like, what's the trade-off? Because
I mean,
maybe it doesn't
guess,
matter, but like you only have so many SP. So like, what are you giving up to get that? Especially now. Also, just out of curiosity, has anybody noticed? I think people are using Lionheart tonics. Has anybody noticed that for sure?
I personally haven't seen any Lionheart tonics, but
I have definitely seen them purchased.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to keep track since they're flittering so fast between potions.
Lionheart tonics, for those who don't know, are a potion that refills your limit break bar.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned earlier, you can't refill limit when you're in limit. Your Lionheart tonic can. So your limit will go up. It drains faster than it restores, but you can use Lionhearts to extend your limit.
Yep.
I will.
Can you only equip 1 by default?
I think it's a 1 per. I think you can upgrade it to 2.
Yeah, you get 2. I have 2 in New Game Plus, but yeah, you only get 1 Lionheart.
It's 1, yeah. Because it's that, and then like the elixir or whatever that keeps you from dying. Both are limited to 1.
Yeah, the last elixir,
which luckily automatically activates. We do have a YouTube chatter, so I guess this question would be good for you guys as well to guess. But anyone know how many times the iconic ability screen is be open? Now, to quantify that, also is are we talking about the screen where we actually change abilities or just purchase? Because if it's just purchasing, I think it'll be like 10 times by the end of the game. Because the purchasing seems to be so optimized and clustered in efficient manner that like we're only buying things as soon as we need. At least on Kanayama's side, some of the others might have a bit superfluous, but I have a feeling it's probably no more than a dozen.
Yeah, it's like once per icon acquisition, of course, and then like.
I think like maybe an additional 5 times I would probably say.
There's a handful of times, especially earlier on, where you're like juggling skill points. So it's
you have 5.
I'm gonna learn Flames of Rebirth for a little bit, and then it's like, actually I need to level up 3 different abilities now, so I'm gonna refund all of that.
It's a very low number, honestly.
A dozen sounds about right. Yeah.
And I've noticed I think Angel's been a bit more aggressive in not doing it. Like, they kept Heatwave for a much longer time than Shiraishi did. So there's also a little bit of decision-making between, like, how much they want to do it. Because it is... 10 seconds in a 7-ish hour run is not, like, a lot. But it's still slow.
It's also kind of hard... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's kind of hearing you say that is kind of funny to me too, because I feel like if anybody was micro optimizing that more, it would be Angel playing on PC for some of the reasons we've talked about earlier on in the run. So
here's that warp point you were talking about too.
Wow.
I know early on, there was a lot of conversation about grabbing this waypoint specifically for this interaction right here. And early on, it was deemed slower because you had the Chocobo. But I'm guessing there's some sort of push and pull here that changed that. Because it used to be we'd have to run out here and, we'd waste the time refilling our attacks anyway, right? Getting our cooldowns back. But maybe the cooldown route is so optimized, or it's just faster to save load and take the extra like 5 seconds walking over there.
Thankfully, I don't need to think about this. This would be a good thing to do in New Game Plus because you also have the movement abilities, right? So I could get there way quicker. Ooh, I gotta take out my imaginary notepad.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't fully recall when the waypoints are unlocked in New Game Plus, but they're definitely a good optimization tool for speeding things up. The only problem is when you have to go buy a cutscene. When you come through here, I think it would still be slower to warp to that point because you'd have to come back to this area, then go back out.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of micro optimizations when you have the quality of life features that you get towards the end of the game earlier.
Yeah, and I want to say I think Shiraishi did not do that. They didn't get the extra waypoint. I'm pretty sure Angel did, and it looks like kanayami did.
I watched Angel grab the Chocobo, and my brain was like, "What is going on?"
And I remember. I don't know why I remember this. I wanted to say something about it, and I didn't. It didn't really matter. But Shiraishi was the only person in that little wolf fight way back, 3.5, 4 hours ago that used ignition to kill them. Everyone else used Scarlet Cyclone, and it was to save ignition so that they could use it to get to that waypoint faster.
See, and I was wondering about that, if it wasn't so much about the optimization now as it was the optimization 3 hours ago.
Yeah, because I saw it and my brain was like, it's runner's choice is what I was thinking at the moment. That makes more sense when you put it that way,
Because that was the first moment where I was going to be like, oh, right, you can't kill things until the last hit of ignition. And I was going to bring it up when the next runner did it, but they didn't do it. So,
that makes more... That would make it faster, burning your ignition and then dealing with them with Cyclone instead. That's that must be a tough optimization because those wolves kind of spawn pretty far apart.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, I guess I didn't specifically say it, but Cyclone does have a wider range than Wicked Wheel, but it also pushes enemies away, so you'd have to pull everybody in, Wheel, then Cyclone probably, or Wheel, then use the Wing, which hits everything that goes into one spot.
And
interesting.
My dudes, I have 1,000 hours in this game. The efficiency at which these people can use Deadly Embrace, I cannot do anything like that.
Deadly Embrace. The grabs are so hard with Deadly Embrace, and it's like an hour of game. It's really important in New Game because you have to use it for an hour, and you have to get at least proficient at it, or else enemies are getting all over the place, and you're just throwing away time. And the early dungeons, it's still really hard to do. The rhythm, I don't know if I could pick it back up immediately. It'd probably take me an hour or so of practice to get it back. It's so...
Yeah, the manual dexterity that's required is really, you almost need somebody to demonstrate for you. I almost wish we had a hand cam for some of these runners. Just so we could see how they're doing it, because you're literally you're pushing 4 buttons between every single target and pull. It's you're rotating the camera, you're unlocking and relocking, and you are jumping and you are hitting the actual button to do the Deadly Embrace. I mean, it's so they make it look so easy, and it is absolutely not easy.
Oh, and the other hidden part too is if you take too long doing it, the enemies might wander out of your range of your Deadly Embrace.
Yep.
Because I believe that if I remember right, the feats can be leveled up too, so they have an additional ability, and we can't buy the longer reach with Deadly Embrace. Either that or it's an accessory.
Angel just used level 2 wind up to avoid staggering the assassin, so that the assassin would follow down here, so that they can do both waves of enemies at once.
Yeah,
another little optimization.
Bringing the assassin down here is pretty normal. I think we used to just ignore the assassin, but hitting the assassin makes sense because then you can wait for you can get the extra damage, and then it'll be off cooldown by the time you're ready to use it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah, that level 2. There's a lot of very creative use of that level 2 windup, and especially Angel's Run. I think we've noticed it the most, but I imagine it's not just Angel, but
Oh no, it's just a matter of that Angel usually gets to what we're looking at first. That's the only downside. Unfortunately, Shiraishi here missed on the lightning rod shenanigans because the lightning rod was on the other side of the room when the ninja decided to throw down the fire breath. Kata no jutsu.
All right, Sasuke.
The same voice breaking, too.
Yeah. It is still so crazy how close Shiraishi and Angel have remained, like, for this long.
We have another question in YouTube chat as well that's asking how long the runs go because they haven't seen a 16 run. A good runner can edge it in under 7 hours with a good run. The rest of us, it can go up to about 8.
Slightly qualified. A fantastic runner can do it under 7.
You're right, I undersold it.
Yeah. Shiraishi and Angel are both phenomenal runners. They're both very close to that 7-hour mark. It's a long game to be consistent in.
I think we're expecting a range of something from like 7 hours to 7:20 for this set of 3 runners based on how they're doing right now. So got a little less than 2 hours to go, I think, pretty much across the board here.
Yeah, because the other teams came into it with a lead, so it's not going to be that big of a gap.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, you're looking at like another couple of hours at most for 16.
Yep.
I know that at least with our regular content as like a limit break staffer, we try to get these posted up immediately. I would imagine we'll be doing the same as soon as we get a chance to post these on YouTube. I'm not sure if Plexel will be trying to post them immediately since we're actively streaming on YouTube, but I would imagine that the runs will be up as soon as we are able to. So you can always catch it later, probably within the week, on a YouTube video as well.
Yeah, I think also for the relay, it doesn't get split into individual runs because they're always overlapping with each other, so it's more like segments. I don't remember how long the segments typically are, but
yeah, I
don't know if I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know if they get segregated specifically by run.
Yeah, so. You're right, actually, because sometimes it'll be like a run plus another one. It does get cut in like a weird way. Oh, Maelstrom's out here telling us how it works.
The person who actually runs this event,
yeah,
and not us lowly RPG Limit Break staff members.
And we gave the keys to the channel. They're driving it. Hands off. It's not mine. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is having the dedication to help us like cut up the VODs and make it available for us, whether it's through Plexel, but it is definitely very nice that we can get it up as soon as possible, so anybody that missed a run that really wants to see it can. 16 is a fairly long run, but man, I'm staggering to think that it's been 5.5 hours. It feels like
this is wild. Yeah.
This game flows so well.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like I've been sitting here learning the whole time too. Like it's a class that I don't hate. What?
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's going to be anything very noticeable in this fight with Sleipnir as well, because this is another one that is, I would say, technically fairly challenging to do well.
They both have Giga Flare. I wonder what Kanayami is going to do.
Get it now, maybe?
Oh. There we go.
Well, okay, we're maxing out Rama, but I didn't see no Giga Flare.
Yeah.
Are we not Giga Flaring? Ooh, wait. Nope.
Yeah,
yep,
we're getting
there it
Giga
is.
Flare. There we go.
Level 1? Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe we found out the damage differential is unimportant?
Typically,
maybe I'm
upgrading a skill is like 10 to 12% damage. It's not huge.
Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe we did wait longer to get Giga upgraded till the final dungeon, and I'm just like coping and capping over here. Doing both at the same time.
Another level 2 wind up on
Yeah.
Inuyama.
I mean, this fight's damage range wasn't too terribly tight, if I remember. Some of the parts it gets really tight, but if you do your combos neat, I would imagine a level 1 should be good enough.
Yeah, level 2 Giga Flare is 19% stronger. But level 1's also a lot shorter, so like I mentioned earlier, like it's
You're
a really
right, yeah.
good ability to like stall with.
I mean, it works out great here too because we pushed
Yeah.
right into a cutscene, so we get it right back anyway. We didn't miss out on too much.
Yeah.
The big one is getting the stagger in this phase, from what I remember. Once he starts doing the raining moves that both Shiraishi and Angel are on.
And
Maybe it
kind
can,
of
it could be supplemented with the Dragon Barrage from
Mega Flare coming out.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so we didn't talk about Bahamut's iconic feat. You enter a winged form, and if you dodge an attack, you will gain your Mega Flare gauge. And Mega Flare, there's 4 levels total. There's only 2 levels until you upgrade it. But it is one of the strongest attacks in the game, and it is the only cost. You don't need to learn it. The only cost is having Bahamut equipped. So it's like a 7th attack slot.
You get, I think you get up to level 2, and then if you
Yes.
level it up, you get level 4.
Yes. Something very interesting too is that level 1 and level 2 Mega Flare, the bolts do the same amount of damage. Level 2 just spawns more. Level 3 and level 4 Mega Flare, per bolt do less damage and they have longer durations. So the DPS on level 2 is actually better anyways.
Ooh, Kanayama is using part of the update here. In the original version on launch, the Mega Flare would lose its charge if you disengaged it, but in the more modern port or updates, you can actually retain the Mega Flare level without needing to be in the winged form. So he could easily dodge those attacks without needing to actually like activate the cutscene. Nice optimization.
Yeah. There are so many like little things you can do with Mega Flare too. Something I relatively recently learned, and like we saw that a lot at the GDQ run, is if you Mega Flare dodge, it's kind of slow, but you can, if you do it and immediately change icons, it doesn't play the dodge animation, but you still get the Mega Flare level.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great ability to be able to use, and it fills a need that a lot of your abilities can't do, which is sometimes you just have to sit back and play a little bit of like possum
waiting game,
and it gives you something to do to actually still do damage while that is going on. By the way, our runners are all within about a minute of each other now.
Yep.
This is wild, and Angel is in the lead again because Angel had a really good fight with Sleipnir there.
Yeah, Sleipnir can... The first phase is pretty straightforward. The second phase can very easily go off the rails and not go to plan.
Yeah, it seemed like Shiraishi maybe just had a little bit of trouble finishing, whereas Angel and Katayama's fight were both very clean all the way through.
Shiraishi was like pixels away and got knocked away. There was a little bit of weirdness at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that.
The amount of time you can lose on these end fights and like execution levels, part of the reason why you just ride out a bad Shadow Clive, because this portion, there's a lot of rapid fire 20 seconds, 30 seconds you can lose on boss fights. Even enemy fights, if they go a little bit awry, you can lose 10, 15 seconds because you got to run across the room and kill a bomb. Or you know, an adamant toys decided to troll you and you had to wait for it to spin across the field, then go over there and punch it in the face once.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Normally wouldn't say to punch a turtle in the face, but in this instance, do it twice.
In Adamantoise, you punch in the mouth every time. Especially in this game, because if you miss their face, your sword bounces off. Also, all of your iconic feats do that too. It is miserable.
Yeah.
Missing those things.
Yeah.
The Adamantoises or turtles and Kupka, I think, are like the only two that do that. I want to say the The assassins can block certain things, but they very rarely do it.
Yeah, and like the normal enemies, actually, okay. I want to see if Shiraishi does something on the next phase, but yeah. So we're gonna charge this Mega Flare while this group comes out. Now, Mega Flare has a long animation, but you can limit cancel it instantly to get around. Like it's like a 7-second animation, but
never considered that.
Yeah, and there are like a lot of abilities that you can limit cancel, but you have to wait a bit. Mega Flare, the moment you press Mega Flare, you can cancel it and it will go off immediately.
That makes
so
this
cool.
so much less miserable. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The other thing too is the gain of Mega Flare on release was fairly slow if you weren't like actually dodging stuff with it. And that I believe it got buffed a little bit. So like just kind of chilling there is like actively building a lot of meter pretty quick. This part of the fight here is just kind of like chillsies. You don't have to kill anything. We're just building up some limit here. Yep. The normal route, you'll enter here with full limit, so that's why Angel is just kind of chilling, and Shiraishi is, just kind of punching things because you want to have as much limit as possible going into the boat.
Yeah, and it's like you might as well spend the limit and get the damage bonus in the previous phase, right?
I mean, all your cooldowns are going to get refilled anyway, so
yeah. Shiraishi picking up the extra bar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it might just be a routing difference. Maybe Shiraishi picked up a little bit more of the new route. I think having that extra limit bar is just like a lot of leeway, extra damage, and even if you fat finger it, you're only down a bar, and as long as things aren't too toxic, you should be able to regain it with a couple of iconic feats. Your bar does build up a little bit over time and through regular pokes, but your skills are going to be the main way to refill it.
Yeah, especially like gigantic AoEs. Ignition's great for it. Flames of Rebirth is phenomenal. Yeah, we're gonna ignition. And I mean, look at all that limit. That's like almost a full meter.
A free bar.
Yep.
Luckily, the Sleipnir clones here like spawn infinitely, so you can build bar as long as you want. I'm surprised. Oh, we're probably just waiting.
Getting a bunch for wind up.
That makes sense. Okay.
I'm sad that nobody's spamming Torgal because that's the thing I like to do here, even though because we haven't talked. So Torgal actually gets slightly more powerful the more you use his abilities, which I mean it's not that big of a deal, but that was something I always did in this fight that I felt like, well, if I'm just gonna hop around and do nothing for 2 minutes, I should spam Torgal and maybe he'll level something up. So
yeah, I mean I guess that's also another thing any of us didn't really address. The leveling up is one thing, but what is it? Sick and what is the other attack's name? Do you remember?
Ravage, yeah.
They actually have two unique purposes. One of them will hold an enemy in place, and the other one will knock enemies back. So you need to be careful which one you're spamming in terms of running. I think it's Sick that holds enemies in place, which is why you'll never really see anybody using Ravage here, since it ends up knocking enemies around.
Yeah, I've never heard Clive yell Ravage him Torgal before, but I've heard him yell Sick him Torgal a lot. So
it's funny because I don't hear it anymore. It's just I got some ad blindness to Sick 'em Torgal.
You're a fine hound.
I'm so glad I don't have to bother in New Game Plus. It's so much to manage.
Yeah, it ends up not even being all that bad. The big struggle is like breaking the habit when you're messing with potions. So you don't accidentally blow all your regular potions or all your high potions because you're busy. But I think I purposely put like the potions on my down button to keep that from happening. I went in there to like customize it, and I realized they're just no matter what you do, they're always the same button. I was like, oh man.
I definitely remember putting my mostly useless potion on the Sick button, so that if I messed up, it was like. At least it was like a regular potion.
Not catastrophic,
like that. Yeah, like I didn't just drink my strength potion.
Yeah, there were a few strength potions burned, which is part of the reason why I did the investigation into the customizing.
Yeah.
Luckily, this is another place where like Flames of Rebirth simplifies this fight extremely well, because there's enemies on either side of the ship, and normally we'd have to do a bunch of shenanigans with ignitioning them. This lightning rod into Giga is super nice. Otherwise, the assassin / ninja just kind of hops around the ship, and it turns into a mudslinging contest. This way, we do the fight in such a way where we spawn him right next to the door, so that we can finish him off and enter the door almost immediately. And you'll notice we popped our strength pot on Shiraishi's side, so the faster we get to the next fight, the more we can min-max that strength potion. Unfortunately, it ran out, so doesn't matter, I guess. Normally, I believe you use that one either there or on the axe guy, and then you save the other potion for Barnabas here, which is Odin's icon. And one of the big bads, he's kind of painted as like unreasonably strong, and the only thing even close is Bahamut. And you saw how long it took us to take down Bahamut.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the fights aren't that long, but there are 2 of them, and this one in particular has a very long cutscene in the middle. So,
yeah,
this one drives me up a wall, because as far as I'm concerned, the whole reason that cutscene is unskippable is in service of the joke that Clive lost to Barnabas. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, bro, it ain't funny. I would like to skip the 6-minute cutscene. There's enough other iconic fights that I can take a pee break in between phases 1 and 2.
To me, it always gives me the vibe of like the supervillain who's gonna like reveal his entire evil plan to you.
It is a 007 monologue for sure.
And it's like, well, we can't, like, he's kind of just doing he's going to town here. We can't.
What?
What did that thing do? Just run over the edge?
I have never seen that happen. There is no way that was intended. I refuse to believe it. Even if this is reality, I substitute my own. No way.
Just rockets right over the side. Yeah, I have never seen that happen.
I always thought he was going to get caught on it, which is why we baited him to the stairs. Does he really not get stuck on that when he's thrusting?
We already determined earlier you can jump over railings. Remember when?
Yeah,
I've never seen bad guys do it though. It's one thing if we can break physics, it's another if enemy does it.
Yeah.
Okay, Shiraishi
you know what's gonna happen is now he ended the fight right by the exit. That was 100% intentional.
Shiraishi got a clean Barnabas here, pushed into the press the phase immediately. No matter what we do, we're gonna lose this fight. We just want to start the press the phase as soon as possible, which does lead to some very specific lightning rod placements, parries, and such. And then at this point, you can either push the damage to force or just kind of chill. You really don't have much of an option here. You just have to wait for the attack to come out.
It's either 30-40 seconds, or if you do 30% of his life bar, and then the same thing for press the attack. Once you've done 30% and press the attack, he'll initiate Iron Flash after he's done like his opening volley, I think.
Yeah.
So perhaps unsurprisingly, we're going to have all 3 runners in the long unskippable cutscene at the same time for most of it. So,
which is not what I expected. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. We should probably figure out something to talk about for like 5 minutes here.
What are you talking about? I'm taking a piss break.
See you later, man.
I guess
audience, you're on your own. I'm out of here.
This is the designated break in the run. We'll be back now.
I mean, even Kale's in chat. Like, yep, break time.
Yep.
One of the runners shows up in chat. You know something's going on.
Yep.
Get a snack, grab a new drink, go to the bathroom. You got time.
Grab the third new drink.
Yeah, take your dogs out. You know, go for a walk. Come back, dude's still monologuing. Oh man.
Yep.
So we're about to get Shiva.
Yeah.
Now, Angel told me that the first use of the Diamond Dust glitch is the Undertaker in Reverie, so it's still going to be a moment.
Okay.
But Shiva's iconic feat, Cold Snap, it does have some use as a movement ability, specifically in moving up slopes.
Yep.
Shiva was one of the icons that was buffed too, because Ice Age was really weak and really sucked. It's better now. It's still not great. Mesmerize is a lot more interestingly situational. Against large enemies, it's really great, but it's also a stagger machine. So you don't typically see it, because we don't like we don't like staggering things. Rhyme is the third ability. If any of these runners learn that and use it, they're trolling you. It is like the most worthless ability in the game. Even at max level in New Game Plus, it does like 30 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, it's purely, I believe, intended to be a stagger ability, and it's similar to Lightning Rod. The fact, but it can't be replaced, and enemies, unless they're hit stunned by it, will just walk out of it. It's, man. Oh.
This is so dumb, but I have found exactly one use for Rhyme in the game. And what it is the Clive versus Garuda fight before your Ifrit. We talked about that phase where Garuda's like charging up, and you'd love to put the lightning rod down in New Game Plus. So I do put a lightning rod down, but I also put Rhyme down so that I know exactly when Garuda's vulnerable again. That's all I use it for. It's like, okay, when's Garuda vulnerable?
There was a point where I was coping and trying to like do lightning, like when I was doing my Final Fantasy playthrough, I was like trying to cope with Rhyme and Lightning Rod, and I'm just like, this just, nope, this ain't it. There is 6 slots, and they are really important.
Yeah.
If they gave you Rhyme for free, maybe. That's it. It would have to be the iconic feat.
Yeah. And then also Shiva's iconic feat. If you it's another dodge-based one, like Bahamut. It freezes the entire screen for 5 seconds. This does have some interesting effects because you can freeze enemies in unstaggerable animations and get free hits in. It doesn't really come up much, but it is like a thing, especially in New Game Plus. You can do it to dragons a lot. But also Diamond Dust. I don't think Diamond Dust until recently was like ever included in the speedrun because it's a stagger ability. It doesn't do a ton of damage. Maybe against the Behemoth.
I thought we were talking about the iconic feat, and I was like, we use it on Bahamut, and then I was like, wait, am I being stupid again? Yes!
Mega Flare is goated. We use Mega Flare. But it'll still be like, I don't know, 30 minutes until we see it, but a glitch with Diamond Dust was discovered that causes it to do unreasonable amounts of damage. And it's very interesting because it varies from every single enemy in the game how effective it is, and how big their hitbox is, and how close to them you're standing, and when during the Diamond Dust you limit break cancel. It's very easy to do like in a basic sense, but optimizing it for every individual encounter is a big challenge because they all vary slightly. But if you can do it, it's a beautiful thing. And especially when you're fighting like mini bosses and not these main bosses where you've got like, these HP gates, being able to nuke them immediately into a stagger and not having to deal with them doing anything is pretty great. And typically, if you do it correctly, they'll also already be at the 1.5 times multiplier at the beginning of the stagger. So, you've got the Diamond Dust off, they're staggered immediately, they're at 1.5 times, and now you can throw out, and it puts you in a limit break, because limit breaking is part of the glitch. And then, you can fire off your Thunderstorm, your Wind Up, in any order you want, because you're already at the max multiplier, so you might as well do them in, like, longest cooldown to shortest. I'm so glad Because when Angel was asking for commentators, I was like, "Oh yeah, I can do it." They're like, "All right, I'm going to route Diamond Dust in for you." You're so awesome.
Yeah, I've done some cute things like that before. You know, you're like, all right, homie, I'll do you a solid.
I got you. And I don't think it's any slower. It's just, it is there is an execution to it that you might not have to worry about if you're just using a lightning rod or thunderstorm. Thankfully, you don't have to level up Diamond Dust to do it, because Diamond Dust is also one of those weird abilities when you level up. It does get more powerful, but only because a second wave is added. And while you can do the Diamond Dust cancel with that second wave is so pathetically weak that it's never worth it. You always do it with the first wave of Diamond Dust.
I mean, that and like the points required to do it is just like, that's cute. Thanks. Yeah. At least in terms of a new game run. Obviously, with New Game Plus, you have all the points in the world.
Yeah, as many as you're willing to grind for.
Actually, that does remind me of something too. We were mentioning that with New Game Plus that there's two different
Yes.
There's two different main categories. But one of the things that may have made you guys wonder, one's level 50 and one's 110. There's a couple of things that part of that. When you finish the game in New Game, your level's capped at 50. Then it bumps up to 100. Now, you'll notice I said the other one was 110. Mm-hmm. Each one of the DLCs actually adds 5 additional levels to your level cap. It ends up not being too big of a thing. You end up having to grind for them. But it's just easier to keep the categories that way. But technically, there was a time period with Final Fantasy mode, New Game Plus, which hard is only limited to New Game Plus. It's not available to clear the game. Was level cap 150. So that's why there's that weird 110. Why?
Yeah.
DLC is weird.
Yeah, you only gain additional levels in story mode. It increases your story mode or your first playthrough level cap to 60. You don't get any, obviously you get to 110, but you don't get any additional levels.
Yeah,
you just get the 50. Yeah.
Which it's pretty miserable grinding from 50 to 60 anyway.
Also, go ahead.
I do want to cut in for a second because there's a really cool skip coming up that all of the runners I'm sure are going to try here.
The only skip?
Yeah, the Waloed skip is coming up. Basically, the way the skip works is there's kind of like an abandoned village ahead. The runners are going to try to run Ambrosia through the village as fast as they can. They're going to try to crash into a specific corner by the gate to the next area. And all of the enemies, if they do it right, should actually despawn and go back to not being in combat mode. And then we can just open the gate and slip through without having to fight any of them. So we'll see if all of the runners are able to do it.
Yeah, you push a little bit in with Ambrosia, but you have to get off around like the 1/3 of the way in point and then just kind of hoof it. Otherwise, I think the problem is Ambrosia ends up kicking the wall. We have to kill these two right here, or else they'll prevent us from fleeing usually. Luckily, it just kind of lines up with Ignition being faster. Yep. This is a little bit of an annoying skip. Please don't tell me we got one guide. Okay, good. This is one of those...
I don't
looks like Angel got... Yeah, Angel's... Okay, I mean, that solves the problem. Not in the most elegant way, but... You know, fireball go burr, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Shiraishi got it.
Right, we both got it.
Yep.
I think Angel's coping, unfortunately.
Yeah. And the thing that stinks about this is if you don't get it, you just have to kind of double back and kill everything. I think
it's a lot of enemies.
Clear or reload.
I think at this point, Angel kind of just needs to try to.
I would call on the reload here. Yeah. Although I think Angel's pot committed, and I can't blame that option either. You've already fired off Flames of Rebirth. There can't be much left.
Yeah.
They were kind of hoping the boys would.
Now it'll work. The problem is, Go ahead.
I can't say that I haven't made the same cope before, except with Giga Flare. You're just kind of like, oh yeah, this just doesn't work.
It's one of those things too that just it feels like it should be consistent, but then in practice it just isn't necessarily consistent either. So
Yeah, and with that small skip, Kanayame overtakes Angel.
Yeah, and somebody in chat's also mentioning that like normally you end the game at around 48. I'd say 45 is somewhere around the normal end level, and you've got to grind out like the last 5 levels where do all of the extra content. And then with the DLC, you'll probably finish around 51, 52. You very rarely hit the higher levels. You have to sit there. Most people grind at the end of Waylude because there's a small little area that's pretty quick to grind in. It has a pretty quick turnaround, but it's frustrating. No Mazamon? Oh, I'm so sad.
my recommendation is once you finish the game and the DLCs, just start doing New Game Plus and
that's what I
get
did.
the rest of your levels that way because it's more fun than grinding.
I mean, there's a small part of me that just enforces grinding. It's contractually obligated. Otherwise, Satan will take my soul, so I have to do it.
Yeah, I tried the grinding method like at level 106, which is kind of you'll hit like 105 if you do all of the content, including both DLCs in both playthroughs. The funny thing is they kind of give up on your levels at a point, and like every level after like 75 just takes 10 million EXP. It does not increase anymore.
Why does this not surprise me?
PC advantage, just edit the numbers. Go burn.
Yep. I just downloaded someone's save file. I was like, I ain't playing this game again. I mean, I'll play the whole game and but I'm not going.
I'll play this after I'm 110.
Yeah. I'll pay the part of the game I really like.
Oh yeah, I could see grinding like in certain New Game Plus areas being. This fight's also kind of abysmal. In terms of like quickness and like easy clearing it. There's a few waves of enemies, just like one unique or elite enemy like on the fringe, and they all kind of spawn on different parts of the road, and as you can tell there's like a big center but like 4 streets that come out, so things end up spawning like all the way across the field. One of the other things we kind of ignored too was that there are some Akishik enemies, which this is any of those ones that have been glowing, and supposedly they have taken in a significant amount of ether from the crystals or any other magic source and has driven them mad, but also drastically increased their strength. I think it's more of it ends up being more of a story thing and less like actual gameplay in intensive or impacting.
They basically go feral.
Yeah.
It's the Barnabas death cult.
Yep.
Nice Giga Flare. This guy ends up being a little bit too tanky to go down. Ooh. Can't believe we got that cheeky wind-up in before the stagger ended. Nice.
Yeah.
Kanayama's getting really close to over... Actually, Kanayama has overtaken both the other runners.
Kanayama's in first place now.
I mean, I guess that is the on-world record pace diff.
And I mean, we're an hour and just a little bit away, right? So I wonder if Kanayama continues to play at this level. I mean, I hope they took a break during the monologue. But yeah, like there are more parries later in the game. You know, enemies get tankier and tankier. This is a hard run, right? It's just really like exhausting physically and mentally.
Yeah, despite being in story, the enemies start kind of feeling a lot more like they're from normal. The difficulty spike in the end game is fairly large. And if we so much as use the wrong ability in the wrong order, our damage is going to be all kinds of off. And Chad is also correcting me, not really correcting me, but also mentioning that we did say this earlier, but that Ether Mist that is drawing people Akishik is also something that dominance, or those of us, those of the characters that use icons or have an icon in them, are extremely resistant to it, but it does still slowly chip away with them. Same thing with using magic or excessively using it mainly. For regular people that can use magic, using it over an extended period of time isn't usually too much of an issue, but the problem is most of them are driven into slavery and forced to use it in access. And as with all things, access is usually not good.
Yeah.
Some pretty clean chocobo movement here too. This area is a very, very deceiving. It's very easy to get twisted around here on the bird and kick the wrong direction because there's a little bit of enemies here, a little bit of enemies there. So if you're not on point with delaying your kicks long enough so that the enemies aren't an active target, you can easily just get spun around and lose a couple dozen seconds or so, having to turn around and head the opposite direction again.
The graph looks so cool right now.
It's all roads lead to Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for the first time ever, I did split a little late, but close enough. They were all very close.
First time chatter. Never try it, but the game looks fun. It is.
It's so fun.
The story does take a very predominant role, but the gameplay is very fun. Which team is actually ahead? All of them. They are at a convergence point.
Yeah.
Team Chocobo is slightly ahead. But they are all within striking distance of each other. Unfortunately, Kanayama has been playing ridiculously well and is most likely going to come out on top here and possibly world record for the second time in a week.
I mean, if you've only been putting out runs for, 2 months, you do tend to improve rapidly.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, how are you going to put that?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, there's some times where, like, 2 months, it's kind of hard to put it, right?
Yeah.
There are just some people that are very talented and can pick things up quickly. Us mere mortals can't understand, but I mean, the 2 world record holders currently between Kanayama and the old world record holder of Yida are very good at this game. They're both of their world records are worth watching if you're interested in seeing like different routes and see abilities used in a different way. This route may be faster, but I would say the old route did still have some charm to it. Though it was a bit more utilitarian and kind of straightforward, while this one is honestly very interesting in the diversity and the approach to the fights. It is wonderful to watch both of them.
Yeah. We've mentioned a lot of times the players like using ignition to like line up and to do movement. And right there, Kanayame left an enemy just barely away from dead, ignitioned a different one, got to the exit and just fired off a charge shot, and just immediately turns around and goes through the door.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than carrying one enemy to the door and then just... Because obviously for me, I never set it up properly, but when you fire an enemy and then just walk through the door, you feel kind of... You get a little bit of a buzz. A little bit of endorphins, just a little.
Yeah. Oh man. And yeah, like all of our runners are playing phenomenally, and there are minor differences in the decisions they're making, which is sort of the time maker here, right?
I think like a lot of them are playing on a fairly level playing field. The big difference is Kanayama is doing a lot to cut out additional time wasting, shorting cutscenes, attacking with the bare minimum, risking under damaging. It's just a lot of little things that are adding up over the course of the run. So the runs on their surface look very similar, but it's just a little bit of holding back that is making the difference in every single encounter.
And also little things like ending the fight. Like, here's a perfect example.
On the
and
door.
the other runners might do this too, but Kanayama just ended that fight immediately at the exit from the room. And boom, you're on to the next room.
Speaking of the next room, I remember this one being
Oh,
pretty
this room.
abysmal.
Yeah, this room.
Okay, this checks out. Now, what are we doing on phase 2, though?
This is where my Giga Flare incident happened, by the way. This room.
This, I mean, everybody's got to. Okay, all right. I'm paying attention. All right, and oh, no
Those
flare.
bombs
at
are the
all, huh?
worst part of that fight, so I'm already impressed.
Yeah, I mean, just
Using-
grabbing both the bombs and winding up instead of Giga Flare.
We talked about the place they're looking, what Kanayame did there. Like, the enemies come from the elevators, except for the bombs. They teleport in. So by going all the way to the door, basically, and looking straight back, they limited where the bombs could spawn to literally right next to them. So that they could
Wow.
immediately just... I mean, you saw, like, swag mode,
Yeah.
off-screen grabs both of them.
Yep.
It just.
What a clever optimization right there.
Yeah, like somebody's saying in chat, 16 does have a pretty high level of variance. It is a longer run, and a lot of it's execution based. And simple mistakes like forgetting to switch skills or not learning the proper skill can be a major setback. And even things as simple as just going, oops, I hit Wicked Wheel first. Fight's cooked.
Himself up again.
Ooh,
Beautiful.
Nice. Use the lightning rod damage bonus off of the laser beam, and also sneaked in a mega flare charge off of
Yeah.
dodge into Giga. GG. Never looked so clean.
I haven't mentioned this, but normally you can't skip the stagger animation, but Kanayame has been delaying their limit break just enough so that the animations play on top of each other. Because neither of them are skippable, but by playing them at the same time, they only take as much time as one of them.
Sneaky.
I wanna
never
shout out Shiraishi using the elevator as an opportunity to do Torgle cam. Always appreciate that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Don't got anything else to do while you're riding that elevator? Might as well
I see
as well
Diamond
show off
Dust.
your pretty pupper.
The mega
yep.
flare here is just so nice.
Make me proud,
Like-
Angel.
Yeah, let's see some swag strats. Who cares
I
if
saw
it's
Diamond
faster?
Dust. I want to see the Diamond Dust cancel. Pay attention,
Diamond-
everyone.
Diamond, you better, because Diamond Dust never comes up in New Game. It is too expensive, and like the amount of damage that we get out of it's just not worth it. So you have to learn it, and then you have to unlearn it for other abilities that are optimal, or you'd have to route it for like all of the fights, which is just not going to happen either. Because ultimates have a
Diamond
long
Dust
cooldown.
does less damage than Wind Up. Let's see what Angel can pull out here.
I respect the swag, if nothing else.
I will say the orb is a very difficult fight, but you know we gotta pay the toll.
All right. Immediately staggered. Look at that damage multiplier is already built up too.
You can get the same effect off the lightning rod, but does it look as cool?
It's so much cooler.
Yeah, I give it
though. Because he was already at max stagger multiplier, he just popped the lightning rod and used Mega Flare. He didn't have to use a lot of the abilities the other people had to use.
Okay, that was really impressive. Yeah. That
Yeah,
was by
yeah.
far the fastest of the 3 fights there.
So the orb here is pretty rough. If you don't immediately stun it, it will move around all over the place. So it's very important to make sure that you do this in one go.
Also Angel with the Shiva movement right there.
Yeah, Shiva movement doesn't get stuck on the ground, so it is a pure upgrade in most of the ways to Phoenix Shift. A little bit shorter, not quite as quick, but you can use it in a lot more scenarios rather than...
And it goes uphill.
Completely flat plane, yep.
In the base game, it and Ignition are the only way to go uphill until you get Rift Slip. And of course, you can combine it with Phoenix Shift.
Oh yeah, I mean, chaining those together is so cathartic, but boy, is it hard.
And then once you get Odin, the three of them together is beautiful.
Only problem is like Rift Slip is just for movement tech.
Basically,
it's very hard to like slot it into like speed run combat. There's places to put it in like challenge runs or like doing the Ultima trials or whatever, but unfortunately Rift Slip just doesn't.
The repeat. It entered an unstaggerable animation, unfortunately. That is the risk. It still did a lot of damage, so it was not a waste.
Yeah, that is a significant chunk without seeing a stagger. Like, that's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Like, you might even be able to avoid the stagger. Oh, that's unfortunate. As I said something. Yeah, so you see right here that the orb isn't just a random spot. This is like kind of the issue with staggers. Sometimes it'll teleport enemies to different locations. Sometimes they'll stay where they are. So optimizing lightning rod with the staggers is pretty frustrating. Shiraishi entering Barnabas here. I think, did Shiraishi already clear phase 1? What?
Well, Shiraishi finished.
Or not Kanayami, excuse me.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was incredible. There was like there was a parry in there that was just amazing.
Getting the parry off of Barnabas is so hard. I literally just said F it and started throwing out my limit breaks to get the parries because it's so hard to get parries on.
Yeah.
Like, I could use a charge slash on the first one, but after that, limit breaks had to come out. It's just... I'd end up getting limit level 4 here, so I had extra bars to play with, because this fight is so brutal, because he's one of the other enemies that can also parry your attack as well. So in certain situations, Barnabas, Kupka, and the turtles are some of the hardest enemies in the game, because they can just parry you if you hit them at the wrong time. He also teleports around, which makes him twice as hard.
Another Diamond Dust cancel. Oof. Oh, God. All that stagger, all that damage.
Yeah, the Atlas is usually really hard to stagger.
Yeah.
And you spend a lot of time trying to bait him into, like, hitting Lightning Rod with his own beam. Or in, like, this kind of instance, having him stagger himself.
Yeah, like, the speed that these fights are going at, thanks to the Diamond Dust cancel, is crazy.
Yeah. The trade-off is having to set up a special skill set for it and learn it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now, Lightning Rod for Kanayami, I bet, is coming up right now, because just enjoy it. Watch Kanayami. I would be surprised if they don't use Lightning Rod here.
I'm going to say that this Lightning Rod is super cathartic, but it's also very hard to set up. That fixes that problem, actually. Too far. There. Oh, we replaced it. Okay. Yeah.
Yep, using the limit, just the hyper armor from the limit. Look at the speed of that stagger. Like,
yeah.
All because Barnabas wanted to... He tried to use that move he almost killed you with before, and you clowned him for it.
The like theoretically optimal way is you slash, you jump back to place the lightning rod in the right spot, switch to Mega Flare, and then get a Mega Flare proc off of it while he's knocking himself out with lightning rod.
Yep.
But doing it with a limit is so much more consistent, and in this scenario, practicing Barnabas is incredibly difficult because of these long cutscenes in between. So the later you get in the phases, the harder it is to learn the optimal strat and practice it consistently, especially on console. Because you beat one phase, then you have to beat the next phase. The only thing you can do is die and retry the phase. And like I said, with some of the bosses, it completely breaks everything because their stagger bar resets, but their HP is at a certain value, so you can't practice it. Luckily, with some of these bosses, as long as you're doing it correctly, you can practice it. The downside is your strength tonics don't refill, so if your strat requires a strength tonic, you've got to do the whole thing again.
Yep.
Also, Shiraishi did what you said. They came forward, popped the lightning rod, backed up, repositioned it, 2 Mega Flare dodges into a Mega Flare.
It is.
Yeah.
It's B&B on that one, but it seems like it's definitely more consistent to burn a little bit of limit plus getting the extra damage, I think.
Yeah, and we've talked about avoiding staggers a lot. Barnabas has so much health that staggering him, especially in
gonna happen.
Yeah, in this phase 2 that Angel's about to enter, and Angel still has Diamond Dust equipped, so I'm excited. It's unavoidable. Like, legitimately, it's just unavoidable.
I mean, Diamond Dust probably isn't too bad here, because these cutscenes are so long, you probably have it back each and every time. It's what, I think, a 2-minute recharge?
75 seconds. It's actually not that bad. Yeah.
Did it get buffed, or has it always been that short?
It may have changed. I feel like it used to be 90.
Yeah, that
Same with,
sounds
like,
right.
Judgment Bolt, and then they both got sped up a bit.
Yeah, honestly, this is just like the old man in me, right? I'm used to vanilla, so like some of these buffs just never really made long-term, brain space because some of them just didn't apply.
Okay,
another Diamond Dust cancel.
That Diamond Dust was wild. So like insta stagger along with the lightning rod.
Here's the reason that is so important. His blade attack will stop once he hits half stagger, so you stop getting freebies off the lightning rod. So hitting that second one with Diamond Dust instantly is so nice.
Yeah,
also
that was instantaneous. That's exactly right.
Look at the health on Kanayame's side, right? It's just barely below the halfway mark. When Angel hits that part of the cutscene, I'm pretty sure Angel got a lot more damage too.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And there's the most important skip of this fight coming up, the All-Wielder, which is a very challenging thing to skip. And it saves a lot of time to skip it. And so Angel's in like a really good position to do that. Just like I would be willing to bet just Lightning Rod and Giga Flare is enough damage for Angel to get that. Now, we do have to deal with press the attack, but I'm very interested to see how far Angel got down that health bar.
I mean, I might even have to board the Diamond Dust train. This is if it's slower, I almost don't care.
Yeah. But, and especially for mini bosses where you don't have to worry about, dummy staggers. Like, a lot of mini bosses you can instant kill with the Diamond Dust cancel.
Are we going to keep Diamond Dust the whole rest of the run? Do you know?
The way Angel, I would be surprised if Angel kept it for the final boss, but the way they phrased it, I'm pretty sure they're going to keep it until Ultima. Both Ultima fights, there's too many cutscenes, I think, but...
Speaking of... Well, Ultima's has so many cutscenes, I would learn Judgment Bolt for that fight. I'm like, all right, man. Well, if you're going to make it free, I guess I might as well.
Kanayami getting through this press the attack fast, setting up the Lightning Rod into the Giga Flare to immediately get this damage stack down. But there's still a lot of damage to clear before All-Wielder can be skipped, because that is a very tight damage gate. Also interested to see how much damage or how much health there is on Angel's side. Kanayami got the skip.
Yeah, Diamond Dust doesn't normally do that. It's canceling it with the limit just keeps proccing its hits over and over again during that little cutscene. So it unintentionally melts things, and it's honestly what Diamond Dust needs. Otherwise, it's not really viable.
Angel's about 10% more into the health bar than Kanayami was with the Diamond Dust cancel.
More or less equal around the mid-stagger point, and this is definitely a solid 10% past that. Yeah. Which is a lot with Barnabas. This dude is bulky.
Yeah, he has the highest HP in the game as a single entity. The final boss has more HP, but it's split up into 3 fights.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Barnabas has like 500,000 on... I don't know if that's action or story, but he has like 500,000. And just to put that in perspective, when you enter New Game Plus, where all the enemies are scaled up, you don't fight a boss with 500,000 HP until Kupka, which is like closing in on the halfway mark of the game.
Yeah.
Barnabas is tanky.
Nice.
Got the
Nice.
parry. Ooh, man. Wow.
Yeah. The all-wielder,
Oh
like
my
that is
gosh.
your only chance to parry all-wielder is right there. After that, it turns into a slog where timing it's really difficult. And to be honest, that parry isn't really that easy. It's just the quality of the runners making this stuff look so simple. Yeah, I didn't even know this phase could be skipped because I was so bad at it. Like, now that you mentioned it's skippable, I'm like, oh, so it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight damage window. You know, on story, I don't want to sound like I'm minimizing it. It's a bit easier on story. I'm surprised Shiraishi is attacking Odin because if you attack Odin during this phase, he takes like 8% damage, but he takes the same amount of stagger damage. Maybe it just doesn't matter, but like at least like on Final Fantasy mode, if you attack him as Odin at all, you're gonna stagger him. But he's in a unstaggerable animation right now. Beautiful. All right, Circle of Malleus. Do we got a setup, Shiraishi? That's unfortunate. Well, they hit it. Angel got the skip as well on all wielder.
Nice.
And kanayami is through.
Yep.
They are less than a minute off their world record pace right now.
It's gonna be a bit of a tight one, but still plausible, depending on how good their world records end game is.
I mean, certainly could be a sub 7, which I think we've talked about this a couple times. There's only 2 runners that have ever gotten a sub 7 in this game, so.
Yeah.
Let's see how they do the wall fight here, because I know the route that I used to use would use Zan here. Looks like that's what we're maybe we're just getting it. Ooh, no Zan at all, huh? Okay. Teach me, master.
I am a team not Zan on this upcoming fight, so I'm here for it.
I'll take any excuse to use Zan. It's hard work trying to get it set up, but boy does it feel good when you just zip zap the entire field.
As I've been doing, wow, Angel got him down to literally a pixel. I didn't even know that was valid. I'm gonna have to work that in.
Well, wait, did he kill on the counter hit?
Yeah, he parried and immediately shot him, and that was enough. That extra damage from the diamond cancel put him that far ahead.
Yeah, I didn't even know that you could kill him in that state. I thought he was unkillable. Wow. I'm learning something new at every turn. This is just a clinic on how to get good. Ooh.
There's been so many diamond dust cancels, I'm getting too excited. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that they're all, like, within minutes, or not even minutes, seconds of each other at this point. Like, it's kind of hard to keep up. They're making this a lot of work.
Yeah, oh man. And yeah, they're still so close together.
Alright, yeah, the ramparts here is a pretty rough fight. The first fight's not... we just basically are trying to get everybody in Flames of Rebirth range. The struggle is the second phase with the giant orc. There's a few little enemies there that can make it quite a hard trip. So we'll see how this works. If the orc doesn't get instant here, you can start teleporting all over the place and spamming Giga Beams as oof, just gets out of control. Another little small one with the ninja here. This is one of the places I think we're trying to carry over Lightning Rod by not doing too much, and then forcing the cutscene to reset it. Which is kind of frustrating, because you got a couple of bigger enemies there, and Lightning Rod would go a long way in making your life easier. Odin, it apparently Kanayama isn't using it. Some of us will use Odin here on the wall fight with Zentetsuken to clear up the enemies, but it comes so late and the moves do so little damage that it ends up taking quite a bit of time to build it up and then use it. Looks like Shiraishi is using it. I'm not sure if Angel is going to, though. With the investment into Diamond Dust, we might be using Diamond Dust instead.
Oh,
which is nice.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's nice. We're going to see 3 different routes here.
Yeah, I thought Angel was deafened, but Angel can hear us. They said that they are keeping Diamond Dust the entire run period.
Absolutely, Kino. What a hero.
Yeah, and it's making up time in these boss fights. It is making up time.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing about Odin, we'll see if any of the runners decide to, like, that didn't use it for that fight, might use it a little bit later, because the movement, there's also movement tech with Odin that is pretty good.
Yeah, Odin's iconic feat, a little slash, has a very steep slope to it, and one of the places you could have used it was right here on these stairs.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
but I see you Kanayami using the Chocobo here instead.
Yeah, the Chocobo is been faster for like years at this point, but I've always had to use it because it's just cooler.
It is so much cooler though. Yeah.
Thankfully, on New Game Plus, it is faster with all the other movement options you have to use the Odin.
Iconic
you can
looping.
get there a lot quicker, and then you summon your Chocobo at the bottom.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to as well.
Yeah. Because I think there's like a little talking during that as you cross through that you can't summon your Chocobo during. But because they don't have quite as much movement as we do in New Game Plus, it is just better to summon the Chocobo.
I mean,
do a little bit of drift and jump down.
You guys also have some of the accessories that enhance the iconic feats, like make shift go quicker or further, or both?
Both, I think, yeah. The Reflection of Phoenix.
It's the only shame is like they're so deep in the DLC that they very rarely see use. But I was so glad they added them. Yeah,
I wish they had just buffed
honestly,
them. Like
they should have just
so much better.
They should have just been buffed because it's like who's gonna I can go a little bit further with Phoenix Shift, or my Giga Flare does 10% more damage. I wonder.
Yeah. And like you compare all these iconic feats to like Leviathan. Leviathan does everything. It's a stagger monster. It's faster to use Leviathan to do like instead of like any sword attacks. You know, in the New Game Plus runs of this game, you like never swing Clive's sword. You use it to parry, and that's basically it.
So it's basically Mega Man?
Yeah.
Maybe I should learn New Game Plus.
It's a fantastic run. And I mean, you do have to like manage your ammo, but yeah, like.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have to refill your clip.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
We're onto the behemoth.
To refill your squirt gun.
Yes.
Shiraishi using the older movement tech of kicking down the stairs. I really do wonder what's faster, floating or kicking. That's interesting.
Yeah. He floated pretty far. Maybe he jumped just a little bit too early.
You know, maybe
he went over the railing again.
Yeah.
No, well, Shiraishi went left and Kanayama went right. Maybe the right stairs got a shorter distance between the stairs. There's no way. There's no way they didn't just copy paste that stairway. No way.
And also, if you go left, I'm curious why Kanayama chose to go right. I mean, I guess the door when you leave that area is a bit to the right.
I mean,
but
yeah.
I feel like there's no way it's enough. But of course, as I've seen for the last 6 hours, Kanayama is better at this game than I am.
It's hard to tell sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Like that's one of the pains of being like one of the old OGs. And not even just for this, I mean in speedrunning in general, because like early on, people would be like, yeah, it's faster, and it's like, did you time it? Nah, it just feels faster. So there's a part of
Vibes.
us that are like, wait a minute, hold on. Did you time that? Because I'm going to have to time that.
And who knows? It's possible that they're just more comfortable Chocobo drifting to the right, because it is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There is some little level of like player preference that sometimes you'll just chuck a second so that you can kind of do it on autopilot without really thinking. I mean, it could just be as simple as that. He just hasn't gotten a lot of runs to the end game here, and he's just used to hooking right, and he's like, oh, well, I guess we're going right today.
And I might be misremembering, but I think on the left side there is a notorious mark, and if you're not really tight with your movement, you will encounter it.
You do need to go out and around that notorious mark to not get pulled into the fight. You can run away, but the cutscene is the problem.
Yeah, it like plays a cutscene. It shows you their rank, and then it like zooms out, and then you've got to. Then you can run away, but you won't get far enough to like. If you could like use lunge or something, maybe it'd actually be pretty cool. Oh, and because you're on your Chocobo, it has to play the slow cutscene of you unmounting your Chocobo, and then you can't call it again until you're fully out of combat. Shiraishi's still putting up a good fight, though, not very far behind kanayami.
Yeah. You gotta be very careful with this like first phase. You're trying to do enough damage but not cause a dummy stagger. Luckily now that he's in the
Also, this Maelstrom attack can just one-shot kill you pretty much if you're not careful.
Yeah, this is the first fight where a lot of people can very easily die. The behemoth just hits like a truck, and you got to be playing fast and loose with a lot of this. This right here is part of the reason why, because you're trying to keep close enough so that the meteorites hit your lightning rod and just melt the rest of his HP bar, so that you really don't have to do much here.
I wonder how early Angel's going to do a Diamond Dust cancel.
Am I seeing things, or are they on different weapons too? Is Kanayama on a different weapon?
Yeah, I didn't know.
I think that's Shiva's weapon on Shiraishi's side. And I want to say Angel's on it as well, but I think Kanayama's on a different one. And it's not Masa either. Does he just skip the weapon upgrade? I mean, I had heard some... Okay, I think both Angel and Kanayama are on the same thing, and I think Shiraishi went and grabbed the Shiva weapon is the difference here.
Yeah, just a few seconds to get the extra, a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of safety, really late into a run,
I think the only reason I'm noticing it is because I'm like, nope, we're using Masa. Don't care. Go ahead, take my time. It's too cool.
You're gonna see a lot of save loads in this stage. There are so many mobs that are massive here.
These rooms are abysmal, and it's just, this is what we were talking about earlier. Flames of Rebirth load. That's just it's the fastest way to clear this segment, and there's nothing even close. And to be honest, with how these endgame fights are, don't care. Sorry.
Yeah.
Even the final gauntlet, we end up not having to, we still have to engage with some of these fights that are big mobs, but for the most part, like rooms like this, it's a bunch of trash enemies. Trust me, watching us ignition them in a circle and then lining up the rest with Giga Flare is not much more interesting. And honestly, as a runner, I've been here for 6.5 hours. Just give me this. I need it. Okay?
And Shiraishi does absolutely have a different weapon. I don't know what the weapon models are, but definitely has a different weapon. It hasn't been an issue, but I guess we should mention how this behemoth is a gigantic butthead that it ends runs for no reason.
He can very easily. Go ahead.
So you notice he's done this meteor rain attack twice. You're waiting for him to do this ecliptal meteor or something. I'm also pretty sure we just missed the Diamond Dust cancel. Look how much damage Angel has built up in the white. This behemoth, when he gets up from the stagger, if he's like not facing the correct direction, he may just like never enter his final attack, which doing that final meteor attack is what kills him. You can't kill him. As you can see, he's at 0
He has
HP.
to use the last of his strength. I know one of the older routes used to like stun lock him with Shiva's freeze, but even Angel's not doing it, so I guess that must be slower overall.
Yeah, extinction is what the attack's called. Ecliptical
yeah,
meteor is the
we only
cutscene.
saw 2 meteors too, or 1 meteor on Angel's side. Yeah, we did save some time. Angel's clawing every bit back with that diamond dust. I am impressed. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean that was like, you know, the moment Angel could stagger them, just stagger them. You've got so much multiplier built up, got that damage immediately. The diamond dust cancel on big enemies like Behemoth, it actually does more damage than Zantetsuken.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the routes to homogenize at this point. And we're still seeing some slight variation.
Yep.
In Angel's case, quite a bit. I'm impressed. Yeah, this fight
why
right here is a little annoying because you'll see those guys spawn by the door and you have to wait for them to just come in. You're like, come on, hurry up and die.
I appreciate you, Angel.
Yeah.
You made my night bringing that in.
It is very refreshing
Yeah.
to be able to see something so significantly different than cookie cutter. Not to say that the cookie cutter is bad, but and sometimes you just need a change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, this is a significant deviation 3 years into the game. You know, it's really cool. Also, because I get to take a lot of credit for it.
I mean, big if true. I mean, it might actually be faster, at least in terms of combat.
And
the menuing
is,
might end up killing it in the end, but this is cool.
I did not know about this glitch when I did my full game runs, and I am very interested in rerouting this back into Gold Chalice.
Yeah, I could see it popping up a lot more in New Game Plus because you can just have a loadout for it.
Yep, and there are so many more mini bosses.
Yeah, and you'd have it so much sooner because we have to wait till we get Shiva, and then we also have to have points for it too. So it's very likely we have to unlearn something to learn it. It's like one of the other things is New Game is also going to always be at a disadvantage because we have to have the Wages of Warcraft on for the majority of the run so that we can get extra points to buy more abilities.
Another Diamond Dust cancel, and Angel did not have to Giga Flare that like they both had to.
Whoa, calm down, bro. That means we can save Giga for this Atlas here, and we probably can avoid staggering it.
Yeah, I'm
That'd be
curious.
Yeah,
Angel's gonna reload to get the Diamond Dust back.
Okay, maybe we can stagger it after all.
Might as well.
If we insta stagger it, our damage is going to be higher. Yeah.
And
why not?
Your limit breaking in a stagger animation, they overlap. You're going to limit break anyways.
Okay,
There's
so
no cost of staggering it.
So this is the change between limits. We're changing out a bar of limit for insta staggers. Makes a lot of sense now.
Also, look how much life that guy's missing.
Just a cool 3/4. Don't worry about it. 1 wind up? No.
Yup.
No, you're capping. Get out of here.
Yeah. This is so cool.
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, seeing Kanayame's optimizations are cool, and this diamond, like the amount of time that Angel's regaining from Diamond Dust canceling is so amazing.
Yeah, I think the rub's going to be this fight right here that Kanayama's in. The enemies get very, very spread out, and because of it, like, Flames of Rebirth doesn't clear the room as efficiently as you might want, and you're also waiting for a ton of waves to spawn in. So, like, you're threading this very obnoxious needle between the two. Okay, so we just went for a level 1 Mega into a Flames. Fair enough. One last cutscene for one last mini boss.
Yep. And I bet we're gonna get a Diamond Dust cancel on this curl. I should have told Angel at some point I found a more consistent way to set up a Diamond Dust cancel on this. I'm not going to say anything during the run, though.
I mean, this curl, like, melts itself on Lightning Rod anyway, but...
Yeah.
Zoop. And zop. That's unfortunate.
So much damage.
You hit it with so much stagger, it got yeeted to the door.
Yeah.
Just jumped off the Lightning Rod, like, whoa, wait a minute, this is doing too much damage.
And managed to kill that. The other two had to use, like, all 3 of their limit bars. That was 1 limit bar. Still has it going in.
It is wild to think that the Diamond Dust tech is offsetting being short a bar. I guess also we only have the 2 bars, so we don't have to do as much to fill it back up. If we optimize the damage, like, what's the point of having a 3rd?
Yeah, and since you're not limit breaking immediately, Diamond Dust also generates a lot of limit. So if you are at like half a bar, you can send the Diamond Dust and just mash your limit, and it'll line up the timing perfectly for you.
Yeah, I mean, I might, with all the cool stuff in the front end and this Diamond Dust shenanigans in the end, I grabbed Masamune and it's slower. You can't stop me now.
Oh man, this is so cool. And grabbing the extra stagger weapon when you're going to be using Diamond Dust a lot makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Yeah, because there's one of the end game weapons here that has a slightly higher stagger value. There's actually a couple, there's 3 of them in the game. There's only, out of all the weapons, there's only 3 that have a disproportionate damage to stagger value, and most of them it's like 5, maybe 10 points, so it ends up not mattering for the most part. Yeah.
Why can't I have a weapon that
does
has
more
more
damage?
attack? Yeah.
Actually, I lied. There's 4 because the Tonberry knife, but that's DLC too.
And there's 2 of those technically.
Yeah. 1 in each DLC. The DLC has like some very interesting accessories though.
Yeah.
Which is the only part that stinks is they're just not available in the main game. But like you said, I think some of them should have just been buffs that were applied. It's like, whatever, who cares?
Yeah, the revivement bit makes Limit Break a lot more interesting because it increases the damage bonus from 10% to 25%.
Yeah.
And that's another thing where it's like, it really feels like it should have just been 25% for Limit Break. Like, 10% is nice, but it's not that much.
Yeah, I mean, the hoops that you jump through for Limit anyway, and the fact that you can't gain it while you're using it, I think balance it perfectly fine. Kennyama's heading into the second to last boss here.
Yep.
We actually have to fight Ultima 2 separate times. This first one we get to fight with our brother. The second one's a 1v1. Yeah, that happens a lot here. Expect to be seeing red HP bars because we just kind of face tank these lasers so that we can get him to absolutely melt himself with the lightning rod because he can't be knocked out of that attack until it's complete.
Oh, that Giga Flare trolled. He started that Giga Flare and Ultima teleported away and the whole thing whiffed.
The bigger danger, it does stink missing the Giga Flare. Damage is going to be bad, but we have to be careful here because Event Horizon can just one-shot us.
Yep.
And it is very difficult to stay out of the way of it because it will actively pull us in as if it were a black hole. Yeah. So unless we use a move to keep us in place like Giga Flare or something, we have to perpetually back up. So we want to get in Lightning Rod again, but also get out of the way of Event Horizon. So, yep, that's a
or just use Limit Break to face tank it.
Yep, that works. Yep. I mean, when you have 3 bars, I guess.
Yeah, to give you guys an idea of how strong Event Horizon is, like we've said a few times, I play this game at max level. It almost one-shots you at max level with DLC gear that the game wasn't even balanced around. It does almost 7,000 damage.
I was going to say, I just thought it was hard-coded to one-shot you if you got hit by it. I didn't realize it actually had a damage number.
Yeah.
I almost lost my first world record run to that because I just assumed, I'm like, I'm level 100, I'm fine, or 110, I'm fine. and it took me from full to like 200 HP, and I think you have 6,300 in Final Fantasy mode at a max.
Oops, all potions, I guess.
We're just gonna tank. We're not gonna parry that. We're just gonna tank it. Oh, there's a parry. Okay. I guess getting the lightning rod damage off is worth it.
One of the other things we did also fail to note about the limit 2 is any of your white HP bar, the part that's like kind of translucent, can be gained while you're in limit, and it'll slightly refill up to that amount. Although the way that works is a bit goofy, but basically you can do a little bit of HP recovery. Usually
Flames of Rebirth will also
much.
Restore that.
Which is a weird niche interaction. It gives you like a little bit of HP back, I think.
And Turtle can heal it very slowly.
And there's Ultima for Kanayami.
Yep.
Nice.
I got the split.
I swear.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, it's about as predicted. I expected to see Kanayami kind of peeling it back minute by minute, second by second.
But we're still so close.
I think just kind of in terms of the danger level of the fight too, that's probably the hardest of the remaining boss fights. There's certainly things that you can do to optimize the other ones, but you're generally not in any danger of dying or losing like significant chunks of time or anything like that. So
yeah, Shiraishi performing what's the more standard there, switching to Mega Flare to dodge one set of lasers and then continually dodging to get up to level 2 and minimize the damage as much as possible, because those lasers do chew through your health bar at a ridiculous clip. And then once again, the cutscenes here are resetting our lightning rod, otherwise we'd be losing it again.
Yeah, and this is another thing where you can easily dummy stagger, but once Ultima starts that animation, they start hitting him again, because for some reason you still have control. And it's not a lot of damage, but it's honest work.
Yeah, luckily we get one last shop too, so we can refill our strength potions. We can also buy one more upgraded weapon. You can get it to +1 before the final fight, but a lot of runners would be like, yeah, it's just not worth going out of the way for that extra slight buff. Just, like I said, the cutscenes are so long, you can just spam ultimates. As long as you don't whiff, you're fine. Which is very easy on Ultima, because he just teleport. Nothing quite as fun as Giga Flaring a empty spot.
And I mean, Angel still right on Shiraishi's heels, and Angel did suffer a dummy stagger. That's like 20 seconds, and like they've clawed that back. Like we said, they're not that far behind Shiraishi.
Great YouTube comment that I completely missed. Can't wait for the devs to make running actually faster instead of just faster looking. Oh boy, that's a good one. It's 3 a.m. I need that little hit, a little bit of endorphins.
Oh yeah, oh man, we're 207 for me. Get that split.
Yep.
Hell yeah. And
I mean,
oh man,
the runners were like, "Hey, you want to do commentary?" I'm like, "Yeah." That's the least I could do since I couldn't get a run done. Good grief. Honestly, probably better in this position because these runners are extremely good at this. I don't think I stood a chance.
Yeah, they're all putting through an extremely high level of play right now. Like, this is amazing.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely the best FF16 showcase that the Relay has had so far in the 3 years that the game's been in the Relay. So,
yeah, this isn't a skill diff. This is just the decisions around routing is all that's happening here. The skills, the iconic abilities. Just said it's not a skill diff. Let's kill him with the diamond dust cancel. Yeah, it looks cool.
Yep.
Also, second last boss of the game gave 15,000 EXP. and Barnabas gives like, what, 1.5 million?
EXP scaling this game is super goofy.
It doesn't make any sense. It's just wild.
It's just number insert here, enter. How much do you think the final boss should give? 120,000. Enter. Done. No thought.
I'm pretty sure like the Iron Giant right before Barnabas only gives like 400 EXP or something. It doesn't make any sense. And then Barnabas gives you like over 1 million.
I am fairly certain they just like they're like, okay, I want you to level here, I want them to level here, I want them to level here.
Yep.
They just put big numbers there and nothing in between. Like you beat Ifrit, you got a level.
You know, you pointed out that one comment earlier where they were talking about how like, oh, you typically get in the game around level 47. All of our runners have done the bare minimum except for the Chocobo side quest, and they're what, like 43?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like even with those extra like 5 levels, our damage diff is not that big.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Yeah.
The big difference.
12 attack.
Yeah, the big difference would be mastered / level 2 skills.
Yeah.
And I think pretty much everything we have is where we need it to be. The only change out here, obviously, is you would want a 4th limit bar. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, adding 1 limit bar increases you know, your limit duration by 50%, right? That's a lot. Adding another, that's still 33% more for the 4th one for your 10% damage buff. And, you know, as you're between limits, you can also gain more meter between limits.
Yeah, the other thing too is like you could use that 4th bar to just like limit, cancel the animation, and then turn off the limit immediately so you can regain it. So you could be a little bit more flippant with that, or ride it out for the extra damage, whichever the case calls for. But 3 limit is usually the stock standard accepted route.
Yeah, and so in New Game Plus Story, you can actually use your limit break in very interesting ways, because like in New Game Plus Story, you're wildly overpowered.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're stronger than they are right now, talking about like enemies at the beginning of the game, which they were already melting. So it's like impossible to avoid staggers. But one of my favorite things to do in like the little bit I've done is I'll use wind up level 3, and before it ends, I'll limit break, and they don't stagger because you didn't get the last hit. And it's like people were asking me like, oh, how do you stagger skip like Midnight Raven in like story mode? And I was like, oh yeah, you just limit break, cancel out of your attack, and you're good.
Just ignition, cancel ignition, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, thwarted. I do love that they as much as I complained about it, I do like the Clive has been bested at the end of the Barnabas fight on the boat, and then going instead of defeated, using thwarted and kind of playing with that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a nice little like story touch that a lot of people don't even notice.
Also, just in case people don't fully notice, Ultima is also Ifrit. He's almost Ifrit risen, but not fully. Of course, they got to do like a one-winged angel reference. But yeah, Clive is supposed to be Odin's like vessel, and that's why he can absorb the abilities from other icons, is because they all come from Ultima. I really wish this end had changed when you got Leviathan. Unfortunately, no such luck, but you know, I can dream. Gosh, that's so much damage. Just the Giga Flare and Thunderstorm. Is that okay, it's not quite enough to phase transition, but I bet this windup is.
Oh yeah.
Very quick phase transition.
You should only ever see that drop down. If you see something else, you whiffed.
Yeah, interesting.
If I remember right, like his movement here can be a bit weird. He can, you know, either move instantly or do some different moves. So you have to be a little bit reactive, and you know, you can't just go, ooh, Giga Flare, go burr, or else he'll like fly out of the way. So you have to check what his attack is and then respond accordingly. His final boss is a little bit dynamic.
Since this is in-game, even in like the Gold Chalice I play, like you're not a whole lot stronger than you're supposed to be here. And you really want to goad him into lunging, one of those attacks he can use, because then you can parry it and get enough damage. Oh, that's Proselytize, by the way, which you get in the DLC.
Yeah, you can get some Ultima's attacks from his icon as part of the DLC, and they're kind of unbalanced.
Yeah. I think Kanayami wanted that to go a little bit differently with the lightning rod placement, because you want to stop Ultima from using Ultima, which they did, but I would be willing to bet that finishing that off with Mega Flare for Giga Flare for like 3 ticks is not the preferred move.
Yeah, suboptimal, but it gets you to
Not
the
that
end result
bad.
you're looking for. Yeah,
Yeah.
because letting Ultima do anything usually results in a fairly long animation where you're just kind of like, yay, I'm hopping around and waiting for you to stop attacking. It very much mirrors iconic fights in some ways. Speaking of icon fights,
Yep. We got another Ifrit Risen.
I have to say that, like, the icon fights can be kind of weird, but I do enjoy them to some extent. This one in particular, I like a lot, personally.
This is the one I was kind of alluding to earlier when we were fighting Bahamut, and you actually have to kind of counterpunch with Ultima. Otherwise, it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Casually, it doesn't come out, but like in a speed run, you're like, whoa, wait a minute, this is a lot deeper than I thought it was.
This is actually like a genuine fight. You know, it's the closest the base game gets to like a real icon fight. Leviathan shores it up a lot, and I think part of it's just because you don't have access to Ifrit Risen for Leviathan. But yeah, this dude does have a fair chunk of HP.
Yeah, and a lot of this is like, if you play it right, you can mute certain phases or interact with phases a little bit different than I think the devs expected you to, which is super enjoyable. That, like, there's a skill cap on an icon fight where it's not just a damage race.
Yeah, one of the best things you can do in this fight is to do like really good timed counters, because Ultima is not gonna let you just kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah, and like getting charged brimstones is actually difficult because he has so many like AoE moves. If you just throw it out, I mean, like, if you throw out neutral, you know, to like steal an FGC term, like, you'll just get punished. Oh yeah, that's right. We have another run coming up.
Yeah. Oh man, these are all so crazy close together. There is still time save in the run. There is I can't remember the name. In the last phase of the Ultima fight, there's a spirit bomb you can skip. If you don't skip it, that's 20 seconds. And when we're this close, you know, that plus one error could swing it for a lot of these players.
I mean, you can lose time in this iconic fight too if you don't play it right. Especially this like press the attack phase. Boy, it's so easy to just get hit by a random attack just by being a little bit greedy or ignoring a dodge.
And
I also just think, I was going to just say, I think we're going to have a really great finish for second and third place in this game between Shiraishi and Angel as well. So, you know, they might be like bang bang right at the very end just to kind of close things out for us too.
Yeah, and something Sid mentioned is that, you know, talking about Brimstone against this boss, it's really hard to get a perfect Brimstone off on this guy because, like, you can see he's shooting out all these orbs, all these lasers. I'm pretty sure touching his shield can damage you too. So there's a lot going on here. You can see a lot of these counterattacks coming out from Kanayami. Very good DPS. Getting this before the 30-second mark is wild.
Yeah, I know. Like that orb spitting phase, like the hitbox will come out a little bit before the orb, so it can interrupt your brimstone. I've had that happen before, and I'm like, oh, it's not even a ball.
Yeah. And if you use the light, I can't remember what it's called, but the teleport, you are literally touching them. So yeah, like you can't do that and then immediately brimstone.
Wow, this is a really good fight.
Yes, it is.
Like,
wow.
There's a
This fight does not go like this for me. It is a lot of. Is it New Game Plus? This is not New Game Plus. This is New Game Story.
Yes.
This is just skill cap of the runners, and very well routed and executed.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's a very amazing. That's faster than you kill it in Gold Chalice. I hope that's not a skill diff, and that's just the higher relative HP of Gold Chalice.
Nah, I think like in general, the Final Fantasy mode just has very endless HP pools, so it's hard to kind of compare the two. Even with the like overpowered nature, until once you get to like a certain point, they kind of even out in difficulty, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I've mentioned, this game's like linear scaling, right? Going from 100 attack to 200 attack is literally exactly double damage. It's not like, say, OG Final Fantasy VII speedrun, where if your Tifa rolls one less strength, everything falls apart. And so when you get into Final Fantasy mode, with the extremely high HP scaling, it's like 20% or 25% extra. These fights that, even though you have all the abilities in the game, you would expect them to go faster, they just don't. Maybe a little bit of a skill diff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd venture to say the stats in this game are purely ornamental.
Yeah, basically.
The game very much like paces itself, and like you can only end up gaining maybe a handful of levels between where you kind of end up normally. So for the most part, like grinding in this game does almost nothing other than make you feel better.
Yeah, your weapon is what matters. A lot of people that on Reddit love to complain about the Leviathan press the attack phase, so I eventually made a video of me beating Leviathan at level 1. Then I tried to do it with a level 1 weapon, and it was like, oh no, that does not work.
You at some point you have to accept when you're bad and be like, the thing is, this game very much like handles you with baby gloves for almost the entirety of the playthrough, and then with the DLC it really takes those off. The combat is much more challenging. Leviathan is in a different realm. It's almost like what I would say like the iconic fight should have been on Final Fantasy mode. In Final Fantasy mode, they just feel like they have more HP.
You do have access to Brimstone and Spitflare from the beginning of the game, though, so they are at least different.
Yeah, the iconic fights are much less of a slog having those. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, someone in chat did ask the world record, and they got 2 answers. I want to clarify. The world record on PC is going to be faster because its load time's removed.
Yeah.
Although I'm pretty sure their Kanayame's load time
RTA is also faster.
Yeah, it's a little bit faster. So Kanayame normally plays on PC. They are playing on PS5 right now, and their record on PS5 is 657, which was indeed set by them.
It's very hard to tell with this end game because it's like do about 10%, get a triple cutscene. Do about 10%, get an extra cutscene.
Yeah. Kanayama is playing on PS5 right now.
Yeah, Kanayama is playing like. Yeah, Maelstrom is also correcting us too because the world record is we had one that was a couple of months ago when Kanayama started running, or at least from what we understand, and they also produced or got a PB/world record a couple of days ago while doing practice. So it's actually a little bit different from what's on I think speedrun.com. But it's
the 655.46 is on speedrun.com now, but it's only been up for about 12 hours. So
I checked it.
Which it might not be lasting much longer.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell with this end game.
Yeah, there is like a 2-minute cutscene at the end too, which
Yeah.
It's kind of looking like they might all be in the ending cutscene to varying degrees at the same time.
It do be rough watching your PB melt away in that last 2 minutes, though.
Yeah.
Come on, hurry up! The finger over split.
Yeah.
I had that experience with Leviathan where it's like, okay, I've beat him, but like, am I fast enough? I don't know for 2 minutes.
Yep.
I mean, regardless, we just want to see these runners all have a really good finish, and we're definitely going to be calling out Kanayami's run specifically once that one wraps up. So
yeah, you can tell that the next run is going to start up once it like gives you the prompt to throw your sword. You have to kind of mash that out. It's very close to the end of the run, within like maybe 20-30 seconds. But we'll call it out as we can.
Kanayami now getting into the final phase, going to fight Ultima in Limit Break. And there is the one attack they want to skip because it will be very costly if they don't.
Yeah, the final ultimate attack is really long, and you don't want to see it.
And he's out of range for it. Like, he's in the sky, so it's not like, oh, well, at least you can hit him. Yeah. You can't. So it is pure time loss, and you got to wait for him to come back down. And you have to run. I think if you're quick enough, you can run under him, and it will miss. If you screw that up, you are dead. Or you just use Limit Break to survive it. But normally you'll run away, and then you've got to close a decent gap.
Yeah, Angel is on PC. The 2JP runners are on PS5 right now.
Oh, the other nice advantage about PC is that turbo's allowed, so you don't have to worry about these mashing sequences.
Yeah, I mean, killing my controller is at the end. It's like I'm not sure which I hate more: killing my controller and then having to like go buy another one because my circle button's broken, or the eventual arthritis I'm gonna give myself.
I mean, if you've got the DualSense Edge, I think the $200 controller is putting up a good argument right there.
I do use it. I've had to replace the thumbsticks. I love it, but it is expensive. And gutting the battery, no, don't agree. Not a fan. It is very frustrating to have to keep my controller plugged in the entire run because it only lasts 4 hours when I run games that are over 4 hours.
Yeah, the battery life is... I love being able to remap the buttons, though.
The big one is being able to hold charge on Magic for the back button.
Yeah.
And then I use the back buttons for cutscene skipping on Remake and Rebirth. Because you can very seamlessly hit the start, hold down, and then hit X with the back button, and you don't have to worry about moving your finger from this.
In Final Fantasy 16, because I have big fat thumbs, and whenever I hit triangle, I hit pause, and it pauses the game, and I hate it. So I unbound pause and bound it to the right little flipper. And then just recently I made a change where the left one I bound to the touchpad so I can limit break easier.
I used the left one for Torgal, and I think I used the right one for Charged Magic.
Yeah, I was using it for lock-on because, like I said, I hate clicking in the thumbsticks.
I think whoever put the... Yeah, sorry.
Kanayame's about to finish here.
I was done with combat after this wind-up. Into the final cutscene here, so we'll be calling time. Yep.
And Angel and Shiraishi, they're going to finish right around the same time. So this is it's a nice little reset for the relay. Like they're all really close.
Chet gets the nice crisp 1080p while I'm over here with a 4i.
I had to pull up the Twitch stream. The quality on the Twitch stream is amazing, thankfully.
Yeah, so is YouTube. It's good too. And I think it's right after 99999. No, it's after Slain here.
Yep.
But yeah, Choco, get ready.
It's almost time for Choco.
That is time.
No,
you're right. Yeah, this is
time. Also,
time, and that is the world record. Yeah.
Yeah, by almost 2 minutes.
I'm glad I called that like 3 hours ago, so everybody would stay for the best run of the marathon. That's right. The rest of you get wrecked. Get out of here, Sonny, with your Final Fantasy 1 PSP.
One hell of a run, Kanye. That was
great.
That was such a beautiful run. Like the whole thing was, it was a masterclass in just so many optimizations, right? Because like Shiraishi and Angel are both playing out of their minds, but these little decisions, and it took 7 hours, but we saw like at the 5.5 hour mark, those little decisions finally caught up to Shiraishi and Angel. Now, of course, Kanayame's speedrunning this full time now, But yeah, what a
this,
I mean,
this has
started
just been
about
such a
20 minutes
pleasure,
behind.
so, yeah.
Yep.
And it's not that any of the other runners are less. It's just that Shiraishi made decisions at every turn to shave 5 seconds here on every. I'm not gonna hit with this because it's gonna take too long. I'm not gonna use this because it generates lag. I'm gonna make this fight a little bit harder, but I'm gonna just not use this special attack.
Yeah, and like we said, Kanayami is a fairly new runner to the scene. So there are a lot of decisions they're making that we may
It's
have
just
looked
new
at,
to
like,
us too.
yeah, like I imagine a lot of the story runners like look at some of the decisions, in a vacuum, and be like, that's a weird decision, but then you see it in action, and you're like, oh wow, that is like a really crazy good decision.
Yeah. Hey, it's some of these things literally never crossed my mind, and I'm just like, I can't believe that we've gotten a full reroute, and all these little decisions in the macro that usually take years for people to push for, and it's 3 or 4 years into the game's lifespan.
And
it's wild.
We saw the time Angel clawed back with the Diamond Dust cancel, which Kanayami doesn't use.
No.
So there may still be space for Kanayami to pull that record down. If maybe, like, I can't guarantee that'll happen, but there might be space to optimize that even further. Are we going to see sub 650? I bet it's possible.
I mean, even if Diamond Dust isn't faster, I could see the 3 minutes kind of being shaved off over the course of time, just by little execution, and fully hitting every single thing note for note. But that was a extremely solid run. It's very easy to be like, oh, it's unbeatable, but that is one mistake that you'll learn over time in speedrunning, is like nothing is truly unbeatable. And like even Mario Brothers has been like, nope, it's never going to get any better, never going to get any better, and we're at the point where we're frames off the task. So there's always room for improvement. It's just how reasonable is it to improve?
Yeah. But they're both at the very end of this fight now, so maybe it's time to say our goodbyes. Final Fantasy 13, they're going to start all really close together. Thank the Maelstrom, the relay team, all for letting me come back on. Thank you, Angel, for ending the run on a Diamond Dust cancel. Beautiful. You're the best. You're the best in my heart.
Just really quick, time is coming up for Mog very shortly here, probably about 20 to 25 seconds.
Yep, we're going to see the punch again. But yeah, thanks for having me back on. It was really fun doing commentary with you again, Moon. Thankfully, I didn't have to do it while playing the game.
Yeah, no, this was great. I had a blast. Any excuse I have to watch amazing runs of this game, I'm going to take it every time. So
this was a fast 7 hours.
Oh yeah. All right, get ready, Mog.
Yep. And boom, time for Mog.
And
that was also
Angel's right there.
Tonberry is right behind.
Angel's right here. Let's see Tonberry and time. Very beautiful.
GG.
Have fun with Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah, I'm going to be back for Final Fantasy 1 PSP, so I'm going to withhold my goodbyes. You guys already hear enough from me if you're here on a weekly basis, so enjoy Final Fantasy 13.
Yep, and I'll be back for Tactics on Sunday night as well, so I'll see everybody then. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Go, everybody, go FF13 Runner.